missing Miko on the power play has been the biggest reason why. Without a doubt, having that left shot, big shooter, can also pass. You see what he's done on the power play in Dallas. You probably don't want to talk about that, but that's the reality. I think the Avs power play has significantly gotten worse since the departure of Rantanen. The team has stayed just as good, but the power play has suffered for sure.
That was Eric Johnson yesterday. Told us why he thinks the power play might be struggling a little bit. And yeah, that's the one thing that sort of lasted and stood the test of time over the course of this year, where it's like, if there's one thing that's been consistently bad, it's been that. Over the last, I don't know, couple, 3 weeks, we've had a different story. It's just been a team that has looked checked out. And that's the truth. They just want to get to this break. They got one more game. I mean, they mix in a couple that gives you a little bit of confidence, like when they went out to Detroit. Shut them out 5-0. They come back home. You're like, all right, maybe this is a team, they got their number. And then when they get back to Ball Arena, they can't score. Why? Well, a number of factors. One, you're losing Marty Necas, who is a very important piece on that top line. But more importantly than that, I just think that there's a lack of care. You know, it's not that they aren't putting forth any effort. There's just not a sense of urgency in these games. You know, earlier in the season, even when they be down, you know, they go down 1-0, 33 seconds into the game, and then you have damn near 3 straight periods of nothing from either side. You have this odd situation. It's not like a typical year, you know, where you have the All-Star break coming up. Guys know they're going to get a little bit of a rest. But when it's a couple of days, you're just like, all right, whatever. When it's 3 weeks, it's a different thing. You know, you really don't, like, how about this? If you have a vacation planned at work, you start to gear down a couple of days ahead of that vacation. If you're going out, you know, it's one of those trips like, hey, we're going to go to Europe. And we're going to go first, we're going to go to England, and then we're going to go to France, and then we're going to take that down to Spain and Italy and whatever. When you have like a week-long vacation, you gear it down at work a couple days ahead of the last day that you're going to be there. If you have a day off, like, hey, I got to take Friday off, my mother-in-law's in town, you really don't. And I think that's the difference here. You have this long, extended stretch that people see on the calendar. And this is kind of just what happens. And luckily for them, it's not going to burn them all that much because they did play so well to start this year. They still have a hell of a lead that's in front of them. Now it's dwindling. That used to be 10 points ahead of Minnesota. It's now 5 points ahead. You do have 3 games in hand on them. You're 6 points ahead of Dallas with 2 games in hand. They're starting to creep back into the conversation, which is exactly why the last thing I wanted to see was them have this sort of lead dissipate before you get to this extended stretch where you can come back, reset, and then finish out the year strong. I didn't want to see this dwindle by the end of it. Are they still comfortably ahead? Yes. But it's not like it was before. I think we all kind of know that. So, they have 1 game left until they get to that break. It's the Sharks. The Sharks are a pretty good hockey team. They're okay. find a way to win. Go out and do it. Like, it's just find a way to scratch one more out. Keep this lead that you have on the rest of the division and do whatever you have to do. Now, I was listening to Raj and Springer yesterday after the game, and Raj pointed something out that I think is really interesting. McCarr is having a really difficult time finding the net. So he leads the league in shots that don't that miss the net. Now, part of that is he has the puck on his stick a lot for defensemen. He leads the league in terms of defensemen that miss the net. That means he takes a lot of shots, and we all kind of understand that because he should. But I think he's getting way too cute with it. Like, he's trying to pick the perfect spot, find a corner, and sometimes you just got to put it on. Put it on net, try and get a rebound, do something. When a big gun like that is not playing like a big gun, and I think it's been a while since McCarr has done that. And with injuries, you need those kind of guys to step up more. And it just feels like McCarr has just kind of disappeared. Like, here's the last 5 games for McCarr overall. He has 1 point. He's a -2, a -2, a -2, a +3, and a -2. That is not very Cale McCarr-like. And so you see this flip that happened from earlier in the year. Racking up points, playing with urgency, getting the puck on net, and he's just not doing it right now. And when your power play is struggling, he's got to be a big part of it. Hasn't been. When guys are out of the lineup with injury, he's got to be a bigger part of it. Hasn't been. I mean, the good news is that you got Taves back yesterday, so at least you get to fill out your blue line with guys that you trust. But it's just not felt like I've been watching the same McCarr lately. And this is why I'm telling you. I know a lot of these guys are going to play in the Olympics. It's not going to be like what it is now, though. It's not every other day you're playing a game and you're being taxed in the same way that an NHL season would do. They need to get there, play their little games, come back, and figure this out in a hurry. You know, because we keep talking about what they've built. Like how much of a lead they've built, how much they can carry. They can take a loss or two because they have this huge cushion on everybody. And I'm just watching that start to just right in front of your face disappear. Because Minnesota is not losing, and Dallas is not losing. Dallas has won 5 straight. Minnesota's won 4 straight. You are 3-5-2 in your last 10 games. Get one more win, and then hopefully that provides a reset with some guys getting healthy after the break. But it is just, I think it looks like a team that's just checked out and done. That's it. And it's tough. Like, who would have thought you give up a goal 33 seconds into the game? Yeah, big deal. It's the Avs. They'll score. I mean, the Avs don't really ever get shut out. And in that, to go that long, I mean, from being down 1-0, 33 seconds into the game, if I told you with 2 minutes left, they'd still be down by that same score, I think everybody'd be like, what? But Texture says, nice to have Taves back, but he made a mistake in the first 30 seconds of the game. Yeah, you know what? That stuff happens. It's not on Taves. He came back from being out for a long time. He made a mistake early. That's going to happen when you're out with an injury. Everybody else needs to step up and score a goal. This isn't about Taves missing a play early. It's frustrating to watch right now because you're just like, this is not the same team you've been used to watching all year. And the reason for it is this break's coming up. So, big loss. Again, if you didn't hear it to open up the show, EJ was on yesterday. He was talking about the power play, how much they miss Miko as part of that.
Missing Miko on the power play has been the biggest reason why. Without a doubt, having that left shot, big shooter, can also pass. You see what he's done on the power play in Dallas. You probably don't want to talk about that, but that's the reality. I think the Avs power play has significantly gotten worse since the departure of Rantanen. The team has stayed just as good, but the power play has suffered for sure.
That's totally true. Now, with that, you need to find some way to fix it. I think that this coaching staff is going to take a nice 3 weeks to look at everything. Not that they haven't been doing that already. But what can you do? Because at the moment, I think right now it's going to be really hard for any coach to kind of judge what would work and what wouldn't if they were to switch something up on the power play. Just because guys aren't playing to the standard that you think they should be. Because make no mistake, I think that this little stretch is going to pass. It might hurt, though, because unless you're playing at a torrid pace when you come back from this break, because that sort of cushion has narrowed, it could make a lot more interesting the end of the year than what it should have been of some sort of race for the division. But I think overall they'll figure this out and they'll be fine once they come back from it. The power play has been what it is. I mean, there's no really excuse making anymore. We're really deep into the season. The evidence that's laid out in front of you is kind of what you have. And in the case of the power play, it's just not good. It's one of the league's worst. That will get you beat in a 7-game series. Despite all the other good you can do, if somebody capitalizes on special teams and you don't, that little stuff is the separator between winning a cup and not, and going home early. So a texter says, what frustrates me most, Brett, is the inconsistency between games. I was at the game in Detroit. They looked like their early season selves. Why can't they string that together? I just think right now for them, it's almost like, and look, we get one more game until the break, and then hopefully things will change. I think it will. I think right now their only response is when they get embarrassed. That's what it feels like. If they have a game in which they lose like this, or they have a 7-3 loss, they almost always bounce back. But it's like they can't, I think, manufacture the motivation, because that may be what it is last night. They're motivated to beat Detroit because they've been playing bad hockey lately. And then they go out, they win 5-0, and everything's hunky-dory. Can you manufacture that after you have success? They did that early in the year. Right now, I think the answer is no, because they're looking ahead. So again, my cross fingers and toes. My thought on this is you're going to have a different looking team after the break, but still it's 3 weeks from now. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Lot to get to today. So Davis Webb, it's official. He's the OC. There's other details to this that I think have not been released that I think is more interesting than the initial hire. We all kind of saw this coming after he removed his name from consideration for the Raiders job, and you had this vacancy here at OC. It only made sense that he would get this promotion. But is it a promotion in name only? So we get to that in just a second. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. It's another Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to see the Sharks tomorrow night. If you want to win, this hour's keyword is blue. So text blue in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays. Your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. Your keyword this hour is blue. So good luck. Theme is easy. I see. Yes, I got it.
And the trick with all these themes is think about who the Avalanche are playing. Who are we giving away tickets to see?
The Sharks.
The Sharks.
So remember that. So listen. Davis Webb is like one of the hottest names in football right now for potential head coaching vacancies. Now that all of those are filled, he has been promoted to the Broncos offensive coordinator job. That is not surprising. What could be interesting is what's going to happen moving forward. He's 31 years old. He is a respected mind. He has been here for Russell Wilson's best year of this sort of twilight of his career. Now, was Russell Wilson great? No, but he was better than he has been in Pittsburgh and better than he was in New York and better than he was the year before with Hackett. He then gets Bo Nix in a rookie season and has that playing well enough to get to a playoff appearance. Following year has that well enough to get to an AFC championship game, and who knows what would have happened if Bo Nix didn't get hurt. That is why I think he is getting a whole bunch of praise nationally. The question surrounding Davis Webb is very simple. Is this a promotion that's just a changing the job title on a placard somewhere in an office? Does he get a new office and then that's it? Or is this something where he's going to have actual real responsibility? Are you going to give him the play sheet? Now, I have a really difficult time seeing Sean Payton do that. That depends on how much he likes and respects Davis Webb. I know he has a ton of respect for him, or he'd be gone. I mean, he let go of Joe Lombardi. He let go of his wide receivers coach, and he made sure to keep him on staff. And part of me thought, well, maybe Sean Payton's going to go find one of his longtime lieutenants to take the place of, the no more Lombardi and no more Pete Carmichael. He makes this move, which shows he respects him. But how much respect do you have? At the same time, Davis Webb has not been tested as far as him calling plays alone. That hasn't happened either. And if I had to guess right now what I think is going to happen, I think Davis Webb likes it here. I think he's comfortable here, and he knows he's going to get other opportunities down the line that might be better for him. So why not stay here in this cushy gig where you got a good team, where you're going to continue to get respected nationally by other organizations, and see if you can continue to build on what the Broncos have already set the foundation for. He's not in a hurry to go anywhere. What I think could happen is this. Sean Payton continues to call plays, and if things start to go a little bit south offensively, Sean Payton gives those responsibilities up. That's what I think is a more likely scenario. Sean Payton has not been somebody who lacks confidence within himself. And I think even with the last year, he might recognize that it's not good enough. I don't know if he thinks it's his fault. For good or for bad. He probably looks at the situation. I mean, I would assume he knows it wasn't good enough, and that's why Lombardi's not here anymore. But I don't think he's going to blame himself for the ills of the offense. It's probably going to be a multitude of factors for him, while admitting that maybe he wasn't good enough. But I just think it would be such a, what's the right word? I don't know if selfless is the right word. It would be just such a drastic change in character for him not to have that play sheet in his hands and to be able to trust somebody else with it. But maybe these are the conversations that they had about, maybe it's the reason why Davis Webb pulled his name out of the Raiders job, was that he was promised this. I have no idea. But as of now, there's no real update on it. In doing that, by the way, they also hired Logan Kilgore as the quarterback's coach in a subsequent move afterwards. So they're getting their staff close to back to whole. But Sean Payton doesn't strike me as the overseer. He feels like he's got to have his hands on the steering wheel. And I've said this before. I don't know what you guys think. We can throw one of these out.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Do you want Sean Payton calling plays next year as of right now? Yes or no? Just get a quick temperature of the room, and let's see. Like, Nelly, what if I asked you? Do you want Payton to call plays, or do you want to give him up?
I want him to give Webb a chance. Just because, I mean, how many times did we see Sean Payton calling off his plays and Bo Nix standing there just going, oh, he's still going. He's still going. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Okay.
They did come in late.
Left, right, tight, wide. Yeah, I feel like Bo Nix and Sean Payton were Chris Sims and John Gruden on Hard Knocks. X stick wide.
Yeah.
Looking left, white, tight, right on 3.
Scatter to X, right, tight, whatever.
And then he sounded like your boy Steven Ross trying to say the play call back. Like why not? If Davis Webb is this quarterback wonderkind that everybody's saying he is, he's the second coming of Andrew Luck's brain and Joe Montana's brain and Mike Shanahan's brain. Well, then show me. Let him call the plays. Let him actually run the ball on his play sheet. Let him maybe maximize the most out of Bo Nix. If he got the best year out of Russell Wilson, out of his weekend at Bernie's corpse ass, you're telling me he shouldn't be calling the plays?
Well, Sean Payton was there for that too, and he was the guy who had the play sheet in his hands. Here's why I ask, and I'm actually really surprised by this. Here's what I'm saying. No, meh. No, hell no, no freaking way, no, please no. It's almost unanimous. The closest I've gotten is a meh or 50-50 on here.
No.
This feels a little bit like the backup quarterback thing to me. I'll explain. You want Davis Webb calling the plays because you don't know what he's going to do. All you know is you aren't a huge fan of what the starter is doing. I'm not even saying I disagree with that. But here's what I tell you. Sean Payton calling the plays led you to a 14-win season and an AFC championship appearance. I don't think this guy is stupid. Could it be like the game passed you by? Perhaps. Here's what I'd like to see. I think this is my ideal scenario. I want them to invest this offseason into getting actual playmakers for an offense. I think Sean Payton's biggest mistake here is thinking that he could make this offense go while not investing in the skill position elite talent part. Because they've invested everywhere else. They've invested in trenches. They've invested in linebackers. They've invested in the secondary. They've invested everywhere but the skill position spots. And I think that was bred and born out of ego, saying, I will be able to overcome whatever deficiencies we have because my play calling will be so genius. That's the mistake that's been made so far. If you give him, go out this offseason, find actual, tangible, real talent. I want to see what he does with that. And if it doesn't work, if we're 6-7 weeks into the season and the offense is still sputtering around, then hand it over. Give it to Davis Webb. But I think that his ego has been the thing that's hurt him most in this, because he feels like he can out-scheme a defense despite a lack of overall talent. Now, in the running game, that just turns into he's just going to give up entirely on it. That's it. Like, if I don't feel as if I have the proper talent in the backfield, then we just aren't even going to try. And I know that's the case because we've seen this for 3 straight years. He didn't think Javonte or Audric Estime or Jaleel was good enough to get a bulk of the carries throughout the course of the game and to stick with it. Enter J.K. Dobbins. He did. 15, 16 carries a game is not a small number, especially in today's NFL, for a single back. The problem became when he left. Now, as far as like the pass game part of it, there were times where the passing game looked good, especially later in the year. The problem is I just don't think you had... Look, man, when you have a team that has a feared wide receiver on it, that team and that guy specifically creates lanes and openings that previously were not there. They get open even when the defense game plans against them. I don't think you have a wideout on this team that's capable of doing that. As much as I think Courtland Sutton's a great wide receiver, I don't think he's good enough to where it's like if they want to shut Courtland down, they can. Guess what? If you want to shut Justin Jefferson down, you still won't. If you wanted to shut down Julio Jones, if you wanted to shut down Calvin Johnson, if you wanted to shut down... You take your pick of the elite wide receivers over the last 10, 15 years. It just doesn't happen. How many times during this guy's peak did people say, hey, we got to do everything in our power to shut down Tyreek this year? Guess what? Speed's a great equalizer to that. It's one of the funny things about Marvin Mims. He's incredibly fast, and he was able to get open a couple times in that Patriots game just because nobody can keep up with him. You need to find more things like that, preferably a guy with size and speed. Because right now you seem very one-dimensional in those categories. Mims has the speed, not the size. Courtland has the size, not the speed. Like, I know we just keep waiting. Like, Troy Franklin's got a little bit of both. But it just kind of feels like if that was going to be the thing that's just going to blow you away, we would have seen that already. So anyway, like, I'm happy that Davis Webb is here. I would have no qualms if he gave up play calling and just said, here, you take it. But it's also something like you don't know what you're going to get. And I'll go to the old thing that I always say. And the reason I say this so much is because your teams are good around here. Nuggets, Avs, now Broncos, all really good teams. I won't say this about the Rockies. It's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better. When you're at this point in the Broncos, like a 14-win season, AFC Championship appearance, it's a lot easier to finish short of those marks than it is to finish better than those. And I get it. When we're talking about the offense specifically, it's a different sort of beast. And I think you guys know, you guys yelled at me all year for it. Every Monday I'd walk in here, I'd be like, yeah, they won, but I hated that because the offense stunk. And you guys are the ones telling me, hey, Brett, why don't you shut up? They won the game. And I'm like, well, I know. But I kept saying I don't feel like it's sustainable, and it turns out it was. The way that they were playing offense was sustainable. I'm not really sure how. But now it feels like the wheel has been yanked entirely in the other direction, where people want Sean to give up play calling duties because Jarrett Stidham sucked in a snow globe. I'm like, well, wait a minute. You guys were the ones telling me you're calling the requisite plays to win football games and that I am being too selfish and greedy. And now, in the most bizarre circumstance I've ever seen, where a starting quarterback gets hurt like the last play of the divisional round, and you head into the AFC Championship game with a backup quarterback who hasn't played in 2 years, you're like, well, that stunk. No bleep, Sherlock. It's a backup quarterback in a huge moment who hasn't played in 2 years with bad weather. So again, this isn't me saying I entirely disagree with the idea that he should give up play calling duties. I'm just surprised on how vociferous people are about it. Now, Sean Payton doesn't do himself any favors. I'll grant you that. You step up to a podium and you say, we're going to be just fine. What was the clip I played 500 times leading into that game, Nelly? The just watch clip? What did he say before that? It was something, and then he goes, just watch. When you do that and then you put up 7 points, yeah, not great.
Well, and also I think some of the frustration has been coming from the fact that it's tough to look at that season that the Broncos just had. And yeah, you could say how many games they won and they were 4 points away from a Super Bowl berth. But you can't look at that season and say the offense is the reason they were there.
No, but I was saying that all year, and people were telling me stop it.
Well, that's because in the heat of the moment, they have a great win over the Eagles on the road, and then they didn't want to hear you turn on your mic and go, yeah, but the offense sucked, because we're still basking in the glow of the win.
But
now,
hang on. The reason I said that was I was like, I feel like that kind of offense will get you beat in the playoffs, and then that happened, and then people are saying, yeah, this thing stinks, and I'm like, well, what did you yell at me for earlier?
Well, because it just happened. Like, let the win happen. Let people enjoy their wins. That's what people wanted. But now that the season's over, the love affair is done.
Yeah.
Now we can look back on it and be more analytical. And I think that now we can start peeling back the layers. But at the time, people just wanted to be happy about wins.
Well, and this isn't even like an I told you so thing, because ultimately, what got you beat? Bad offense. Is that what I said earlier in the year? Yes. I didn't say that it was going to be with Jarrett Stidham in a snow game. I didn't say that. So I can't even claim that I was right about that. Because I think if Bo Nix was playing, that you win that game. Now, you don't win 30-10, but you win like 13-10. By the way, keyword for this hour is blue. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get you in the building for tomorrow against the Sharks. Texter says, yeah, Brett, there's a time and place. I was telling you there was going to be a time and place where that got you beat. It's just bizarre. I feel like it's an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where they take like a political issue and they're on two opposite ends of the spectrum, and at the end of the episode they flip. Like, this is what it feels like it's happened. Like, I said this all year long. And yet I'm the one that's like, yeah, but that offense with Bo Nix would have won that game. And it's just, I don't know. We're living in bizarro world. I don't watch Stranger Things. What do they call it? The upside down?
The upside down.
Yeah. Again, blue in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 gives you a chance to win a pair of Sharks tickets for tomorrow. Reminder to you guys, coming up in 20 minutes, Vic's going to be down on Radio Row all week this week in San Francisco, thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Inglewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Back after this. Another game against a Detroit team tonight, and you can tune in for the Nuggets rematch of the best team in the East, the Detroit Pistons. Pregame starts at 4:30, powered by Ramos Law, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, NBA trade deadline coming up here in a couple of days. So I think we already kind of know that the Giannis story is a big one, that they're looking to move him. He is looking to get out. It's just a matter of can they find the right sort of package to do so. And if I were the Milwaukee Bucks, you are not shortchanging me a dime for what the return of Giannis is going to be. You are going to give me a haul. If you think you're going to pull off some sort of Luka trade because the weird thing about Luka, he didn't even want to leave. But if you think you're going to get me to sell him below market value just because you think that we have a rocky relationship, you're bleep out of luck. This guy is not leaving without a heavy, heavy compensation. Like, I want first-round picks for the rest of my life and your child's life, okay? That's what I want. Now, if somebody's willing to do that or not, completely different story. The interesting thing that'll come up here is the Nuggets are not going to be buyers, despite the fact that they are super competitive. They can't buy. They have no room. They're trying to figure out how to keep Spencer Jones on this roster right now because his two-way is almost done. The interesting thing is, are the Nuggets going to be willing to sell anything? And the Peyton Watson play as of late has complicated that. If you're going to give him a long-term contract, you might need to offload a salary. Who would that be? That's number one. Number two, could you finally get rid of a contract like Zeke Naji? Has he played well enough that somebody would now be willing to take a shot? I think they could. You know, here's the weird thing. Whenever we talk about contracts like this and Zeke Naji, is somebody going to take that deal? Who would be willing to, even when he was like not playing well last year or not playing at all, it's like, well, who would take that contract? I don't know. Dario Saric got traded. And I don't even know if that guy was on the bench for half the year. Luka got traded for nothing. It's hard to conjure up a scenario now in the NBA that is not feasible. Because I used to make fun of people who did that. Here's what the Nuggets should do. They should package Julian Strawther and Zeke Naji and Hunter Tyson along with a second-round pick, and then they could get Giannis. And I'm like, don't be ridiculous. And then I saw the Luka trade. I'm like, you know what? Give me all your stupid trade ideas. I guess it's possible. There's a sucker out there somewhere. But for them, I think it's going to be, can you move a couple of guys, a Hunter Tyson, a Zeke Naji, somebody like that? Or do you do a bigger move where you're basically offloading a Christian Brown or and I don't think they do that, but a Cam Johnson to make room salary-wise for the new contract you would give Peyton Watson? Again, if they do not retain the rights of Peyton Watson, I will be livid. You don't let somebody with this kind of talent walk out the door. And you might say to yourself, well, it's a tough judge. It's only been a month and a half that he's played well. Don't care. You at least know that this is capable now. And if this, excuse me, if this flames out and this is the only time in his career that he plays like this, well, then you know what? You got duped. Sometimes you get got. But he is not walking out that door and certainly not doing it for free. But that's what's to keep an eye on here. The other bit of news that changes things in the West, the Clippers have been on a heater. Now, the Nuggets did beat them while they were on this huge sort of streak. They're still 3 games below 500 despite how well they've played as of late. And Shams has come out and said that the Clippers and James Harden are exploring trade ideas. So for a Clippers team that, again, their strategy towards this has been very, very confusing. It feels a lot like Golden State, which was also confusing, of bringing in veteran players when your team's already really old. So maybe they're looking to offload James Harden to try and get a little bit younger. But the situation that they find themselves in is, first of all, who wants James Harden at this point in his career? He's still a talented guy, but a guy who plays the way that he does, the style that he has, feels like that's going to be really hard to mesh mid-season with a team. It's a lot of shots, a lot of ball handling, a lot of things. I mean, you look at just this. He takes 18 shots a game, okay? 18. But that goes on top of he gets to the line 8 times a night. So that number is probably more around 22, 23 shots a game. Do you have a team where you're like, we're looking for an alpha like that? That's tough. Not to mention, he's been like miserable this last month. He's shooting less than 30% from three. He's less than 40% from the field. He's having a rough go at it as of late. Like his field goal percentage overall is the worst it's been in his career at 40.3%. Or I'm sorry, at 41.9. It's not terrible, but it's creeping down. He used to hover around like the mid-40s. 3-point percentage down to 34.7. Is it way off his career totals? No, but it's still down. He's 36. I mean, he's played a lot of basketball. Texture says not the Nuggets, obviously. You can keep James Harden as far away from here as possible, please. But Cleveland has been rumored, according to Shams, as a potential destination. And I guess if you're in the East, it's an arms race because you aren't dealing with what you have in the West. So if you can out-talent most teams, maybe that works for you. But again, for the Nuggets, I think it's about, are you offloading a small contract or a big contract or doing nothing? That's the three options that I see. Because they aren't going to acquire anybody. They don't need more, which is amazing to say, given where we were, the last few years. 303-504-0925. If you don't have any plans for dinner tonight or dinner for the big game on Sunday, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. They're the answer for everything with these awesome platters that they have that could get your big game party all hooked up. Go to gfhwings.com now and sign up. Make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game. It's in Aurora, Parker, in 2 locations in Colorado Springs, so check them out at gfhwings.com. You can also watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed.
Oh, I'm here.
Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup. The same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. I'm greeted by that morning cough.
Isn't this what you prefer?
Your mic's not even on right now.
Isn't this what you prefer?
It's still not on right now. Nelly doesn't want to hear you speak.
Turn me on.
Hey, whoa.
I want to be turned on.
No, Moser doesn't have his headset on. You can't
me
say that to
on.
me. All right. Look, a lot to get to. Vic's live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
You get.
missing Miko on the power play has been the biggest reason why. Without a doubt, having that left shot, big shooter, can also pass. You see what he's done on the power play in Dallas. You probably don't want to talk about that, but that's the reality. I think the Avs power play has significantly gotten worse since the departure of Rantanen. The team has stayed just as good, but the power play has suffered for sure.
Eric Johnson on with us yesterday, Moj. Hey, we need to stop playing hockey games for a little bit. I know we got one more tomorrow. We got to stop. It's like the only way that this team plays a good game right now is if they're embarrassed the game before.
Therefore, you expect tomorrow night they'll come out and smoke the Sharks.
Yeah. Yep.
Like Snoop Dogg on a big old fatty.
Yeah. It's just, look, man, it's very clear and obvious, and this is a fear that I had when they were starting to, like, go on this stretch a little bit. Do they still have a nice cushion? Yes. Is it what it was? No. They said they have games in hand. I understand that on Dallas. They have games in hand on Minnesota. But Minnesota's now 5 points back of you. Yes, you have 3 games in hand. But that number was 10 like a week ago. You're 6 points up on Dallas. You had 2 games in hand. But that number was like 11 a week ago. So that's all I'm saying. It's just like you need to make sure you hammer out this one more win against the Sharks and then take your break, which I think is much needed for them right now.
It's a little whittling away effect is what it is.
Yes.
You know, I think if you grew up in Appalachia.
You're a whittler?
Well, you know what I'm talking about, right? You get a piece of wood, get a little pocket knife. You just,
Yeah.
Just peel off little
piece by piece.
Little pieces of a stick, right? I don't know what you make out of that stick either. That piece. I don't know what you make. Make a vampire stabbing stick or
something.
A steak or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like it has been in terms of teams trying to catch the Avs in the Western Conference. Especially, I'm not even worried about the Pacific. I'm worried about the Central, obviously. That's where the worry would come in with those teams. And I get what you're saying. Last night, to me, was a very frustrating game.
Yeah.
What was my key to the game yesterday? Does anybody recall, Nelly, do you recall what my key to the game was? My number one key to the game.
Start fast.
And what?
Finish strong.
No.
And try your best.
Were you even here yesterday? I mean, physically, I know you were, but mentally, were you here?
Moser, it takes you so long to get to your keys.
It was quick.
I know. Start strong.
I said, get yourself a lead early. You got to get a lead early on.
And they did the exact opposite of that. They started slow and went in a hole.
You know, if you're in this game long enough, and I have been for 30 years, something like that, it's insane. You see things you haven't seen before. I've never seen a game where the goals were bookended by 59 minutes of nothing.
Yeah.
Goal, 59 minutes, goal. The hell's that?
If I told you that the Wings would score 30...
I mean, the hell is that?
If I told you the Wings would score 33 seconds into the game, and with a minute left, they would have 1 goal still. Is it a minute? Right?
I think you're up 4-1. Or hopefully you'd be up 4-1.
And I guaranteed you that's what would happen. How much of your money would you have taken to Blackhawk to throw down on the Avs winning last night?
Doris would still be counting.
Yeah.
Pennies. I ain't got that kind of bread. But I could do it in pennies and really make her life miserable.
Reverse mortgage my house.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Throw it all on there.
Call American Financing. Whatever
this
it takes.
Is automatic, free money. And yet, nothing.
Yeah.
And look.
That game was bred. We'll go over all of it. It was so frustrating from a broadcasting standpoint, from a fan standpoint, from a team standpoint. Riker, he was telling you, he's like, look, these guys they're frustrated. They're slamming doors, they're banging sticks. It was frustrating hockey, and Johnny Lyle said it best too last night. The number of flip-outs from the Red Wings out of their zone was exhausting.
Yeah.
We go back to the Duck game. Joel Quenneville had some guys out. He's like, here's what we're going to do, boys. Anytime we get the puck in our own zone, if there's any kind of pressure, we're just going to flip it out.
Yep.
Flip it out. And that's when
Force
the Avs did apply pressure. When they didn't apply pressure, it was D to D and then out of the zone and then dumped in.
Force them to
And then
dump
changed.
and chase.
Yes.
Yeah. All that stuff. It's just, Texture says, you guys are delusional. There is no break. Half the team is going to burn off precious energy and risk injury for the stupid Olympics. I don't call that rest and relaxation. This isn't like the grind of an NHL schedule that they're playing in the Olympics, okay? It's not that. Number one. Number two, here's how I put it. Like, Mose, you're going overseas, right? You're taking a little trip.
See.
How far or how long are you gone?
10 days max, I think.
Okay, so Moser's checked out
Not
right
even
now.
that.
Actually, he's going to wait until the Sharks game, and then he's going to.
Well, right now,
Buenos dias.
I'm pretty on the ball this morning.
Here's the thing. When you have a vacation that's like that, hey, we're going to Europe, and we're going to bounce around from England to France, and then we're going to go to Spain.
I ain't doing that. Yeah,
I'm just saying, the people who do those kind of trips, their last 2 days at work before that are just, they're nothing.
Junk.
They're nothing. They're luggage. You're lucky that they even showed up there. If you're taking a day off, hey, I'm off on Friday this week. You don't have that same thing. It's a day. This is
Your luggage.
Is 3 weeks of a break. I think all of this team is just like, get me to the end of this nonsense. And whether they're playing in the Olympics or not, it's just different. You know something different is coming.
You have 8 guys going, 2 of which have barely played hockey in a month. Devon Taves came back last night. First game in a month. He got hurt January 3rd in Carolina. So it's 0 wear and tear on his body that entire month as he gets healthier.
Right.
And he's fine. Gabe Landeskog got hurt the very next game in Florida. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Those were back-to-backs. Do you remember that?
Yep.
So that's another month. And he skated in morning skate yesterday. Started out in a blue sweater, went to a red sweater. No contact.
It feels like there was zero fear he's missing the Olympics.
If he does play in the Olympics, I mean, as you said, Brett, it's not back-to-backs. It's game, 3 days off game.
Right. It's not a grind.
3 days off game.
Yeah.
It's like that. Now, when you get to the medal round, it's probably game, day off game.
If you make it there.
If you make it there. And there's no guarantee that, all these guys are going to make it there.
Yeah.
Finland and Sweden and the U.S. and Canada and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, the point is they could use a break right now. They really could. Again, our guys, Johnny Mitchell came in. Kyle and Riker are leaving tomorrow to go to New York. So it's going to be just Johnny Lyles and I in the booth. Johnny Mitchell will be sitting in with Kiefer. Actually, I mean with Rachel. I apologize. Kiefer and Riker going to New York to prepare and get the lowdown on the animated game coming up after the Olympic break.
Huh?
There's a game coming up called Bernie's Mountain Showdown. It's when the Avs take on the Wild.
Okay.
All the little guys, all the players are going to be animated as dogs and whatnot.
Okay.
And it's going to be the game, tracked in real time. It's going to be on
like the Nickelodeon football broadcast thing?
Yeah, and Kyle and Riker are going to call that game.
Okay. I can't wait till Vic hears this.
Yeah. We've only been advertising it on the broadcast for 2 months. But everybody has something smart to say. Johnny Mitchell was back last night, had a lot of smart things to say. And Johnny Lyles was correct as well. I mean, these guys are really, if you get over anything else, these guys are smart guys about hockey. Riker, smart guy about hockey. If everybody's not on the same page, Wings are a superb skating team. If you get the Wings down, they've got to skate. They've got to go north-south.
Yeah.
They can't just keep flipping it out all the time. They need puck possession to try to get within one or get tied or whatever it may be. But boy, oh boy, when they got a lead, they just, as the game went on, flip it out, flip it out, flip it out. And then your alternate tactic, if they're going to stand you up in the neutral zone, is, well, do you dump and chase and have 3 guys going in hard on the forecheck?
Yeah.
Or are you one guy dumping and chasing, and he's a single forward in, and the other 2 are now joining the play because they're making it. I mean, it gets funky, right? You get into this this no man's land, this hybrid land where nothing seems to work. And the Avs are built to be a carry-the-puck-in team most of all, for the most part. They made everybody do it last night, and it was frustrating as heck.
So
it really was.
This feels a lot like years ago when you played Seattle. If they got a lead, they just played the most boring brand of hockey they could play to stop you from doing anything exciting. That's what it felt like.
That's exactly correct.
I'll tell you something else, Moj. When you have guys that are hurt and you have a team that's kind of in a lull, you need your best players to play at their best. I don't know what's going on with Kale. He can't hit the net. I was listening to a little bit of Raj and Springer last night on Between the Pipes. Kale leads all defensemen in the league in missed shots on goal. And I understand that he has the puck on his stick more than any defenseman in the league too. So like those numbers are going to add up. But it feels like he's trying to be so cute in where he's putting the puck, like hit the perfect part of the corner, whatever, that he's just straight up missing. And it's not helping anything. Can't get a rebound off it, can't get nothing.
I'm watching these teams play against the Avs. And watching all these skaters eventually get sucked into the middle of the ice. God, it's so gross. They all just collapse down. First of all, their goalie can't see the puck. There's no way he possibly can. But the puck, but you don't worry about it because it's not going to get there.
It's going to
because it's going to bang off a dude in front. I mean, these guys just go home. There's no gaps at all. They just go home and hide is what they do. Build a picket fence in front of their net. It's ugly hockey, but when you're facing a team like the Avs that can get up and down the ice and is dynamic, that's what you have to do to ply 2 points out of their building.
Yeah.
It's not fun, but it's just the way it is. And you know what? We just played a cut from Jared Bednar before the show began. It was a promo. Nelly, you don't still have that, do you? I think it was from last week here on this program or the week before. And he laid it out perfectly. If they're going to take away the number one thing you like to do, and maybe the number two or partially, then what do you do? How do you react to that? What do you do to still employ a tactic that's going to beat the opposition? And you got to figure it out, and you got to get on page quicker, and I think that they will. It's just that, right, and by the way, for the vast majority of this season, they've done a kick-butt job of that, period, in any given game. Right now, they're being stubborn, frustrated, and like, get me to the break.
Go ahead, Nelly.
Altitude Sports Radio is the home of your Colorado
Still on,
Avalanche.
by the way.
And every Wednesday
Nobody
morning
leave. We didn't go to commercial.
We've got the Jared Bednar Show.
I think over the course of the season, you're going to see a lot of adversity. When a team takes away what you want to do, and then they take away the second thing you want to do, what are you going to do? Are you going to get frustrated, or are you going to find solutions and work through it? And so I'd rather learn those lessons now.
That's exactly what you're doing last night. Exactly what you're doing.
Texture says, it feels like Natchez has been absent. Well, that's because he has been. He has been an absent
He's missed
player.
the last 2 games. He's going to be fine. He's going to play in the Olympics. He's fine. It's just that he's got a little bit of a lower body. They're just trying to chill him out.
So Vic is trying to get set up here from San Francisco. Hopefully he'll join us here in just a little bit. It's another Avs Ticket Tuesday, by the way. One last game coming up tomorrow that we'll give away a pair of tickets to.
I could never hit that note. This is, I guess, why I can never be a singer, ever.
What note?
The late, great Tony Bennett. I left my heart. That's fine. In San Francisco. See, I think I go too low. I think I go an octave too. I can't hit that note. Nelly, help me.
It's okay. You'll be fine.
Give me a little.
Nope.
I left my heart.
Nelly, whenever you want to hit the button,
In
go ahead
San
and hit the button.
Francisco.
Hit the button.
You know, I've talked about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time, and they really are on the cutting edge of things in terms of men's health. They do a great job. They've been here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and what they've got going on right now, and it's a new thing, is fantastic. Now, I've had low testosterone, getting treated for it, works like a charm. But they also have the body composition programs featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDAs, and more. And when you combine the low T treatment with the body composition program, you're going to notice a lot of improvement in your overall health and in everything. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, etc., etc. And you can go and get it taken care of today if you want to. The telephone number to call is 720-440-7900. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. There's no need to do that because they are the pros. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, and take the low T quiz. 10 simple yes-no answers. Very, very easy. And you can see everything that they do. But these combined therapies really do the job. They got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So again, that number is 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Three, four.
Papa Murphy's is bringing another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and you can text Tiger in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You're entered to win tickets to tomorrow night's Avs game against San Jose. Don't forget Papa Murphy's for dinner. It's $10 Tuesday, so any large pizza is just $10. Visit papamurphys.com. Your 720 keyword, though, is Tiger. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
It won't work now. I understand that. And everybody out there listening, it won't work now. But what was the keyword for the 6 o'clock hour?
It was blue.
Blue Tiger.
As
I
always,
got it.
think about
Yeah,
who-
okay. It's easy.
We're giving away tickets to see who.
Yeah, this is an easy one. Yeah, I'm guessing in the next hour it's going to be Hammerhead or Bull.
Yeah.
Hammerhead.
Shark. Hammer?
Yeah.
Shark?
Our boy's got some. He's got some technical difficulties going on. Does he?
Yeah, we're looking to hook up with Vic here in just a second.
Yeah, actually, I've been told that the same electric substation that is causing the Niners to have all their injuries has come for Vic's internet connection. So thanks, Tesla.
Yeah.
Can you imagine practicing next to like Chernobyl? Because it feels like that's what the Niners are doing. Now I know that John Lynch said, "Look, we're looking at it. We're looking into everything." I mean, you see. Outside the fence at their practice facility, it looks like
have you considered
it's like the biggest electrical substation on the planet.
Have you considered looking at the nuclear power plant that's right next to your practice facility? Because that might have something to do with it.
We're in a summer camp now at 3 Mile Island. Yes, I mean, come on, man. Anyway, the scientists have told us there is no correlation between all of this electricity in the air and the 800 billion injuries our team suffers every single season, but we're looking into it anyway. I mean, come on.
I mean, all their tendons are linguini, but we don't think that's got anything to do with it. So it looks like, is Vic joining us now from Sanford? No, he's not. No, he is not. Vic is just staring off in the distance.
Look at his hair. Look how dumb it looks.
Well, as we await Vic, can I say this? Davis Webb being promoted to offensive coordinator is not something that's surprising to anyone.
When you saw the news come down yesterday, could you think of anything less surprising?
No. There's multiple different sort of offshoots to this, though. Once he removed his name from consideration for the Raiders gig, I think it became pretty obvious that this was going to be the logical next step. The question now is, what are his responsibilities?
That's the only question. We had Adam Schefter on yesterday, and he was asked the question, can you conceive of Sean Payton giving up play calling duties? And he said, yeah, I can see that. Whether it's now or down the road someplace, things evolve. Coaches evolve. Situations evolve. And I can see that too. It's just that Sean Payton has been, if this does happen, it seems like an out-of-character situation for Sean Payton. It seems like it would be his last choice. Maybe it's not. I could be misreading this, but he's a real detail-oriented kind of guy. He takes a great deal of pride in his ability to play call during a game.
Yeah.
And his playbook that he designed. And so to say, you know what, Davis, I know you're 31, but you take it from here. It doesn't seem like the natural progression for Sean Payton yet, but who knows? I don't know what is going on behind the scenes.
Let me put it to you this way. We'll do this again. I did this in the appetizer. Let's do this one more time.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Do you want Sean Payton calling plays next year? Yes or no? I'm going to give this a second. But here's the thing, Moser. I did this earlier. I was shocked by the results. Shocked. It was almost not just universal, unanimous no. It was like with oomph behind it. A couple of bleeps in front of the no. And I've been trying to figure this out.
You mean you asked if people want Sean Payton to give up play calling? Because I don't.
No,
personally.
I'm going to ask it again. Do you want Sean Payton calling plays next year? Yes or no? Just so we get the yes-nos right. Do you want Sean Payton calling plays, yes or no? And
No.
again, I was shocked by how many people were screaming no.
But that's, you know what that is, Brett? That's an emotional response, probably mostly, to a very disappointing end to the season.
Here's the part that confuses me. Every Monday, essentially, I came in here during the course of this football season and said, the Broncos won, but. And what followed the but? Their offense stunk and I hated it. And that's going to get you beat later in the year. And that's going to get you beat in the playoffs. And I think part of it was play calling. I think a lot of it has to do with you aren't rife with elite level talent offensively. And as I said that, the response that I got from a lot of people is, shut up. They won. The offense is doing enough to win. They're making the requisite plays. Like, that's what I kept getting in return. And now here's what's so bizarre, is that I feel like I'm on the side of the people that were yelling at me earlier in the year, and I'm being yelled at by myself from earlier in the year. Honestly, like, I got a whole bunch of people being
Well, don't
like,
act like you haven't yelled at yourself before.
Well, but here's the thing, Moj. I kept saying, like, this isn't good enough. And I kept using this a certain word. I said, this is unsustainable to success. And then guess what? The success was sustained. Like, they kept it together to the AFC Championship game, and to the point of, I think if Bo Nix plays, there's no question in my mind we're all in San Francisco right now because the Broncos are playing in the Super Bowl with a chance to win it.
We left our hearts.
Shut up. But here's the thing, Moj. I got all these people yelling, Sean Payton needs to give up play calling duties for a guy that we've never seen call plays before.
Well, we have in the preseason.
We saw Jarrett Stidham throw passes in the preseason, too.
Well, agreed. Maybe it'll be some sort of a hybrid type of situation.
That feels ridiculous.
It doesn't feel like that's the way it should be, but maybe it will be. If I'm trying to think, Brett, this is why.
But hang on. I've heard people throw that out there. What would the hybrid be?
I don't know.
That if the game gets close, Sean takes the play calling back?
No.
Then what's the point of him not calling plays early in the game?
Okay, what I've tried to do in this particular situation is put myself into the shoes of one Davis Webb. I like Bo Nix. I like Jarrett Stidham. I like that room. I don't know how he feels about Sam, DiNucci, Big Ben, another beer at the airport.
Yeah.
I don't know how he feels, but I'm sure that they all like each other. I know that Bo Nix loves Davis Webb. He said so. In fact, I had the quote, if I can find it, it goes like this. He's an awesome coach. Really knows how to communicate with players. With me, he's told me in 2 years to consolidate, make things simple, and just keep the main thing, taking a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, just rolling right into it. I think highly of him, end quote. Okay, so Bo Nix wants him around. I'm sure Stidham loves him too. I'm sure he's great with that room. Why would he stay, though, if he's not going to call plays? Because he got offensive coordinator offers from other places. Now, again, maybe he trusts his quarterbacks, and maybe he trusts the offensive system overall, and he feels that he can work better, and learn more in this particular system. But he had interviews not only to be an OC other places, but to also be the head coach. And he also was the target to be an OC with the New York Giants and Harbaugh, for crying out loud. So why would you stay in Denver, Colorado, just to be promoted in name only, but essentially have, quote, the same job?
Well,
the OC job is not only designing offensive game plans and so on, but it's also on game day, getting it done with the play calling.
I think I have that answer. By the way, the keyword for this hour is Tiger, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Well, the crappy part about this is there's nobody to ask right now. You can't ask Sean Payton. You can't ask Davis Webb.
So
Come on. No.
To answer your first question, why would he take this job? I think that one's pretty simple. First of all, it's a comfortable situation that he's in. He gets a promotion. He gets a pay raise. And if he's the OC for a team that continues success, then he's going to get more head coaching interviews.
Agreed.
If he goes
agreed.
to New York and becomes the OC and they stink, then his flame starts to dwindle.
Well, this is where I don't understand, and I don't know, what his aspirations are. Does he want to call plays right now? Does he simply want a bump up, more hands-on in the making of the ingredients for the game plan every single week, and then watch how Sean calls the plays? I truly do not know what his motivation is. And because of that, I can't really say why he wanted to stay overall in Denver when he had several opportunities to be the guy at other places. But he's still a very hot name, and continuing on offensively with this team and having this offense be better next year is only going to increase his stock.
Here's the problem that I have. Getting back to, I came in every reaction show that we had and started yelling about I didn't like the offense. And then people yelled at me to shut up, but they're winning. And then the season ends, and all of a sudden everybody hates the offense and wants everything changed with it again. Texture says, Brett, the truth hurts, and the offense was horrible all year, and that's the truth. You don't got to tell me that. I know. They weren't horrible all year. They were horrible for 3 quarters on most weeks. That's how it was. Now.
I mean, when you use the word horrible, though, it sounds completely incompetent to me.
Even the game that they won in the playoffs most, they had 47 yards in the second half.
Understood.
That's not acceptable.
Understood.
The thing you have to get down to is what's the reason for it? Because most people are jumping to what I think is the easiest thing for people to do, which is, well, the play calling was bad. And I think you got to get hit with a harsher reality that I don't think you're that talented. That's the problem. Here's the thing. Your offensive line is at minimum pretty good, at maximum really good. Your quarterback is, I don't even know how to truly judge Bo Nix. He's good, but sometimes he's not. You know what I mean? You can't say that the offense was horrible, but the quarterback was great. That doesn't make sense.
For those who'd missed it, I want you to go back to your buddy's comment to you about Bo Nix, because I think this is probably right in line with the way a lot of people looked at this offense and this quarterback and what they thought. Please,
I'm going to say it the way that he said it.
Okay, but go through the scenario again so that everybody understands the context.
The Broncos are playing terribly. They're doing nothing on offense. They can't score. They can't move the football. They can't pick up a first down. Bo Nix makes one big throw to Cortland Sutton over the middle for 30 yards. And he goes, it's in there. Talking about his talent. It is. But here's the thing.
He made a throw to Marvin Mims in the Buffalo playoff game that I thought was $1 billion throw, man. I'm like, damn it, that's such a good throw.
But this is what I want to get at here.
I was so excited.
It's so easy for people. We do this in basketball teams do this all the time. Hockey teams do this all the time. The team's not playing well. What's the problem? It's obviously the coach. Is it? Or is it something deeper than that?
Well, here's
but hang on. This is what's happening with the play calling thing that I don't know if people are willing to wrestle with right now. So if this is all true, I'm to assume if Davis Webb was calling the plays all year, this offense would have looked miles better than it did, because I don't buy that. And here's the reason why. The reason why wide receivers can't get open consistently is because they aren't Puka Nacua. The reason why you're having a tough time fitting throws into passing lanes and guys are covered a lot is because you don't have JSN. Sutton's good. He's not great. I've been saying that for a long time, by the way, that he's very, very good at what he does. He's a possession guy, high point the football, one-on-one coverage. He's amazing at it. He does not get open consistently, though, because he doesn't have the athleticism to do it. You ever notice that? You ever seen Cortland Sutton running wide open, Moj? Or is Cortland Sutton always making a catch with somebody draped on him? Which is a great quality to have. But how often do you see Justin Jefferson, who every week the defensive coordinator goes, we need to stop that mother bleeper no matter what we do.
Oh, yeah.
And he's wide open.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
Is that scheme? Is that play calling? Or is that guy's just really, really good?
It's, you go back, let's say that the old Niners. Every single week, who did the defense game plan for catching the football? The old school Niners.
Jerry Rice?
Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
And what did he do every week?
He caught 10 balls for 150 yards, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Exactly right.
You don't think
exactly
Randy Moss
right.
every week they were like, that guy,
every friggin' week.
we will not get beat by Randy Moss. And then what happened?
You get
He
beat by
you
Randy
every
Moss.
week.
Yeah,
Every week
exactly.
because he's really good. How many of those guys do you have? And look, I'm not even saying, Moj, that if he wants to give the play calling to Davis Webb, I'd be like, okay, fine.
I don't think
have
he's
no
gonna,
problem with it.
I don't think he's going to do it though. At least
I
not.
think he's
at
too
least not
stubborn.
yet. Yeah.
I think he's number one. He's too stubborn
but
to
then
do
that
it.
begs the question: why does Webb want to hang if he doesn't want to take quote the next step?
You can continue to build and
it
glom on to success, and then you can find a head coaching gig that's not Las Vegas.
Okay, fine. Well, I mean, he interviewed for a couple other gigs too.
You know what I mean, though? Like, if you start to get your pick of the litter of things, you can. Hey, man, the Steelers and Ravens had open jobs this year. You know, like maybe you're waiting for something better than the bottom of the barrel. But the point to this is, if you want to change the play caller, if you want to make it Davis Webb, I'm on board. I'm not even going to argue with you. Fine. But if you think that's the magic fix for an offense that was broken at some points, well, damn near every week at some points of a game felt broken. I got news for you. It doesn't work that way. The reason why your offense struggled a lot was because tell me the all-pro elite playmaker that's on offense for you. You don't have one. The priority this year, forget the play calling for now. The priority should be go get us one of those Pukas.
Well, those Pukas don't grow on trees.
Go get me one of those Bijans.
You got to credit the dang Rams for. I don't want to say pulling that rabbit out of the hat, but Puka Nacua.
It's like a fifth rounder.
Yeah.
I mean.
Let me go back to what Peyton said, though, during the course of the regular season. This is why I don't think he's ready, quote, yet. Maybe there's some writing on some wall. And I'm also curious about this because we won't talk to Sean Payton for quite a while. I don't know when he's going to talk again.
Oh, not until OTAs, probably.
So.
Or actually pre-draft.
Whose idea was it that we got to keep Davis Webb? That, you know what, we're going to fire Lombardi. And we know this guy's, everybody's sniffing around our quarterback's, quote, passing game, quote, coach, quote, 31-year-old, quote. And we got to keep this guy at all costs. Because that's why Joe Lombardi's gone, I'm guessing anyway.
Probably part of it.
Whose idea was it? Was it fully Sean Payton? You know what? I can't let this kid go because I see there's a gleam in his eye and he's awesome with our quarterbacks. I don't know, but everything I think I know about Sean Payton tells me, hey, man, he's still the big dog on the block. And you don't just tell the big dog, give up your bone, right?
Well, I'm going to turn into Vic today. Sorry, Moj. I'm looking at text right now, and I feel it building.
Don't do it.
I feel it.
But here's what Peyton did during the season.
But hang on. Can I just read this real quick?
Please.
He said, usually it's Vic. But today, Brett has the worst take of the day. Players like JSN and Puka get open because they have play callers scheming and forcing the ball to them. Look at their targets versus Cortland Sutton.
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
I want you to hear me clearly. Is Sean McVay an offensive genius who finds ways to get guys open? Yeah. Is Matthew Stafford an incredibly good quarterback who always finds a way to get his guy the
100%.
football? Yeah. Both of those things can be true. And also this. They are unbelievable talents that are not stoppable. Again, how about this? If you wanted... So is this the argument that Cortland Sutton could get 12 catches and 150 yards a game if Sean Payton wanted to do it or if a play caller wanted to do it? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
Like, again.
Shouldn't be.
Take all of the offenses in the NFL, and I want everybody to do this, a little mental exercise. All the offenses in the NFL. How many would trade their offense for yours straight up?
None.
I don't know if it's none.
Well,
the bad teams probably would.
You said you take. I thought you said take the top offenses in the NFL.
No, take all of the offenses in the NFL.
Sorry, I'm thinking top offenses.
All of them.
Okay.
All of them. How many of them would trade up their offense for yours straight up? And the answer is, we could go through
Tennessee, Arizona.
It ain't half.
Maybe not even the Saints now that Shuck's gotten crazy. All of a sudden, Tyler Shuck with and it's Shuck with a GH, not Shuff.
Yeah, I don't like
That
that.
pisses me off too. Excuse my language. But he said during the regular season, Peyton, when asked about it, no, quote, no, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff with how we're operating, end quote. Talking about giving up play calling. So I don't see that happening at least right away.
Like, Moj,
But again, yeah.
you were second in the league in drops. Is that a
Agreed.
play calling issue?
Before we get to break, let me go back to that person, that texter, and everybody else who may think that you're being Vic today. I think Sean Payton's a brilliant play caller. I think Sean McVay is. All these guys are really, really, really good. But on the other side of the football, you have really, really, really good DCs.
Yeah.
Who say, I want to take away that guy.
Yeah.
And you know what? Sometimes you can.
Well-
but you know what else? You can't forever. And they always get off.
Here's
they
the other
always
thing.
get off because that's how good they are. Because, as you said, Brett, they are superb talents.
Here's the other thing. Let's say you go into a game against the Rams, you say, I want to take away Puka. Well, that only leaves you Devontae Adams on the other side and Kyron Williams coming out of the backfield. When you have, even if you have an elite talent, if you don't have other things you need to worry about, like I've been stressing this forever, I think this is a talent issue. I think most of the things that we complain about with Sean Payton can be related back to talent. Oh, he doesn't run the football enough. He doesn't like his running backs. I didn't either last year. I like J.K. Dobbins. Did you guys like what you saw to your running backs after J.K. Dobbins got hurt?
But he got hurt. No, not after he got hurt, no.
So anyway, 303-504-0925. We can get back to this later. Keyword for this hour is Tiger. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gives you a chance to win tickets to the game against San Jose tomorrow. Back after this. That is the sound of luck, and that is the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. You can participate in your favorite games, Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, all of them. Hey, it's Tuesday. That means it's Mega Millions today. Estimated jackpot, $323 million. And you can play for free if you download the Tulatero app and use that code MAGIC. Again, it's the code MAGIC. You get a free credit to play your first lottery game. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Register with that code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Tune in for coverage of the Nuggets rematch against the best team in the East, the Detroit Pistons, on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame starts at 4:30. It's powered by Ramos Law. A lot of Detroit's going on here.
The great Mick Jagger and Keith Richards one time wrote a tune.
Going a little overboard on the songs today.
Well, it's called Satisfaction, and I can't get no. In regards to the Broncos' offensive situation, we'll eventually talk to Sean Payton. We'll eventually hear from Davis Webb. We'll get the lowdown on how this is going to work.
Yeah.
And then I still won't be satisfied. I'd like to be satisfied. I'm begging to be satisfied in this regard, but I'm not going to be until we actually get into games.
Well,
hey, you want to find out how good Bo Nix is? You want to find out really how good number 10 is as he goes into year 3? Have Davis Webb call the plays, and let's see if it looks any different whatsoever.
Let's table this for a second because
fine. I'm just saying that it weighs on my mind.
There's something else that's coming up, and it's in a couple days. The NBA trade deadline is Thursday at like 1 o'clock. I think is when it ends, our time. There's 3 options that I see happening for the Nuggets. One is nothing, which is always an option. And I think it's a pretty likely option that nothing happens for them at the deadline. 2 is they trade off a smaller contract because they need to make room for Spencer Jones. So 2 is like they trade Hunter Tyson or they trade Zeke at the deadline.
Yeah, 1.
Nothing.
I'm going to Spain, so nada.
Nada.
Okay. 2. Smalley.
Un poquito.
Un poquito.
Poquito. 3, grande trade, which would be like a Cam Johnson or a Christian Brown. And here's why. It depends on where their heads are at.
That with the Peyton Watson money, you're trying to find him some bread?
It's you thinking long-term for Peyton Watson. Now, if you do that, that hinders your chances this year. Like, you would be offloading a guy who can play for a championship-level roster. Would you be willing to do that because you're so scared of what the offseason looks like with Peyton Watson? Like, that's something you're wrestling with. And I don't think that's very likely.
I think, well, I want you to, I don't want to jump in yet, please.
But that's basically the 3. And they are not going to buy anything. And for the first time in forever, feels great to say this, they don't need anything. They have, especially once they get healthy, they have all the pieces they need. They don't need to trade for anyone right now.
I think deal number 3, what's behind door number 3, is the least likely. And I think that's also something you can accomplish in the offseason if you're still looking to get P. Watt under contract.
Yeah.
And I have no reason to believe that he wants to leave Denver, Colorado. So I think it would be an amicable deal should you have the bread to do it. That can get done later. A smaller one, I dig what you're saying. A little tweak here or there.
Yeah.
To me, though, I'm going to go back to what you said. I think number 1 is not only the most likely, it's the one that I like the best, and that's not do a dang thing.
Yeah, me too.
Because I feel like, golly, and this is a big want and wish on my part, if you've got a fully healthy roster, I'm ready to take on anybody. Watching Stranger Things. My kid came home for Christmas from college. You got to watch this. Now they're fighting all these, these weird animals and the guy with the, looks like a skeleton type, whatever that dude is, all the, grossness. But I would put the Nuggets against all them dudes and all them little animal things with the flower faces that bite and eat people. I would completely put the Nuggets up against that.
Against the Demogorgon?
Yeah, that guy, yeah.
I have not watched the show. This is all foreign language to me.
Yeah, it's okay. I like their roster. I like
when it's healthy.
When it's healthy, I love their roster.
Yeah.
I love the makeup. I love the bench. I'm curious as to how the rotation's going to look, like everybody else is, especially with the emergence of Peyton Watson being such a kick-butt player and so on and so forth. But I really like what they got, Brett. Bring it on. Bring on everybody. Now, it may or may not work. I don't know, because other teams are really good, including, obviously, the defending champion, Oklahoma City Thunder. But you know what? You get them in a 7-game series. I like your chances with this roster big time.
Well, Shams reported this morning, just seen on the screen too.
So I can't believe this.
The Clippers are looking to offload James Harden now. And I don't know where James Harden would fit. It's rumored that Cleveland is interested in him. I really don't get it.
Why would a number 4 team, who as we talk right this second, look at my face right now, you and me talking, just you and I and Nelly and people. The number 4 team in the West with home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs, why would they trade James Harden? I'll tell you why. Because that guy is brain damage.
Wait a minute. I mean, they're 3 games below 500 still.
So?
Where did you think they were?
Where are they?
Dude, they're way down.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're the 9 seed.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, they're the 9.
I mean,
they've had a really good run as of late. They've really turned their season around. They got it back to respectable.
That's what I meant.
They got a long way to climb still.
That's what I meant. My bad. You're right.
But I think they understand that team's, even with how they've played lately, they aren't going to win any championship with that roster. But it's just, look, the Cavs, they want him. Okay, fine. Maybe in the East, if you just win the arms race and you just have the most talent, that can get you to come out of the East because the East isn't very talented overall.
I think at 36 years of age, personally, I wouldn't want him on my team because I can't handle the way he plays the game. I can't watch that. I don't want to watch that.
That's the thing. You're handing the keys over to that guy for your team because he handles the ball the majority of the time. He takes like 20-some shots a game.
Do you remember? No, it doesn't even matter. It's like in hockey. Some ways of winning can be effective, but boy, is it awful to watch. I've walked out of rinks talking to Riker going, dude, if I had season tickets to that team and I had to watch that every other night, I would lose it.
Yeah.
I can't handle that style. I can't handle the way James Harden plays the game.
This is actually really interesting. Texture says, I saw a rumor that Kawhi is getting suspended, and that is why they're looking to trade Harden.
Wow.
It's funny. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but we all kind of thought the All-Star game is going to be at the Clippers' new arena. They have this aspiration story that Pablo Torre dug up before the season even started that just kept hanging around.
It's kind of quiet now, though, isn't it?
And everybody said, just watch. After they do the All-Star game, they'll hand out the punishments because they don't want it going out before then. What if that is the case? All-Star game's right around the corner. They'll play that, get done with all the fun, and then they'll look at the Clippers and Kawhi and be like, yeah, that whole thing, by the way, it's true. You guys are screwed.
1, 2, let me count this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 34. Dude, the Clippers had won like 18 of 21 basketball games.
No, they were insane.
I mean, they went nuts on everybody.
Yeah.
6-game winning streak here, 6-game winning streak there, 3-game winning streak there. I mean, they put together a boatload of wins since that Lakers game back on whatever it was, December 20th.
Yeah.
So in the last month and a half, they've kind of run roughshod over teams, except.
But they need to continue that pace, or else
except here.
They're going to stay where they are, which is the 9 seed. So 303-504-0925. Vic's still trying to get connected as he's down there in San Francisco, but he is going to be live from Radio Row, and that's all thanks to Colorado Off-Road, Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road, online at sealoffroad.com. Back after this.
He's stringing together some nice games here. He'd obviously do the Detroit game, Toronto, now this one. So he's getting back in the swing of things. He's been working hard at it, trying to get him in the net a little bit more here. Obviously, we got a big break coming up, but he's giving us a chance to win every night right now.
Jared Bednar talking about Mackenzie Blackwood. Mackenzie Blackwood did play great last night. He deserved a better result. The rest of the team, not so sure.
He was really good, and he has been really good, and so is Scott. I mean, look, their goalies are good. The team is good. Team is good.
That's clear.
I want to get through this a little bit. They're in a bit of a rut, especially from what we saw, Brett, through the first 3 months plus of this season. Okay?
Yep.
Things started to go in a more difficult way when?
When Landeskog and Taves got hurt?
That's exactly right. That was 1 month ago. Take two big factors out of the lineup. You get teams geeked up for you, and things can be difficult because you're playing desperate teams, number one. And number two, you're playing good teams. The Detroit Red Wings have 72 points. Right now, it's good enough for third in the Eastern Conference. That's a good hockey club.
Yeah.
And you embarrass them in their building on Saturday. They defended. I said this all game last night. If anybody watched the hockey game, or listen, I'm sure Connor said it a billion times too. They defended incredibly well last night, the Detroit Red Wings.
Yeah.
And they were more than happy once they got the 1-0 lead 33 seconds into the dang game, flip the puck out. Or dump it in, change, forecheck like gangbusters, just muckety, uckety, yuck. They did a great job because that's a frustrating style to play against constantly, which is why when you get the lead and you're the Colorado Avalanche and you continue to press, teams have to open up, and they're not as good as you. Yeah. And then you're able to smoke them, throw 5 on them, which is what happened in Detroit on Saturday. Getting that lead early in the game was incredibly beneficial to the Detroit Red Wings. Somebody texted in a bit earlier. I don't know that I could find it now. And they said, you're incapable of criticizing Avalanche players or coaches as a show or as a station. I don't know what, as something. But there was an implication there. That's untrue. I guess my question is, what would you like me to say? We know the power play is awful. We understand that it can't get untracked at all. For a variety of reasons on any given night, it's not good. The power play, and again, the Avs are still the number one team in the National Hockey League overall, right?
Yeah.
They still have 81 points. The Avs were tied as the first team to 10 points. Then they were the first team to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. The number one team to get to all those places.
Yep.
But again, you've got teams right on your tail. I mean, Minnesota and Dallas aren't going anywhere. They're the number 2 and 3 teams in the National Hockey League at this point. Dallas has won 5 in a row.
Yeah.
Wild have won 4 in a row. You're hitting a little bit of your rut right now. And things aren't going well. Some guys on any given night don't look like themselves. Played a lot of hockey. No excuse. But what do you want me to say? You want me to get on Nathan McKinnon's ass when he's leading the National Hockey League in goals scored, first player to 40 goals this season? Well, I mean, what do you want me to get at? This is a rut, and they are not playing well. They're 3-5-2 in their last 10. They need to be better. They know that.
I am willing to forget this little rut that they're in. I mean, I think they have to win tomorrow. You can't go into this break with another stinker that you put up before it.
I completely agree.
So got to win tomorrow. But I'm willing to forgive this if they just come back and play well after that long stretch, after the Olympic break. If they come back and play well, then you're just like, you know what, 82-game season, you're going to have a bad stretch at some point. This was their bad stretch. No big deal.
OKC was in town the other day to play the Nuggets. What kind of games did Jamal Murray and Tim Hardaway Jr. have?
They were bad.
Should I come in the morning and say, they sucked? No, because they've been so good.
Yeah, but if you have 3 straight weeks of like substandard play, it's fair to point it out. And I think
I completely agree in that, but I don't know what you want me to say.
Well, here's what I'll tell you. Like, here's one guy, you want me to call somebody out, I'll call somebody out. When you're struggling like this, you need your best players to play at their best. When you have injuries, you need your best players to step up. I don't think McCarr's done it. I think McCarr's got to be better. McCarr's not even putting the puck on net, which is a big problem. He has the puck a lot. He takes a ton of shots. It's what you want him to do. But he's got to stop being so cutesy with where he wants to. It feels like he's aiming for the perfect spot that's like bar down, top shelf, hit a corner, hit a post and in. And it's like, just put the puck on net and try and get a rebound out of it. I think he's being way too cute with it. That's what I think. Like, McCarr's been far too unnoticeable lately during this stretch.
I've noticed hope plays from guys. Plenty of hope plays. Plenty of that has a 1 in 50 chance of working, but you try it anyway because you're frustrated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can see the frustration level coming out at times, for sure.
Well, who was it? Was it Choo-Choo last night that busted his stick over the post on the empty netter?
Yep. And
why,
then Larkin.
Why did he get a little shin tap after that?
Because they didn't want him around the bench or the ice. I mean, they had 13 seconds or whatever it was left in the game. 30 seconds left. They're like, go to the room. Be done.
Right.
Well, it's because you saw what Dylan Larkin did, right? Punk. No kidding. So,
how old is Larkin? I was
20, I want to say 27, 28, somewhere right around there.
Grand Rapids talking about the Wings. I think he was like 18 or 19 when he first joined the league. I think I was talking about him then.
Let me take a look.
He's been in the league for a minute.
Yeah, he was a 15th overall pick. He's 29 now, so he's been around for a long time. Still an awesome skater. Will be on Team USA, so I'm guessing you're going to be rooting for him in about a week.
Well, yeah, go US. Yeah, man. 10 years ago, I was in Grand Rapids, so he was 19 when he made his debut.
Good for you.
I'm just saying, it's been a long time.
That's great.
I don't know why you're doing that.
I'm not doing anything. Let me tell you what happened. So Raymond puts it in the empty net.
You know what? That reminds me of a song. I'm just kidding.
Did it involve your mom?
No, it's your mom.
My mom's dead.
That's
so anyway, Raymond.
That's the song.
Raymond. It's a pretty depressing song, bro. Raymond puts it in the empty net. Val breaks his stick across the post, and Raymond kind of goes, the blade comes flying over. Mama.
Yeah.
Larkin, on his way to congratulate Raymond, gives a stick tap to the shins of Nichushkin.
Yeah.
That's a
dangerous game you're playing.
That's a dill hole move right there.
It's a dangerous game.
That's gamesmanship is what that is. Anyway, so Val's like, I ain't leaving the ice. He comes over. Val Nichushkin has never fought. But boy, is he intimidating looking dude on the ice.
Yes, he is.
And he's big and he's strong.
He's intimidating just in general.
As a dude, right. I had a great conversation with him yesterday morning, by the way.
Especially
anyway,
the accent. That accent's
tough.
Yeah,
he's a dude. Anyway, so that's what went on there, right? I mean, the frustration is there. The game that they played against last night, I'm going to give, like Coach Bednar said, I'm going to give the Detroit Red Wings and Todd McClellan all kinds of credit because they defended incredibly well and they busted their humps incredibly well. They were a committed, connected group last night. In fact, if you go back and read the comments of Gibson, see if I can find it. He had something to say about that game. He said it's as good of a dang it.
Did he say it just like that?
No, he said
it's as good as.
He said, top to bottom, total team effort, everybody committed to playing D, getting pucks deep, forecheck. It's probably the most complete game I've been a part of this year.
Sure, they played great.
Yeah, they did.
The Avs, when they play great, play better than other teams that play
Completely agree. And you take that team in a 7-game series, what's going to happen?
They might get one of those, but they'll get run in 5 games.
There you go. I think that's what fans have to keep in mind right now. And again, I'm not excusing anything. The power play overall, when you factor in the 9 shorthanded goals given up.
Yeah.
So then you go to net power play. It's right now, Brett, hovering just above 10%.
Yeah.
And that's as difficult as we've seen in the league in a long, long time.
By the way, a lot of Detroit people there last night. A lot.
Always are. There always are. There were a lot of Avs people in Detroit, but there were more Red Wings people here than there were last night, than the other way around.
DMac asked Bednar a question about that.
What, if any, difference does it make when there's such an overwhelming amount of fans from the other team here? Does that have any impact on energy or anything else in the game?
No, I don't think so.
Usually, no factors tonight.
I thought the crowd, you're hearing noise, right? So it was an energetic building right from the start, I thought, tonight. And I was hoping that would help our group. And, I think our guys played hard tonight, no question. I give Detroit all the credit there. We weren't at our best, but I think they competed hard. They defended hard. We made some mistakes here and there, and we had to grind for our chances tonight, big time.
Yeah.
There were a couple hit posts. There were a couple of opportunities on rebounds that you just couldn't get a hold of.
Right.
I made a bee analogy last night. Gibson fighting that puck with his catching glove.
Yeah.
Time that I moved my bees and I had two bees chase me for honestly, 200 yards they chased me.
Yeah, you were bored.
A little bit.
You're bored. 59 minutes and no goals will do that to a man.
Yeah. Who wants to do that hockey?
Nobody.
Who wants to watch a team flip the puck out of their own zone to center ice 87 times in a row? Not me.
But
you know what it's like? It's like you get the football and you just punt it down to the 5. You just keep constantly punting it down to the 5-yard line.
Oh, that sounds a lot like what the Broncos did at points this year with their offense.
Well, was it boring as hell?
Yeah, we can get back to that in just a second. We got another keyword for you, a chance to get in the building at Ball Arena for the game tomorrow, the final game before the long Olympic break against the Sharks. So one more keyword for you coming up, or I guess this hour's keyword. We got one more in the 9 o'clock hour. It's not that.
It's not hammer shark?
It's not hammer.
Yeah, hammer's a hammer shark. Hammer.
Yeah. Hammer shark. Looks like Vic's set up. He is down at Radio Row, and he's going to be there all week in San Francisco. Thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on South Broadway and in Inglewood, or online at groovetoyota.com. So look to connect with Vic here when we come back, along with, I want to get back to this Davis Webb thing. Play calling. Are you convinced that the Broncos' ills on offense were more directed towards the play calling aspect of things, or is it the talent aspect of things? We'll get to that next.
You know, I've talked about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time, and they really are on the cutting edge of things in terms of men's health. They do a great job. They've been here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and what they've got going on right now, and it's a new thing, is fantastic. Now, you know I've had low testosterone, getting treated for it, works like a charm. But they also have the body composition programs featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDAs, and more. And when you combine the low T treatment with the body composition program, you're going to notice a lot of improvement in your overall health and in everything. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, etc., etc. And you can go and get it taken care of today if you want to. The telephone number to call is 720-440-7900. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. There's no need to do that because they are the pros. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, and take the low T quiz. 10 simple yes-no answers. Very, very easy. And you can see everything that they do. But these combined therapies really do the job. They got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So again, that number is 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so it's another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Keywords on the 20s of every hour each show, and it's to get you a pair of tickets to the final game before the Olympic break, the Sharks game tomorrow at Ball Arena. And if you want...
Ball.
Wait, hang on. If you want great pizza, it's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's, but if you want to see the Avs against the Sharks, you text WHALE to 303-504-0925. So WHALE in your first and last name. Get you a chance to get in the building. Again, Avs Ticket Tuesday is powered by Papa Murphy's, and all you need to do is text that word WHALE. So there you go.
I got you. Okay, I thought maybe it'd be Hammer in honor of Vic. It'd be
Hammer.
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 Hey, by the way, that black shirt on you looks really good, buddy.
I actually thought the same thing.
You look good.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm actually going to. Your hair is looking flat, and it looks like too much conditioner. But that shirt looks actually, it looks really good on you, man.
It's just odd to hear a compliment from you in the morning. I don't know how to react to that, to be honest with you. We're here at Media Row, Radio Row, which has turned into this colossal. I don't know how to explain it. This is probably my 20th Super Bowl, and every year this thing grows another arm. What used to have, this is our banner behind us.
Yeah.
I'm having banner envy here because we might have the smallest banner in this joint. Some of these banners are the size of buildings that these radio stations prop out for this thing, and TV stations and content.
But what's that going to do for people? I mean,
no,
hey,
I know.
Some guy from Orlando sees that you have a big banner. I mean, it doesn't mean crap.
What the point I'm trying to get to is, when I first started coming to these Super Bowls, you'd have maybe 40 to 50 different organizations, radio stations, and content creators. Now there has to be, what do you think, Jesse, at least 200, 250 from all over the globe, not just in the United States, all over the globe. Right now we're at a place, the Wichita station is right near us. Across from here, 2 Seattle stations. They're everywhere. I mean, the Super Bowl is the center of the sports universe this week, and this is where everybody goes to gather. It's like a retreat more than anything.
A lot of podcasters probably taking up some booths, too.
Yeah. A lot of people you've never heard of, right? Just sort of showing up and doing their thing, because you know how it is. Later in the week, there's going to be celebrity after celebrity, athlete after athlete. Later this afternoon, the Pro Bowl is taking place in the same area. It's in the convention center on the other side, this big old convention center here in downtown San Francisco. So we've come to the point now where a Pro Bowl was played in a convention center because, of course, it's a flag football game.
If somebody gets hurt in that convention center, that they're going to go nuclear. Can you imagine a popped ACL from somebody because they're playing indoor? I could only imagine.
Yeah. I can't even.
Vic at Radio Row, by the way, in San Francisco all week this week, thanks to Colorado Off-Road, Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road online at cooffroad.com. So what I wanted to get to again, and Vic, I want to get your thoughts on this.
Catch me up, please.
So Davis Webb promoted to OC. That is the unsurprising news. We all kind of saw that once his name was removed from consideration with the Raiders. You had the vacant OC job. It just felt like easy 1-to-1, promote him, and be done with it. The interesting thing is what happens moving forward. Does he get the play calling duties? Does a multitude of other things happen? And here's the question I threw out there, and I wonder what you think of this. Because I had 2 straw polls today where I said, do you want Sean Payton calling the plays next year? And, like, the text line in both cases emphatically said no, that they don't.
Okay.
And here's my curiosity. Do you think things would have looked different offensively and better if Davis Webb, who's never called plays, called the plays?
I don't know the answer to that. The one time we actually got some feedback on this was the preseason. He called the plays during one of the preseason games. They said as much. They had him call it for one game, and they had Joe Lombardi call for the other.
Yeah.
So in the game in which he called the plays, and I can't remember which of the preseason games.
I think it was the last one.
Was it?
I think it was Arizona. Was it Arizona?
Yeah, but, I don't know until he does it. Is there going to be a learning curve? Of course there is.
Jarrett Stidham looked great in the preseason.
Yeah. There will be a learning curve. It is the preseason. So to say that automatically the Broncos offense is going to look better, okay, we can assume that. We can. Did Sean Payton's play calling get stale? Is it archaic? I don't know. I know there are times where we're grumbling that they need to run the ball more. I know there are times where we ask for different type of plays instead of screens. I know that. But he's also called plays for, 2 decades?
Yeah.
So he's got that experience. I don't know the answer, man. I don't know if it's going to be better. It's a different look. That's about all we know. It's a different person making the calls.
Yeah, you're right, Vic. And again, I don't know either. I just don't feel like, unless it's mandated from somebody above Sean Payton, and there ain't much above Sean Payton in this organization.
Yeah.
Reminds me, Pompeii. Been to Pompeii, right? And you got the dead people there, right? But they found some clutching their gold, right? And then they get buried by the ash. But like Sean Payton, I think he's going to be buried with his play sheet in his hand.
Yeah.
It's like how, for a guy who's always done it and takes an immense amount of pride in it, how do you pry it out of his hands? I just don't see it happening, Vic. And if it's not, then why is Davis Webb taking the job? Is just familiarity, comfortability? I mean, all those are big factors, don't get me wrong, but he could be calling plays somewhere else if he wanted to.
He might have some leverage here. He may have had some opportunities elsewhere. And the leverage would have been, okay, I'll stay here. I'll stick around. I will be that go-between between you and Bo, which is necessary.
I think it is.
Some of the great quarterbacks had that go-between. Mike Shanahan was once that go-between. Gary Kubiak was once that go-between. Some of the greats have played that role. So he may have said that, listen, I'll stay, but you got to give me a little more responsibility. Now, that can come in many different ways, fellas. At the end of the day, let me ask you this. Let's say that Davis Webb is the play caller. At the end of the day, the head coach has the final say on the play. So who's the real play caller here?
Yeah. Here's the thought that I had. I'm not even averse to the idea of him calling plays. Now, I do have something I go back to a lot because I think it matters when your teams are successful. This applies to the Avs, the Nuggets, and now the Broncos. It's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better. And being 14-3 and making the AFC Championship game, there's a lot more room to drop than there is to rise. Now, with that being said, the easiest thing for me, how do you improve the offense? Get players. Like, here's the thing. Cortland Sutton, who I respect, and I think he's a good wide receiver. is not a great number one wide receiver. He's just not. He's not Justin Jefferson. He's not Puka Nacua. He's not JSN. He's not Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's not any of the guys that you consider top 10 in the league.
Jackson Smith, Nagujuba.
And part of that is like, here's how I'd put it. Here's how you know if your player's good. If the defense games plans the entire week to stop that particular guy, whether it's running back or wide receiver, does the guy still produce or not? Because it feels to me like it's easy to get Courtland Sutton taken out of a game. Like, you don't think that the game plan every week is to stop Justin Jefferson and Puka Nacua? And how many times are they wide open? That's not just scheme, okay? It's not. It's that guy's really, really good. He's just really good, and you can't stop him.
I'll give you a quick example of that. Hey, we want to stop Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and the passing game with Joe Burrow when he's healthy.
Good luck.
Oh, and by the way, we did a good job. Now they threw for 400 on us and 3 touches, but we did a pretty good job.
By the way, ask a Bengals fan
criminy.
If they think Zach Taylor's a genius and see what response you get. Because they won't say that. They'll say Jamar Chase is too good to be covered. Here's a question. Just quickly, Vic, I'll ask you. How many plays this year do you remember Courtland Sutton being wide open on? Because he's really good at contested catches, but wide open.
He was wide open in the AFC Championship game on that only touchdown of the game.
That is
he
correct.
Was wide open.
He was.
Mm-hmm. There were some other opportunities in different games. I'd have to go back and watch games, but
most of the time he's making a contested catch, though, which he's good at.
Yeah.
But that means you aren't open.
Sure. So is that scheme?
I think it's a talent thing. I just think you don't have the guys that are just, it doesn't matter what you think you're going to do to stop me, or you just can't. Yeah, separation.
Well, I think separation is easier to come by, Brett, when you have a run game that the opposing secondary has to respect.
Sure.
When you have safeties that have to come up for the run game, it's a lot tougher to cover.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, I think it all starts there. I don't care what anybody says about the Broncos offense. I think the downfall of the Broncos offense was obviously losing Bo Nix. And other than that, when you cannot establish a run game, when you have to go backwards on 4th and 1 inside the 20-yard line to attempt to play because you don't trust your run game, enough said. That's it. It's all I need to know. It's all I need to hear. They don't trust it. They haven't trusted it. And I know what you're going to say. Well, they did when J.K. Dobbins was in there. Well, I mean, if you're going to trust your run game, you're going to trust it with different running backs. You're going to trust it with 2 or 3 running backs, not just one.
Right.
There's something fundamentally wrong with the run game, and I think it starts up front.
Well, there's, again, you look at these teams, the ones that are really, really good offensively. For the Seahawks, if JSN isn't getting the football, then Kenneth Walker's running it. If he's not running it, then Charbonnet was running it. If you're the Rams, if you don't get the ball to Puka, you get the ball to Devontae Adams. You don't get it to him, you get it to Kyron Williams.
Yeah,
you get it to Blake Corum. You get it to like a whole bunch of different guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have that on this team. And so the easiest thing is, how do you make the offense better by getting better players? I don't know how much this changes if Davis Webb is calling plays.
Listen, if I get a chance today, and I vow to ask this question because I wanted to ask it yesterday. We did not get here in time, and I'm hoping to intercept a couple of the Broncos Pro Bowlers. There's 6 of them here, okay? And the Pro Bowl is at 5 o'clock, and I don't know if we can get to them. But if we do, I promise you, I will go up to Garrett Bowles, and I'll ask him this question because he's the one that said we have the best offensive line in football.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree from just the marks and the stats and all that stuff that comes out. But I'm going to ask him, if you have the best offensive line in football, why can't you run the football consistently?
Yeah.
And that's just I'm not trying to offend him. It's not meant to be a snarky question, but maybe he has the answer. What do you think his answer would be?
Well, he talked in that same clip where he said we have the best offensive line in football.
Yeah, because he said that.
What did he say at the end of it? All we need is a couple more playmakers in here. He said that too.
So without pointing to the running back position, he's basically saying we don't have the necessary backs to get it done. That's what he's saying.
He used the word, we just need a couple more playmakers.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. And look, that's a tricky, high wire act.
Yeah, because you don't want to throw your teammates.
And,
exactly.
Yeah. So I don't
trying to find a goddamn joker.
I don't know what he would say to you in a public setting
mm-hmm.
that would be palatable for both what he actually thinks and what is not going to offend teammates. But
yeah, I guess I would word it this way, Vic. what do you need to do to make it more effective? I wouldn't say, why can't you guys run block when you pass block so well? You know, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, maybe they do need that guy. Speaking of that guy, so Jesse and I get to the airport last night, and we're waiting for our Uber.
Hey, I saw that picture.
Yeah, so I got to give you the backstory on this because sort of awkward situation. And a guy is there with his wife. I'm there with Jesse. He's my travel wife at Altitude Sports Radio.
He's a good travel wife.
Jesse's an excellent travel wife.
Yeah, Jesse, how many events have we covered? How many Hall of Fames and Super Bowls? It's a lot, isn't it?
Home run.
10.
Yeah. You are my wife on the road. Even my wife said, "Hey, is Jesse your wife with you?" I said, "Yeah, my wife's here." So we're sitting there waiting for our Uber, and I look over my shoulder and I say, "God, that guy looks familiar." So I look at him, and I just blurted out. I didn't even hesitate. I go, "Hey, you Jim Plunkett?" His wife starts laughing. So I'm like, maybe it is Jim Plunkett. I thought it looked just like him. You Jim Plunkett? No, I'm not Jim Plunkett. I go, who are you? And then he laughed again. Yeah, I'm John Riggins. And so then, yeah.
Wait, whoa. I saw the picture with John Riggins. I thought, and you said it looks like he could still bowl over linebackers at the age of 71 or whatever he is.
76.
76. And I thought to myself, well, Vic knew exactly who it was right away. He's got a pretty distinctive look, Vic.
I know, but for some reason I had Plunkett in my brain.
And you pulled a Plunkett out of your tail?
I pulled a Jim Plunkett out of my brain, and it's John Riggins, knowing full well it was one of the two. So if I was going to err, I was going to err on the side of Plunkett because it's in the Bay Area. Anyway, got to talking. Could not have been a nicer guy. Such a good dude. John Riggins went into acting after football. He's an actor. That's what he does. He's a thespian on the side. Yeah. He still does community plays and theater and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what he does.
When he was he looks like the most rugged son of a gun on the planet, does he not?
Well,
this guy, if you talk about rugged, this dude is rugged.
And I was talking to him just a little bit about, running game and what it's like today. And I said, would you be able to play in today's game? He goes, yeah, but they wouldn't have the patience for me in today's game. I go, what do you mean by that? He goes, well, for every, 5-yard gain, there'd be 2 or 3 1-yard gains. And coaches would just keep feeding you the ball, and eventually you'd break through. Today's game, there's no patience for the run game. And he's right. Coaches are impatient. Coaches want to get that big one. And if they get a 1-yard gain, a 2-yard gain, they lose patience. And I think, to be honest with you, that was one of the arguments against Sean Payton's offense, right? Losing patience in the run game.
That's a great.
Just real quick, Moshe, hold on to that. Reminder, keyword for this hour is whale. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gets you a chance to get in the building for tomorrow's Sharks game.
Well, and also, by the way, if you already texted in whale earlier, you may need to do it again. Just the same electrical substation that affected Vic's connection this morning also affected some of those first text messages. So just send it again. Be sure you want to get in the running for these tickets.
Get you some whale.
Oh, you're from here, right, Nelly?
Yeah, as the crow flies.
Yeah, but you've lived in San Francisco?
Not proper, but I'm from the area.
Okay. My walk from the hotel to this convention center, I'll give you the adventure when I get back into town. Oh, my God, Nelly. The hell's going on over here?
What'd you talk about? Specifically, what do you mean?
What do you have here? This is like a circus.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Vic.
By the way, my mother, God rest her soul, used to live right downtown San Francisco proper.
Yeah.
Right by Coit Tower. Way down there.
Like full house?
No, full big old condo downtown.
No, like the full house?
No. It was high rise. It was not like a little.
Oh, I got you.
Brownstone looking thing on a hill. No, nothing like that. Anyway, let me just say that things have changed in the past.
I've heard.
Yeah, a little bit. Last thing here, though, Vic, I was looking at this now. I looked it up. So John Riggins has been off Broadway in A Midsummer Night's Dream. Mm-hmm. He's been on Guiding Light, the soap opera, Law and Order, Criminal Intent, and he was on One Tree Hill.
Was he really?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Could
awesome.
not have been a nicer guy.
That story would have been a lot funnier if instead of Jim Plunkett, you just said, "Hey, are you Rex Burkhead? Are you Peyton Hillis?
Hey, are you
Danny
Ed
Woodhead?
Are you Ed Sprinkle?
Hey, come on, man.
Hey, are you Doug Williams?
Hey, come on, man.
Anyway, Vic is down there. San Francisco will be all week from Radio Row. Game tonight, Nuggets and Pistons, 4:30 pregame coverage right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, if you're into this type of thing, the Pro Bowl games will air on AM 950 at 6 o'clock tonight. Huh? You guys like that?
Little Shador action?
That's right. Shador's going to be doing all that stuff, isn't he?
Wasn't it Justin Fields? I saw the report that Justin Fields was invited to the Pro Bowl, and he said no.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you get for being in the Pro Bowl as a player. You must get some sort of compensation package.
Like what?
But apparently, he didn't feel it was enough to make the trip out here.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, going to Hawaii with your family for a week and goofing around in the sunshine and playing with dolphins.
Cool package.
That was a pretty cool package.
That's a great package, yeah.
But hey, we're going to throw you into the San Fran Convention Center on artificial turf and feed you hot dogs. It doesn't feel quite as alluring.
Whoa, don't roll out the red carpet for me, please.
Hey, listen, we're going to set you up at Kaanapali, okay? You're going to play, actually they were on Oahu. You're going to play some golf in Honolulu, right?
Yeah.
Play some golf. Family can go to the beach, stay by the pool. You do some media stuff.
Now we'll get you a Motel 6 in San Fran. It's the Victoria Suite.
It is.
Can I make one more observation about what I see here? Here's what I see. And it's early here in San Francisco. Remember, we're an hour earlier than you guys. It's 7:38 in the a.m. I am always, surprised is not the word. I shouldn't be surprised anymore. I am almost off kilter, like flabbergasted at how poorly some of our brethren in the media dress. Like what they wear in public is, I might have to do a story on this. I'm like, where do you shop? You shop at the grocery store? What are you wearing? Show some class.
I've bought a 7-Eleven t-shirt before.
I mean, what are we doing here? This is the Super Bowl. It's media week. It's media row. I don't understand how these people show up with some of this stuff. What are you doing?
I bought underwear and clothes out of a French grocery store one time. But that was out of necessity. I didn't have any other clothes.
Underwear with a bag.
Man, it's embarrassing.
Do you know how tight French underwear is, by the way?
They give the media, they give our business, my business, such a bad reputation. My goodness.
You see how tight Vic's shirt is on him today? And it looks good, by the way. It does look good. French underwear, large size, are 3 times as tight as that. You can't believe how tight they are.
This dude's walking around in overalls over here.
One last reminder, your keyword for this hour is whale. So text that your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, Vic is in San Francisco on Radio Row, as he will be all week heading into the Super Bowl. Finish your meal in your dance, Moj.
Vic, by the way, what you're missing by being out there in the insanity of San Francisco is Moser was just playing air guitar and dancing to Lenny Kravitz while just hammering Pop-Tarts.
That's a new one. Boy, him playing air guitar? That's
air guitar.
Haven't seen that one before.
His air guitar was really low and below his waist, by the way.
But it was air guitar with one hand, Pop-Tarts with the other hand. Honestly, Moser, you're a jack of all trades. I got to give you credit.
Yeah. Hey, guys, my favorite question last night, I did not attend the, what do they call it? It's NFL Media Night.
Yeah.
It used to be Media Day, but it's just a cavalcade of chaos is what it is on Monday nights. But my favorite question, because I saw some video of this, was people asking Seattle coaches and players if they're at the goal line in a goal line situation late in the game, do they pass the ball or roll? Which harkens back to, of course, the big play when they
none of
decided
them
to
were
throw
responsible for.
I know, but it's just funny because when you go back at it, and here we are again, right? It always comes down to this. Even as Bronco fans, we're talking about should they run the ball or throw the ball in fourth down? Should they run it or throw it? In that Super Bowl, think about the pain of that Super Bowl. You had Marshawn Lynch in your backfield. Marshawn Lynch. You decide to get cute, throw the ball at the goal line, and it cost you a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
That is unfathomable. Years later, I still can't believe that play happened.
You know what else is... how do I speak in code here? You know who's really upset of some dealings that took place right before all this stuff started?
What?
Do you think that Roger Goodell had on his bingo card answering questions about Steve Tisch this week?
Oh, my God.
Do you think he had that on his bingo card?
Okay, no. you might have to dial up DMac for this one because years ago DMac came to the commissioner's press conference and asked a question. I can't remember what the question was. It was probably about the sale of the Broncos? I can't remember. But now they only offer select questioners. They only pick certain people to ask these questions. And I don't know if you guys watch this. It's getting a little too heavy for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting a little too, hey, everybody, we're journalists. Let's have the hard-hitting questions. I'm like, just here for a football game.
It's a sport.
Yeah. Just want to watch a football game, man. It is way too hot and heavy for my taste. I'm like,
I go to football.
I'll pass.
I guarantee you Goodell was like, you couldn't have waited a week. Just a week.
Yeah.
I go to football to escape the realities of daily life and the world, not to hear what they have to say about them.
Yeah.
And maybe those people are better than I am and that we are. Maybe they are. Maybe they're better humans.
I don't think so.
I just want to play football. I'd like to know how New England's going to stop Sam Darnold. That's
go.
about all I got.
I think they think it doesn't matter.
Whatever.
I would like to worry about, hey, what's with these home games? Tyler Polumbus on our very airwaves and on his Twitter feed, he's convinced that the NFL wants to make every team play an international game every year down the road.
If they extend it to 20 games, they will.
Well, the rumor, fellas, and it's just a rumor at this point. I have nobody.
So
to
I would like to know.
this.
I would like to say, hey, Raj, what's the ultimate goal? To have an NFL Europe, have an NFL South America, an NFL Australia. I mean, what's the ultimate goal here?
The goal is to spread the word, but the rumor, by the way, Moj, get your Spanish ready to go, is that the Denver Broncos, their next international game, may be in Mexico City, which I think would be cool.
Don't they have
Azteca Stadium?
Yeah, don't they have the
They have the territorial rights.
The territory, yeah. That's
See,
what they call
those
it.
territorial rights are weird because there are several teams that have the territorial rights to Mexico and Latin America. It's just not just the Broncos. However, the Broncos have it.
But the Rams and the Chiefs, the game that you and I attended.
Yes. They were supposed to play in Mexico City.
That's correct, and the turf was too torn up. They couldn't do it. They had to move it back to L.A.
Yes. But I would love to go to a game there. To be honest with you, it makes so much more sense than going to, like, Lisbon or Munich.
No, you're right.
It just does.
And what do them Portuguese know about football, man?
You guys know me.
Portuguese.
I'm a Mexico frequenter. I see some guys
absolutely.
wearing
I'm gonna tell you something
football
right
gear
now.
there.
Yes.
When I used to go vacation in like Acapulco and Mazatlan and all those places, they used to get Channel 4 as their main CBS feed, so they would watch Broncos games. And they would actually recognize, like when I used to do the postgame, they used to watch. I used to show up there and they'd know who I was.
Really?
At
That's
resorts in Mazatlan because they're Bronco fans. There are a ton of Bronco fans in Mexico. It makes
NFL
perfect
fans.
sense.
I can see it now. Vic's going to get himself a margarita. I love that little girl go, margarita. It's funny. But you got a guy down there hanging out, right? Hanging out at the resort and goes,
Oh, it's Vic.
No,
You used to be.
how do you say? Nelly,
no,
help me.
you stop. Everybody stop. Way to attack.
Solía estar en las noticias.
That's you. Hey, you used to be on the news in
No,
Spanish.
hang on. Can we go back to Vic's super Italian accent for a Mexican? Oh, it's Vic. What was that?
Hey, I have a better accent than Jesse. You remember the story? Jesse, Ryan Harris, and myself went to the Hall of Fame in Canton, and we went to the Spanish restaurant.
Jesse
he couldn't even
Trujillo-
order.
Jesse Trujillo is Hispanic, and he's like, I'll have the number 6.
He had no idea we had to have Ryan translate. Ryan Harris.
Hysterical.
And actually, Moj, the one place where the Spanish does sound Italian is Argentina. They sound very Italian down there. So Vic was just mixing up his countries.
Vic, when you do Teddy KGB, you sound Italian.
No, but I did get a lot of, oh, it's Vic.
Anywho, hey, there was something we laid out earlier, Vic, because the trade deadline in the NBA is 2 days away, and now James Harden is looking like he's going to be moved from the Clippers.
Which is crazy. Can somebody help me understand what's going on with the Clippers?
Well, you want
help me.
conspiracy?
Yeah, please, shoot.
You want a conspiracy based on no actual knowledge?
Yes, I love those. Those are the best. Like, we don't have enough of that in this country.
There was a thing that happened, if you remember. A journalist by the name of Pablo Torre was talking about this company called Aspiration.
Uh-huh.
And how they might have illegally funded an endorsement check to skirt the cap rules for Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
And it was long rumored that the punishment for this, if there was going to be one, would probably come after the All-Star break because it's being held at the Clippers Arena.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Well, do they know that there might be a suspension coming after the All-Star break and they don't have a chance of winning anything?
Oh, so they're just basically abandoning ship.
They're gonna
if you want a baseless, no
Interesting.
information rumor,
I got you.
maybe.
I got you. And maybe it helps explain this renaissance of sorts out of Kawhi Leonard, how he's playing just above and beyond over the last couple months, because maybe he knows something is coming and this is it.
It also
This
might
is his last hurrah.
I have nothing.
It also might explain why he is not in the All-Star game despite being a pretty good player.
Sort of coming together now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting.
You know, Brett,
insight.
I will say this, Vic, and you know this to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Kaner, I love you.
Mm-hmm.
You're not the smartest person in the world.
But you have great, like, rumor mill stuff.
Yeah,
that,
I've never claimed to be smart.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you're probably pretty smart. Not book smart, but smart. But your ability to put these threads and wind them together to form a little bow is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by you this morning.
Again, is that going to happen? Probably not.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it could explain something.
It just came out of left field. I mean, if there was any dealings in L.A., I did not have James Harden at the top of the list, especially the way the Clippers have played of late. They've been the hottest team in the NBA over the last month. They played great basketball. You figure they can make a run, and now they're going to disassemble it. I'm like, what? It just made no sense. Listen, this next 3 days in NBA circles is going to be very interesting. I know you guys touched on it. I listened to you a little bit in that first hour talking about what the Nuggets will do and 3 doors. I think that option, the one that makes the most sense, the one I would expect them to pull off, is maybe shed some salary so they can get Spencer Jones signed to a full-time contract.
That's option 2, Vic. That's the little deal.
Yeah, and that one makes the most sense. I would be not shell-shocked. That's too much. I would be stunned if the Nuggets made a move that involved multiple players or bringing in somebody that I think they're content in what they have, and I think they know that this roster can compete. So doing something above and beyond that would surprise me.
Yeah, doing the one that we talked about that I think is by far the least likely, but I guess an option.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about long term, we got to pay Peyton Watson. Can we try and get something off the books? I just think doing that, doing a long term move and sacrificing short term success, like getting rid of a Cam Johnson or something right now. Like you're trying to win a championship.
See, and they can do that after the fact.
Right.
See, I don't. They don't need to make room for Peyton Watson.
That deal is down the road.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly right. If you win a championship with this roster, let's say that you win a championship, then
Are you winning a championship?
Then all bets are off. They can do whatever they want at that point. They might get greedy and decide we're going to go into the tax. I don't know.
Yeah.
But let's say they're close and they get to assess what they're lacking. They do that after the season, not now.
Right. I agree.
Hey, Vic, you're sitting there in San Fran. Do you realize, and Manuel, thank you for texting in, you realize that at any moment you could get a 6.8, a 6.
Jesse asked me how I slept last night, and I told him I woke up every hour on the hour. Just wait. I'm looking for like escape routes.
You're waiting for it to happen.
I'm waiting for escape routes. I'm on the 10th floor. I'm like, okay, where do I go if it starts shaking? I can't. Dude, I'm a weirdo about that. I don't trust the Mother Earth below me. I just don't trust it right now. Not in this place.
I don't trust the Mother Earth below me.
Brett, I live by that code. Don't trust the earth.
Well, I mean, it shakes a lot here. That's for sure.
It certainly tries to kill you occasionally.
Yeah.
It does try and do that.
There's stuff with Earth. Like Earth's like, hey, got some humans around?
There's that old...
Let me wipe them out a little bit.
It's that old George Carlin bit where he talks about everybody's talking about doing this, saving the planet. The planet's going to be fine. We'll be dead. But the planet, it survived everything. Ice ages, heat waves, it's still here.
Yeah,
it's really starting to pick up here. Let me stand up a little bit so I can give you a better look at what we've got around us. We have, oh my goodness, it's honestly like an amusement park here, what we have, because we have these elaborate setups with all these gambling apps. They have their setups here. ESPN's got an entire wing. Bleacher Report is to my right. They have like a mock arcade game. And again, hundreds upon hundreds of radio stations and websites that are here. And right now, this is the time of the day where everybody starts assembling and coming in, and you're going to see celebrities make their way. I will be here through the course of the day, not just during our show, but I'll be here for the rest of the day, making appearances, hopefully on the other shows,
Vic,
and getting some guests.
I hate to interrupt you, but before we get to the top, I got to figure. I see it now. Behind you looks like a rock and roll stage. What is that?
Well, I'm telling you, every single national setup.
That's scaffolding.
Yeah.
And spotlights. What is that?
I think that's NFL Network, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's NFL Network there. Kay Adams has an elaborate setup.
At 9 a.m. this morning, U2 is going to play. It's going to be great.
It's become a show unto itself. It used to be a different deal. Now it's just craziness here.
So Vic's going to be there all week this week, live from San Francisco. It's all thanks to our friends at Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Inglewood or online, groovetoyota.com. Back after this.
You have been dreaming of a mountain property. You're ready to embrace the mountain lifestyle. You just don't know how to find that perfect place, that second home, that investment property. Well, the answer to that question is Anastasia Bell, an expert in mountain properties of all kinds. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge. And get this, right now you can discover Breckenridge Ski Chalets. Private mountain living meets world-class skiing. I mean, imagine that. Waking up slopeside in your own Breckenridge Ski Chalet. Private, refined, truly exclusive. And she's been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver for quite some time, and she can help you too. Whether it's buying or selling, now's the perfect time, and that's why you need the best. Who knows it like no other? The inventory is there waiting for you to find your dream. So here's her phone number. Write this down. 970-968-7233. 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. You need that professionalism, you need that expertise, and she's got it. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell. Flowers in your hair.
Vic is down in San
always hated
Francisco,
that
live
song.
at Radio Row. We have one more keyword we're going to do in about 15 minutes, so stay tuned for that.
I've always hated this song.
Guys,
hated it.
Because we're surrounded by our brethren and there's some crazy people in this business. And it is the top of the hour, correct?
Yes.
Some guy just started his show here, and he's about 50 feet from me. Jesse, do you care to explain to the good people in Denver, Colorado, and Altitude's vast audience what that gentleman just did for about 35 seconds straight?
He
basically was screaming out his name or the intro to his show or whatever for about 35 seconds.
Just a wackadoodle response to the point where I had to peer around the corner and just stare at him going, what are you doing? You know, one of those crazy, zany radio guys who opened his show by yelling at the top of his lungs. Zany, crazy radio guy.
Hey, Moser, does it sound like one of Vic's teases from Colorado Social for a Nuggets game?
Okay, everybody.
It was so much worse than that.
I'm at Lombardi, back with more.
It was like a wrestling thing. What are we doing here? We're surrounded by professionals here.
Where's he from? Where's he from?
I have no idea.
Jesse, can you go please do some recon?
Jesse, yeah, please do some recon.
Do some recon and find out where he's from.
Find out. Give me an identification.
Yeah, name and station and location.
This is a radio pet peeve of mine, by the way, because a lot of people do this. Like, we just came back from break, and you have this guy that has produced this thing every time we come back that goes, "You're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane," or whatever, right? And then people go, "Hey, it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane."
We just did that.
It's like, the guy just did that. I don't need to do that for you. 100%. The guy just did that. You know what show you're listening to now.
See, but here's the deal, that we're all doing the same thing. We're all generating a show from location, and we're all pretty, decorum is a word that's useful.
My gavel.
This guy just went so out of decorum with that ridiculous, hey, everybody look at me, I'm here to broadcast. It's just not, it's not going to happen.
Moj, this is Bednar after the game. He did highlight one guy he thought played well. Here you go.
He's stringing together some nice games here. He obviously did the Detroit game, Toronto, now this one. So he's getting back in the swing of things. He's been working hard at it, trying to get him in the net a little bit more here. Obviously, we got a big break coming up, but he's giving us a chance to win every night right now.
That is Mackenzie Blackwood that Coach Bednar is talking about.
Correct.
And look, I'm going to say the same thing I said 2 days ago, which I said 4 days ago, which I said last week. This team wants to get the hell out of here. They want to leave. They just want to leave. And the only way it feels like they're playing well right now is if they get embarrassed the night before. If they get embarrassed the game before, then they come out and they kick you in the teeth.
Again, yeah, Vic, But
it's like they can't motivate themselves to do it once they had success the last game.
Correct. Vic, I was accused, or we were accused on this program earlier. You guys never criticize anybody with the Avalanche. Coaches or players and nothing, this and that. I'm like, well, look, they're in a lull right now, and they have been. They lost two huge pieces, two Olympians, a month ago. One came back last night. Another one's going to be back. Okay, and plus now you're playing without Marty Natchez for a couple of games. The power play is awful right now. We all know that. But when you're talking about your goalies, you realize that Mackenzie Blackwood right this second, today, is third in the league. He's he's fourth in the league in goals against. Wedgwood is fifth. Save percentage, Mackenzie Blackwood is fifth. Wedgwood is 10th. You have two top 5, top 10 goalies in the NHL right now as we speak.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I mean, I just you're in a lull. You can get better at a lot of things, and Coach Bednar, I'm sure, is going to be pouring over everything during the break. But you're still the number one team in the National Hockey League. You need to figure some things out. Now, if we get after the break and we get to the second week in March, and you're doing the same kind of things, or you're having these lulls and you're in and out, whatever, I'll be concerned. But I'm not right now.
Yeah, I think that this could be just, it's long season. You have a bad couple of weeks, dealing with injuries at that time, whatever.
Teams have ramped it up. They're gunning for you here because they're trying to make it or they're trying to get up top.
Here, Vic, this is what I asked Moser earlier. If I told you that the Detroit Red Wings would score 33 seconds into the game, and with a minute left in the game, that would be the only goal that they scored, how many hundreds of thousands of dollars would you put the Avs to win that game?
Yeah. Well, it was interesting watching you last night, Moj, because we're out of market. We're in San Fran, so we don't have the Altitude app here. But I found you on ESPN Plus. So I went to the ESPN page, and there you were. You and Riker calling the game. I thought it was pretty cool.
Johnny Lyles.
And Johnny. And you were talking about it in the third period, late in the game. You're like, this is ridiculous. They're just playing dump and chase. They're just getting rid of the puck, and the Avs are trying to do whatever they can to muster anything. But I guess scoring 30 seconds in is the key to competing with this Avalanche team.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Vic,
is that where we're at now?
I said yesterday, well, no, I mean, it shouldn't be. There should be plenty of motivation, but they went into such a defensive structure that it's incredibly frustrating to play against, which is why I said yesterday my number one key, get the lead early and play with the lead. That's what I said. Because the wings will open up. They have to. And then you can pile on more because you're the better club. Now, they love to skate, don't get me wrong. And the reason that they're so good defensively against the Avs is because they do skate, because they do back check, because they can get from point A to point B quickly. I mean, they can really lock things down, but when they're behind, they can't do that. They're not going to be effective. They don't control the puck enough. They don't have the puck on their stick enough to be able to tear you apart when they are playing that style of hockey. It was very frustrating, Vic. Imagine playing against a four corners basketball team that milks the shot clock all the way down to the final second, right? It's just annoying, man. Sorry.
Just reading this article here, by the way. So Roger Goodell, when he was speaking, he said this. How does this hit your ear? This quote. I am amazed at how good our officials are.
I heard that. Well, I mean, what can I ask you a counter? What do you expect him to say? Just hey, our officials are humans. They obviously are subject to human error, and we're doing everything we can to help them make judgment decisions on game day. Is that a better response?
I mean, I guess here would be a problem that I think he has to sort of face. It feels like most games that are consequential, whether it's a playoff game or whatever, there's always like a penalty that is discussed the next day about whether it should or shouldn't have been a penalty. And I don't think that's good for your sport.
But isn't that every sport?
Really?
I know it happens in the NBA. Hey, the Nuggets just played OKC the other night. The Nuggets just played OKC. What was the topic of conversation? I know it was yesterday.
That Joker's getting mugged in the low block.
Yeah. So it's not just the NFL.
That's a team.
Yeah, but it's still about officiating. Still officiating, right? It still revolves around what calls they make. So I don't think it's just the NFL that falls prey to that. I think every league does.
They do. They certainly do. I don't know. I guess I don't know what I want him to say. I would like for them to have full-time officials. I would like that. Like, we have a multi-billion-dollar business. Why is somebody having a side gig in July? You know what I mean? What's going on there? That doesn't seem that hard. Make it somebody's full-time job.
Okay, but how do you do the full-time job thing when there's only games for 7 months out of the year?
A full-time
6 months out of
job,
the year?
where you work.
Yeah, what do you do?
You work half the year and you work once a week.
I don't know.
It's a hell of a gig.
Players train.
It's a hell of a gig, bro.
What train? What do you do? Virtual reality for the other 5 months? I mean, what does that mean?
That. Play video games.
I just don't think there's an easy way out. I mean, it's a judgment call based on human judgment.
If it was their full-time job, I don't think they'd be any better than they are.
I agree. I don't think that's the answer there, Brett. I think the fact is that there's going to be iffy calls made all the time till the end of time. I mean, for Buffalo fans, they're going to see that Jaquan McMillan play and say it's not interception. If anything, it's a catch, and that's it. And Bronco fans are going to see it differently. It's just, what do you want me to do there?
Oh, hate the refs with me, Raj. Just do that. Can you do that for me?
Come
I hate
on.
'em.
Touchdown.
Golden Flame Hot Wings is your answer for dinner tonight. And your viewing parties on Sunday. Head to gfhwings.com to sign up and make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game. It's in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out, gfhwings.com.
Touchdown.
By the way, we were talking
we're
about...
going to get a guest on before the end of the show today.
Okay.
Who?
So just be prepared.
Who?
I'm not going to tell you who it is, but we're going to have somebody on.
All right,
in
cool.
the final segment.
Okay.
Is it Jesse?
No.
Jesse, do your recon. By the way, we're talking about Davis Webb, and the Giants had sought him out to be their OC. I don't know if he interviewed there or not, but John Harbaugh has just hired Matt Nagy as the OC.
Who was the OC in Kansas City, but obviously not calling plays.
Right. Now, if you were an OC, would you want to work with Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors and Cam Scatterbo?
Well, you asked me, like, why would
I think I probably would.
Why would Davis Webb take this job if he's not going to get play calling duties when he could have taken a job where he was getting play calling duties? I think I have an answer to that, and we'll get to it in just a couple of minutes. Reminder, 5 o'clock tonight, Nuggets and Pistons. It's just we're going through the Detroit gamut between the Nuggets and the Avs the last week or so. But that is 5 o'clock tonight, 4:30 pregame coverage. It's powered by Ramos Law, so tune in then right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
You're going to try to get on?
Just this guy from Wichita. Oh. I'm going to ask him.
this beyond fish. This is alien crap. So, like, here's your ear, and then there's an eyeball here looking
Hammer
that
shark.
way.
Hammer shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer shark. It's a hammerhead. Yeah, whatever. Hammer, shark, it's all the same. Yeah.
will never, ever get old for me. Ever.
That's because your final keyword is hammerhead. So text hammerhead, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's, home of the $10 Tuesdays. Any large pizza, $10 today and every Tuesday. But hammerhead is your keyword, so text that with your first and last name. You get a chance to get in the building for the Avs in Sharks tomorrow.
Hammer shark.
Hammer. Yeah.
Yeah.
The funny part about all this is that it's just it's totally organic. Like, he's not trying to hammer shark it up. It just happens, right? It's just the hammer shark emerges.
Yeah.
So Vic is down there in San Francisco, live at Radio Row. He will be all week now.
You tell me what you want. I'll do anything you want. I'll do.
Thanks.
With what? With what?
With my Olympics.
All right, I think, you know what, Moj can't wait because he's looking at Olympic categories and he's like champing at the bit for this. You're foaming at the bit there, Moj. Horse term.
Can I just delay that a little bit by giving you a piece of news? Luka Evans, who got a chance to run into Cortland Sutton yesterday.
Yeah.
My name is Luka,
Pro Bowl
by
practice. Yeah. So he asked Luka asked Cortland about Davis Webb and whether or not Davis Webb should be calling the plays. Juicy stuff here. Quote, if he gets the opportunity to call the plays, said Cortland Sutton, I think he has the heartbeat of the offense. And so everybody's going to enjoy having him if that is what winds up happening. That's a very difficult question to answer if you're Cortland Sutton.
Very, very difficult.
That's a very sensitive topic because he may have some insight of what's going to happen. But if he doesn't and he answers it the wrong way, it could deeply impact his relationship with the head coach. So how do you answer that question? I think the way he answered it was perfect.
Yeah, watch how I can spin this, Vic. One more time, and I'll watch the way I spin this to fit my narrative. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What do you want?
Redo that one more time so that everybody hears clearly exactly what Cortland Sutton said.
Am I the only one there? Kane was like, what are you talking about?
I was confused too.
Yeah. All right, I'll read it again. This is what Cortland Sutton told the Denver Post, told Luka Evans regarding play calling.
My name is Luka.
Okay, perfect.
Quote, if he gets the opportunity to call the plays, I think he has the heartbeat of the offense, and so everybody's going to enjoy having him if that's what winds up happening.
Okay, hey, Davis Webb, great coach, young guy, connects with us. If that's it, if that's the way they go, that's really cool because we love the guy, and that's a very welcoming thing. You could also say, oh, is that a little mutiny on the bounty? So you're implying that Sean Payton doesn't have the heartbeat of the offense? Is that what you're saying?
Here's what that answer is.
I mean, it's a great answer by Cortland, but you can spin that any way you want to spin it.
Here's what that answer is from Cortland Sutton. Whatever's not going to get me yelled at. That's my answer.
Yeah.
Whatever is just nobody's going to get mad at me over. That's it. I mean, and look, if they give the play calling to Davis Webb, he's going to say, great. If they keep it with Sean Payton, he's going to say, great.
Yeah. Even if the play calling is designated to Davis Webb, which it could very well be. I ask you guys this question. At the end of the day, if there's a huge play to be made, who has the final say in what's going to happen? If let's recreate AFC Championship game, 4th and 1, 14-yard line. Davis Webb has a play call. All right, we're going to do this. That play call gets to Sean Payton's ears. Then what?
Look, if you give him the gig, he takes the gig. Sean Payton should be making the decision to go for it or not on 4th down. After that, it should be in Davis Webb's hands. That's how it should work. If it doesn't, then don't give him the play calling duties. If you're going to take that, strip that from him in the biggest play of the game, then you don't want him to do it anyway. By the way, just quickly, why would Davis Webb take a promotion in name only if this is what happened, like he doesn't get the play calling duties? Well, to me, the easiest answer would be he stays within a system that he's comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a pay raise. And he stays on a good team that's going to make the playoffs and make him look good for more head coaching opportunities later. Like if he took the job in New York with Jackson Dart and they go 4-13 and Jackson Dart is terrible, he ain't getting head coaching interviews again. He can just chill here, hang out, and wait for next year, see if there's a better team with a better opportunity for him. That's the way I'd look at it.
Yeah.
If I were him, like it's easy to stay here. It would almost be more risky to leave and try and do something else.
Well, and it's easy to say who the play caller is, but a lot of that I think is muffled in behind the scenes stuff. I mean, somebody can draw up the plays for the week and not actually call the plays, right? Somebody can have all the plays on the table and say this is what we're going to run, and then somebody else is in charge of the order, the when and where. I just think there's a lot of things we'll never know the answer to.
I completely agree, and I told Brett earlier, Vic, that until we talk to Sean Payton and Davis Webb, which is going to be quite a while before we get a hold of either of those guys, really, I'm not going to be satisfied. And you know what? I probably won't be satisfied going all the way into the season. You won't know.
Well, you know, Moj, if Sean Payton does make a visit to Radio Row to the Super Bowl, and frankly, I would not be surprised if he does, he may show up this week. I know exactly where he's going to be, and my eyes are on it right now. I will be watching the Kay Adams set here all week long. And if he shows up, he'll be there at some point
and he
this
will
week.
spill all the state's secrets the second he talks to her.
Exactly right.
Sean, everybody wants to know who's calling plays. Oh, I'm so glad you asked. It's going to be Davis Webb. Just quickly here, let's get keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Keys to the game, Nuggets and Pistons tonight, 5 o'clock, Vic.
Use your depth. The rumor is, it's more than a rumor, it's the injury list that Christian Brown has now been upgraded to questionable. When you go from doubtful to questionable, I think he's playing tonight. And obviously on a minutes restriction, we'll see Christian Brown back in the lineup. Cam Johnson to follow at some point this week. Wouldn't be surprised if he plays in the final game of this road trip. You're going to have both centers at your disposal tonight. You're going to have Joker. You're going to have Jonas. So the Nuggets are going to have more to work with from the last time they played the Pistons. Pistons are a good team. Tonight will prove once again why the Denver Nuggets are better on the road than they are at home. They lost to Detroit at home last week. They're on the road. Wouldn't be surprised one bit if they win on the road because they're better on the road. They're 19-7 on the road, 14-10 at home. Make it make sense, fellas. You do it.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Reminder to you guys, this hour's keyword is Hammerhead. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gets you a chance to be in the building tomorrow for the Sharks game. But we can't wait. I wanted to wait till tomorrow, but Mo started yelling about it during the break. It's time. Nelly? Opening ceremonies to the Olympics this Friday. The final game for the Avs until they go on their Olympic break is tomorrow. And Moj will now give you his list of sports that should not be in the Olympic Games this year.
I will go alphabetical order. And we have a new one, by the way, coming in especially for Italy. You friggin' Italian.
What did you say? What did you just say?
I mean, I hope it goes really well.
Uh-huh.
Alpine skiing. We all know what that is. Slalom, giant slalom, super G, downhill, all good. Love it all.
Okay.
Biathlon. Love it. You know why?
That's the gun one, right?
Because you have a weapon.
Shoot. Yeah,
you have a weapon that can kill. And I am.
What if he had a knife?
Fine. Okay. Like
nunchucks.
Let's say you had to ski and then clean a fish. I'm totally in, man.
Why can we have
Sounds
ski
good.
jousting?
Absolutely great. Biathlon. I love it. Bobsleigh. Bobsleigh is good because they only have 2-man bobsleigh and 4-man bobsleigh. It's not, hey, how many dudes can we stuff into a tin can and send it down a mountain? You've got 2 and 4, and that's the way it's always been, and I'm cool with that. My first real issue is with cross-country skiing. These people got to pick what they want. They got to figure out what the hell they want to be and who they want to be. There are so many different there's sprints, there's frees, there's relays, do you ever heard of skiathlon?
No.
Skiathlon?
It's where it's your cross-country skiing, but you have to do half of it classic, and then half of it freestyle. So it's like okay, we're gonna do a marathon. Half of it you gotta walk real fast. Some of it you gotta run. Then you gotta walk real fast. So stupid. Just do one or the other. What are we doing here?
Yeah, what do you want to be?
So
That's
pick
a great
one?
question.
That's what you're saying? Just pick one?
Yeah, totally pick one.
Okay.
Anyway, there's just too many cross country, and one of them's 50 kilometers.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, I'm going to ski for 10 hours, and then we'll call it a day.
Yeah.
For God's sake, people. It's a Marty O thing right there, and that's why it should be out.
Not to interrupt you, Moser, but did you guys catch the news? Lindsey Vonn, it's confirmed she ruptured her ACL, and she still wants to compete.
She's going. I love it. Curling, I'm all in on. You know why? Because any sport you can smoke a dart, drink a beer, and still do it.
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with that. I want to get on figure skating bad only because I like the figure skating. I don't like the dancing. The ice dancing is not.
What's the difference?
Well, one's like skating and you throw people in the air. The other's pitter-pattering like your ballroom dance crap, which I can never get into.
Well, I don't understand the difference.
You can name a billion figure skaters through the years, both pairs and men's and women's. Name me one friggin' ice dancer in the history of the games. Ever. One ice dancer.
But you make a good point. That you're still on skates and you're still on ice. What's the difference?
All right, keep going.
Freestyle skiing.
What is that?
Okay, that's moguls, that's half pipe, that's ski cross, which don't even get me started on that. Slope style, big air, aerials, air, half the air, pipey air, fakey rear, I almost said it. Fakey rear end air. I mean, for God's sake.
How much air are you looking for?
There's just too much air in this world. Too much air. Now, we're getting serious. Ice hockey in. I got a problem with the luge. But by the way, do you know they have a luge team relay? I don't even know how it works, but I don't care. The men's
How's
singles.
How's that possible? Would you have to run back to the top of the hill?
You know what luge is? You lay on your
that
back.
That would be great.
100%.
You got to run your sled back to the top.
100%. You lay on your back and you go down feet first, right? Okay. Boys and girls can do that. We started to get into the doubles. I'll tell you what. You know what would make this sport better? Hey, Jim, I'm going to lay on this thing. I want you to lay on top of me. And then I want both of us to go down. Does that feel good to you? Does that sound about right? Yeah,
hold on.
Hey, Brett, you and me at 90 miles per hour, baby. Let's get it on.
I'll grab those love handles, Moj.
100%.
It would be so much more entertaining if you had like four guys.
Yeah.
Like four dudes.
Four
or five.
Four dudes laying on a friggin' on a friggin' car door, headed down, and then the women's double. I don't understand the luge doubles. Like, it's a good sport, but I want somebody to lay on me, and we'll make it twice as fun.
Yeah. What's the next one?
All right, let me continue on here. It's getting Nordic combined.
What?
This is where, okay, do you know what Nordic combined is? It's been in there for a long time.
It's like it's like shoot. Is it like skiing and then
there are no weapons involved.
Okay.
You ski. That's right. You ski. Cross country ski, and then you jump. And I think this came about where people were cross country skiing. They got to a ledge and said, "Oh," and then they're flying down, and they land. Oh God, I made it! Like that sport came around by accident because people got to a cliff.
Are they just inventing all this crap in Norway?
Yeah, man. They have way too much winter and way too much time on their hands. You got 87 billion cross-country crap. Speed skating, fine.
I like that.
That's the
Apollo Antonono.
That's short track. That's like bzz, 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 yeah.
The thing about the speed skaters, their freaking thighs. You know, I'm a thigh guy. Their thighs are ridiculous.
Yeah, really hot.
You know what would be better? Is tandem speed skating, where they lay on each other and skate around the friggin' rink. All right. So short track, fine. Skeleton.
Wait, skeleton. I know this. Hang on.
That's like luge.
It is, but this is where you go head first. Now, this is what I love about this sport. They banned it for decades because you're going 90 miles an hour head first downhill. And a lot of people got killed, breaking their necks, flying into the air, flying into trees, blowing up, cut in half. And they said, you know what? We got a little bit too much, a little too tame. Let's bring it back.
Now, need some risk.
Now, double skeleton.
They should do triple skeleton, quad skeleton. That would be awesome.
Like 4 dudes just laying on each other.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to hold on, man.
Okay, ski jumping. I think we all know what that is. That takes a lot of cojones. Just to fly through the air down the side of a mountain. I mean, it's just crazy, dude.
I do a really good ski jumping impression.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah. There he goes. Up. No, there's no poles. Just, yeah. And they go out in front of you like this. Really good.
No, you're confusing that. Is that the one with the agony
the
defeat?
big jump? It's like Eddie the Eagle. You know where they jump and the skis go? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They fly. Here's the new one for the Italians. And I think they put this in there just because an Italian was good at it. They're like, you know what? We got to win at least one medal in our home country.
Hairstyling?
No. Ski mountaineering.
Which is?
You're not going to believe it. It's a discipline that involves climbing the mountain.
While making rigatoni?
Right. Making rigatoni. Actually, and then what you're doing is you're tailoring suits on the way up the mountain.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
What is it?
Ski mountaineering. You either climb the mountain with your skis on your back, or you climb the mountain in skis, depending on the steepness of the ascent.
You have a choice?
Well, I mean, I don't know which one they're going to adopt.
I choose my legs.
So then there are telemark skis, and then there are alpine skis.
No, what it should be, you either climb the mountain with skis, or you do it on your feet carrying a dead body up there.
100%.
That's what you should be doing.
Full Sherpa.
Yeah,
bury the body somewhere.
Hey, we're going to call this the Everest. You may die, and you're up buried on the mountain for the next 180 years, or you never know. But this is one of those, pick one. Either climb a mountain or ski down a mountain. But what's with the both? What are we doing with the both? Ski? It's been out of the Olympic Games. The last time it was in the Olympic Games, it was an official event back in 1924 when they called it Military Patrol.
Military Patrol.
That's correct.
And they brought it back just for this game?
It's been out since 1948, and they're like, you know what? We got to give there's got to be some famous Italian who's good at it, because they're like, we got to give the Italians something.
What are you talking about? Alberto Tomba used to dominate alpine skiing.
I'm talking about now. He hasn't skied for 35 years, Vic. So the ski mountaineering is brand new. I guess I'll give it a shot. If somebody actually loses a limb climbing, fine. Snowboard, all right.
You got a lot of ones that you're keeping in this year.
Yeah, and speed skating. That's the traditional.
Yeah.
Where you get like the Dutch chicks in those uniforms, right? And then there's no helmets. They just have the little hood thing on.
Yeah.
I never understand the rules of that, by the way. Whether the team, when they have the teams just hurling around, I don't understand who wins, how they win.
Well, that's speed skate. That's the short track. That's like roller derby.
That's the one I don't understand what's going on.
The short track is roller derby. Speed skating is like when you just have two people going.
Yeah.
And they got a billion of those, anywhere from 500 meters all the way to like, they got pursuits in that too.
Yeah, whatever. It's all the same to me.
10,000 meters. Again, they skate for like an hour, and then they collapse. And that's it.
That's all the games?
That's it.
You kept in like all the games.
Not everything.
You like the Winter Olympics way more than summer.
Well, because they don't have like ballet.
Well,
and there's also no animals involved in the Winter Olympics.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. The summer's got animals galore.
They've got, I think in
penguin race
in Brisbane in 2032, the summer. I think they're going to have dog dancing.
I want penguin races. It would be cute. One last reminder: keyword for this hour is hammerhead. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Double, and by the way, double luge, it just looks stupid.
So how did
it
they
just
do this?
looks dumb.
One guy lays down like this.
On his back.
The other guy
lays down right on him. Right in his crotch.
Face down?
No, on his back too. You got dual backers.
So okay, that doesn't make any sense to me at all.
There's no point to it. It's like it makes it. You're right. It makes
Pull
no
up a
sense.
photo. We got photos of it, but it would be much.
Now give me a double luge, Nell.
Give me a double luge photo.
It'd be much better if there was a quad luge, and you have to hold on for dear life. Someone's got to have long arms.
You know what I'm talking about?
That's mountaineering. You like that, right?
Yeah.
No, that's some serious mountaineering. So yeah, like this.
That's ridiculous.
Look at the guy in the back.
The guy
He can't even see anything. He's looking straight at the sky.
Yeah.
And this guy's in his crotch.
That's a good point. What's the purpose of that?
This guy's just taking a nap down here.
He's just
It's
laying
like,
there.
I'm going to be dead weight. You lay on me and let's go 90.
Honestly,
it's so dumb.
Can I ask a question? Why could Vic not be the guy on the bottom? What separates that guy and his athletic prowess from Vic right
I
now?
don't know.
No idea.
You got to have some weight because you need some momentum going down the hill.
Okay, so put a sumo guy on there and then lay on top of him.
I don't know.
Dude.
Oh my God. That's
fake. This is awesome. Yes.
That's photoshopped, but that's what
The
4 would
quad.
look like.
The quad is the best. And just keep stacking guys, dude. Like every.
It's like
more bodies.
Hey, I won a silver medal in the dual luge. Oh, really? What'd you do? I laid on my back like a piece of dead meat. Did you steer? No, I just laid there, just took it. I mean, what are
Here's
we
what I
doing?
did. The entire time we went down, I just kept saying this. Are we good, bro?
Are we there yet?
We good?
Are we there yet?
How much longer?
It's just so. I mean, it's just silly.
Harry, your hands are freezing.
Your hands are freezing.
All right, fact checker next.
Hammer shark. It's a hammerhead. Yeah, whatever. Hammer, shark, it's all the same. Yeah.
All right, get to a fact checker here in a bit. Also, the winner of the tickets to the Avs and the Sharks tomorrow. But Vic is live from Radio Row, I think. His camera's frozen. I think he's there. We'll see.
His face is frozen.
Is our camera's frozen?
You're
Our
frozen.
camera's frozen.
I can't see
for
you.
some reason.
Hammer shark.
That's what it is.
Hammer shark. Hammer shark.
I don't know why our camera's frozen. Oh, my God. Pat froze our camera.
See?
I am here with Pat Strothman from 92.3 ESPN in Wichita, Kansas. And I wanted to bring Pat on because he was kind enough to let us use his stuff here. Pat and I, we're starting to get it to work here, but you jacked up our feed here, Pat. I don't know why you did that.
I told you this was not a good idea for you.
Yeah.
The ratings would tank with me coming on. Now I'm breaking your devices. This is not great.
I wanted to bring you on, and fellas, just indulge me for a couple minutes here. How many? Is this your first Super Bowl?
This is my 5th.
Okay, so you come to these often.
Yes.
Why?
So that very first year was the Rams and the Bengals.
Okay.
So that wasn't quite as exciting.
Sure.
But with the Kansas City Chiefs being good.
Yes.
Obviously this year not the case, but
Yeah.
with them being good, it's an opportunity for us to come out here and get the audio and talk to as many people as possible. So it worked out in Phoenix, and then again in Las Vegas, and then again last year in New Orleans. And this year, the hope was to see them again, but obviously things were a little bit
the
different.
Chiefs sucked, and so let's just be totally honest here.
Say how it is. They blew.
Yeah,
But
it's okay.
Hey, Pat, can I make a comment here? Can I just You don't look like as big a dip hole as Vic made you out to be. So I want to
He's
thank
a professional. He's a professional. Unlike some of these people, it always stuns me. Some of the people that come to Radio Row, it's embarrassing. Some of the actors here.
How about the questions that get asked?
How about that guy who started yelling? Did you hear that?
Yeah,
about
that was wild.
What was that all about?
Yes. Apparently, I need to get on their level, or maybe stay away from that level. I don't know.
Anything else that you guys want to ask?
I didn't know if you were looking at me or if
you're looking. I know what you're looking at because we're looking at you, but you guys are looking sideways, like you're looking at you're looking at a friggin' dinner menu.
How about
or
that?
something.
Is that
yeah,
better?
that's way better. Thank
I
you.
have a question for you.
Hey, by the way, wait, hold on, real quick. By the way, let me say this. I've spent a lot of time in Kansas over the years. Mm-hmm. I do love Wichita, man.
I got family in Wichita.
Yeah. I mean,
how far is Wichita from Kansas City?
I will say this too, Pat. I don't play online hockey anymore. The computer, the shell. I don't play online because I had some smart mouth kid from Wichita who was like 13 say really horrible things about my mother and then smoke me like 12-1. And I said, you know what? I'm friggin' out of here.
Yeah,
I'm done. No more.
That's your memory of Wichita. Yeah,
that's one of my worst ones, but I have some good ones.
That's what we're known for, just 13-year-olds
Smart
just
mouth
smacking
brats,
old guys on a regular basis. What we're known for, yeah.
What did Vic promise you in return for using your table?
We're going to do the two-man luge after this.
It's like we did not discuss terms, but apparently I got to get to work on that.
That's awesome.
Well, Pat, I wanted to bring you on and thank you very much. That was very kind of you.
Yeah.
See, you're a good Midwestern boy. You're kind. You're everything we're not. So thank you.
Take care of my boy Christian Brown. All right,
we will.
Make sure to take care of my boy. Make sure he continues to have that fire and,
he's probably going to play
drop B words on people. That's what we know him for.
Yeah, he's a KU guy. Pat's a KU guy as well. So KU guys, they're all over the place. Trust me, they let you know that from KU as well.
And we're not Syracuse. Don't do that now.
Okay. Yeah. Have a good show today.
Hey, kid,
appreciate it.
Hey, Vic, your kid goes to KU.
I know. We talked about it.
Okay,
yeah, we talked about it.
You got a smart. Yeah. You got a smart mouth for a kid going there, and you're bred.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. I know. I'm going to fall into that. As
Here,
well.
you want to hear how we treat Christian Brown on this program? Here's an actual interview that Vic did with him last year during the playoffs.
Well, I think that obviously you want to win Game 5. Is that gum good?
Damn, it's too much in my mouth.
Huh?
Too much.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, no idea what you just asked me.
It's pretty much how our radio show goes.
We're professionals.
I love it. I love
it.
It's
a professional.
Here's the thing.
I need that clip sent to me. That's the exchange now. Those are the terms. Give me the clip.
Nelly, send the clip. We'll give it to Pat.
I'll tell you this, Pat. In listening to that, because we played that about 20 times the day after it happened, you can hear like a slot machine in his head, 5,000 jokes that are pouring through that him being professional did not say into any microphone or camera.
So I'm going to be totally honest with you. I still don't know what the hell you're doing here at the Super Bowl.
Again,
why are you here?
It's a free trip to the Bay Area to hang with Vic. I mean, I don't
Can
know
he
what
ask
else.
the same about you?
Yeah.
Yes,
what the hell are you doing?
100% he should ask me the same question.
Hey, what's going on? The Broncos are here. What's going on?
I don't know.
Yeah, but he has a follow-up to his. It's, why are you here? And no, you can't use my table.
Hey, you see that internet? Here, let me just
Exactly. All right. Thanks, Pat.
All right, thanks, Pat.
Thanks, guys. Y'all are great.
Yeah. Turn the camera back to me. Pat's gone.
That's cold-blooded, man.
So very kind of Pat. Now, few things here. We get the Nuggets and Pistons tonight, 5 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Christian Brown is questionable heading into this game, so we're getting closer and closer to healthy. And by the way, I'm excited for when he gets on the floor again. I feel like people aren't appreciating Christian Brown. Like, the second he left the lineup and Peyton Watson played good, it's like everybody just went, trade him! What a terrible contract! Horrible! And I'm like, do you guys remember how much Christian Brown means to this basketball team? Did we forget that quickly?
Well, it's just been so long. Remember, he left the game in L.A. against the Clippers where he injured his ankle, and he just wasn't the same when he came back the first time. So hopefully you'll see more of that explosiveness because unless he can explode, he's not going to be the same player. So he must feel that he's there. So we'll find out tonight.
We're going to get to a point, though, for me where I don't care about – I don't care about what the current situation is, although, I mean, I do.
Yeah.
But whatever it takes to get everybody healthy for April, that's all I care about.
I agree.
So I don't want to have this, well, I'm back for another 3 games, and then, damn it, this thing hurts again. And, same with AG. Doggone it, my hammy just won't do whatever it is you got to do, every voodoo witch doctor, every acupuncture, every whatever. Because back to your 3 rules here, or your 3 with whatever your 3 things are, Brett.
Keys?
The 3 keys. Number 1 is
3 options, really.
You don't have to do anything. You've got a good enough team.
Yeah. 1 is nothing. 2 is you trade a small contract like a Zeke or a Hunter Tyson. And 3 is you trade a big contract, but I don't see the point in that. I don't think that needs to happen now.
I just don't know if they're willing to go there. You trade a big contract. Like, you make a big trade if you think you need more.
Yeah.
And deep down, do you guys think that this team can contend for a championship? I know they just
course,
lost OKC.
I do.
I know
I
they
do.
just did. But that's just one game. It was a bad night at the office. Joker and Jamal did not have their A games for whatever reasons.
Well, and that's the thing, Vic. And they didn't get worked. They were still in the game, too, with all of that stuff. Injured players and your best players not playing well.
It's a crazy league. Like, Minnesota beat OKC a few days ago. Minnesota goes to Memphis last night and loses in Memphis.
Yep.
It's just a crazy game, crazy league. I can't understand why certain teams play certain teams better. But the Nuggets got to figure out OKC.
Well, let's get to our winner of these Avs tickets against the Sharks tomorrow, and it is Kevin Knutson. Congratulations, Kevin. What's that face for?
Kevin Knutson.
Your name's Mark Moser.
It's a dumb. I admit my name is stupid. I fully admit it.
So, congratulations,
God bless
Kevin.
my dead mother, but she picked it.
What did I say about your mom earlier today?
Something mean.
You started it. And you bring up the mom stuff just for somebody to bring it back, and you say what?
My mom's dead.
Yeah, every time. Every single time. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Hell must be freezing over, boys, because I actually learned something on today's show. It is possible. Moser, when you were doing your recap of Olympic sports, yay and nay, you kept talking about the bobsleigh. And some texters were saying, isn't it bobsled? What the hell is bobsleigh? I honestly thought the same thing as them. Turns out that it's mostly called bobsled in the U.S. and Canada, but officially the sport internationally is known as bobsleigh. So
that's stupid.
Just another one of those American things where we do it differently over here.
I speak American, so it's bobsled.
Yeah.
Suck it.
Yeah, I don't do the metric system. It's bobsled.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Beat us in a war, and then you can tell me to shut up.
But you know what? Some of these sports are like, here's what we're going to do. Home run derby. Some of it's like home run derby and poker. All right, we're going to combine home run derby
every time,
and Texas Hold'em.
Every time
That's the ultimate retort.
Some dirty Frenchman comes up to me like, you Americans are so chauvinistic.
Yeah.
And you go, we want to fight about it?
Yeah.
Didn't think so.
Hey, show me the doctrine. Show me the war doctrine that you won.
Jeez Louise.
Show it to me.
You're lucky we let you stay there.
Tough crowd, huh? Tough crowd. Way to go, Kevin Knutson. Good job, buddy.
All right. Hey, the Olympics are coming up. I got to be like super heavy-handed American. I mean,
I'm gonna wear my USA pullover every single day. Every day.
Hey, guys, I will be here all day at Radio Row, and I'll make some appearances on the other shows, and who knows what guests we'll come up with, but trust me, we will have fun. Who knows? Maybe Pat will join us again.
And the kind of donut I had is Krispy Kreme. None of your fresh bakery donuts.
By the way,
processed American.
I like Pat. He looks way more like a normal human being than your boy from Omaha, that bald-headed freak.
And with that, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a great Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
I ain't wrong.
40 seconds left. McKinnon all the way over for Brock Nelson off the wall. Ran into trouble. Larkin plays it through Cale Makar, and now it's a foot race with Raymond. Wide open net. Raymond will score.
Yeah, well, just speaking for myself, I think, Davis is a tremendous coach. He understands the role of being a coach. He understands the role of teaching, really knows how to communicate with your players and with me. He's helped me in 2 years just consolidate, make things simple, and just keep the main thing, and taking a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, and been able to just roll right into it. And, I think highly of him. I know he's a really good football coach, and I know he's got a lot in store for him in the future. Don't know what it looks like, a lot of speculation. You never know until it happens. But, just me speaking on him, he's awesome coach, awesome, going to be an awesome, whatever role he's in, he's going to do great things. But whether it's head coach, whether it's OC, whether it's, continue to be a quarterback coach and developer, I think he's going to do a great job.
Bo Nix on his new offensive coordinator, and if his fourth string quarterback has his say, it'll be his new play caller. Ben DiNucci coming out on Twitter saying, hey, listen, if you're going to do this, that's the guy that needs to be calling plays. We're going to get into Davis Webb being elevated to offensive coordinator here in Denver. The Avs lose 2-0 last night to the Detroit Red Wings at home. They'll have one more game prior to a 3-week layoff for the Olympics as we welcome you into a Tuesday edition, 2K Tuesday edition, an Avs Ticket Tuesday edition.
You got to stay tuned.
Of the morning sprint. First keyword coming up in 15 minutes from right now. It's got a Sharky theme to it. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. And you guys, 303-504-0925. I'm your host, Alex Ryanemi. 2-0, coach. A shutout for the Avs, and then, shutout back at home. A little bit of a power outage for Colorado.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an unexpected result, I'd say, especially after the incredible breakdown of the new power play, Raj.
Hey.
The box and one, man, 5 on a die.
Hey, man.
That was 5 on a die that led to 0.
First power play, again, they lacked offensive punch last night, but it was essentially a 1-0 hockey game, right? There's an empty netter scored with however many seconds to go in the game. It was a 1-0 game from 46 seconds in until basically the end. I didn't hate how they played. I thought it was a tightly checked game. I thought the Avs played well defensively. I thought defensively in the neutral zone, they were good. I thought offensively in the neutral zone, they were bad. In the first power play, they didn't even get set up. They couldn't get into the zone. So first power play is a complete miss. I can't, from a coach's mind, I can't look at that and go, I learned something, at least from the in-zone setup. Second power play, man, they rolled into that box +1. Now, there was a little bit of 1-3-1 in it, but they rolled into that box +1. And what happened? Nathan McKinnon had 2 grade A scoring opportunities. Brock Nelson had a one-time shot that got blocked that would have been grade A. And Val Nichushkin got a pass on the back door that he just decided not to shoot the puck into a wide-open net, which is, I can't coach that, right? When I'm looking at these small increment progressions from the Avalanche, and that's all I can ask for because they are the second worst power play in the league. I just have to look at process and where are you getting a little bit better every single time. The grade A scoring opportunities were there. You just didn't shoot. And I can't make Val Nichushkin shoot that puck. If he shoots that, the Avs at least get a point in that game. It was disappointing. There's no reason to force that puck back across. Get your head up and shoot.
I think the problem with yesterday's 2-0 result, very soccer-like score there, was 2-0, was that Detroit Red Wings head coach Todd McClellan listened to the Raj breakdown on the morning sprint on his way to Ball Arena. So I'm going to get the box and one figured out, man. Him and his punchable, poofy, kind of buzz haircut.
He's a former San Jose Sharks head coach.
You like him?
McClellan, solid coach.
Solid coach.
Can't get it done, but solid coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just, I heard this morning saying that, man, the Avs just need a break.
Yeah, they do.
That concerns me.
Oh, it doesn't concern me at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
How you do anything is how you do everything, Raj.
They went out like gangbusters at the beginning. At this time of year, you always get a break,
cool.
Right? Like the All-Star break always happens, and teams are looking for that that little week, just like in your sport, there's a bye week. Teams are looking to finally get to that bye, especially when you play those 13, 14-week seasons at the beginning, and you get that. I mean, you're not bye weeking in week 15, but you get my drift. You're looking to get that mental reset. They've been looking for it for a while. The good news is they were so good at the beginning of the season that being so bad in January isn't going to come back to bite them. I'm fine with
softness. Any softness creeping in?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Raj, would you say that there's been any type of kind of softness in some of the postseason failures as of late in the Avalanche? The last 3 seasons.
Yeah,
for the Avs?
What's it coincide with? What's my common denominator between the softness right now that you might be seeing and the softness over the last 3 postseason exits?
Lack of Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah, it matters. Yeah. It matters.
Go ahead, KJ. Hit the little thing. The ding thing. There you go.
It matters.
You're right.
Turns
You're
out
right,
that
Raj.
guy
I'm
matters.
good. I'm good. Yeah,
and I'm not trying to make excuses.
You're so right, man.
They aren't playing well. They look like crap in terms of the power play. They have not gotten as many shots on at 5-on-5 as I've would have liked to have seen. But there's a couple things that are changing. Like Mackenzie Blackwood looks really good again, which is something that Avs fans should be excited about.
For sure.
Makar is going to lose the Norris Trophy if he doesn't figure out how to hit the net. He had 10 shot attempts last night. 2 of them hit the net. 7 of them missed. Only 1 was blocked. I think I ran the numbers. Was it Friday or Monday that I ran the numbers for you guys? Kale misses the net more than any defenseman in the world. Now, the puck's on his stick more than any defenseman in the world, but he misses the net, and it's a wide margin. The Avs, as a team, miss the net 5th most in the NHL. And that's what's killing me right now. Stop trying to pick corners. Throw something at the 6 hole, right on the rib cage. Throw something 6 inches below the kneecap and hope that a rebound goes in off of a skate or hits your own player's stick.
You're more of a 6-hole guy than a 2-hole guy, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think KJ.
Yeah, there's some misses right now.
Yeah.
And I'm okay. And people, they need a reset. They have a built-in reset. Like, so thank the hockey gods right now. They have a built-in reset.
Boy, is your point so valid about the importance of Gabe Landeskog. It's almost as if leadership really matters. And there is a true, undisputed leader of this team that leads the right way.
Oh, yeah.
And that, frankly, Nathan MacKinnon desperately needs the yin to his yang. And when it's not there, it's not horrible. I mean, this has been kind of a bad stretch. But even like last year's postseason and the year before and some of the failings, it hasn't been awful. It just hasn't been complete. It lacks a level of focus, a level of balance, and how you go about playing on a consistent night in, night out basis. It just doesn't feel the same without your captain, my captain.
If you've been in a locker room, especially in that sport, you understand how one leader can make the difference in terms of how you play as a unit. He matters. When he's back, look how the Avs were at the beginning of the season. Look at them. When he was back in the postseason, right? When he came back, they were in every single one of those games. I screamed into this microphone after Game 7 when they lost to Dallas last year. Where was he the first few games? Because you can't tell me that his injury magically got playable in Game 3. That was a coaching and a personnel mistake by the franchise. He matters on the ice. He matters on the bench. He matters in the locker room. He brings Nathan MacKinnon to a different level. I think he brings Cale Makar to a different level. Weird play last night to start off the game, too. Like 46 seconds in, Taves on his first shift back from injury makes a bad pinch in the neutral zone. He gets beat. And then Cale does this weird, like, in-between, you call it the long body on the 2-on-1 when you lay down and try and take away the passing lane and you just kind of give the shot to the goaltender, or you allow that player to sauce a puck over you, and NHL players can do that. Cale does this weird, like, in-between tripod-y thing.
It was a shark.
Oh, yeah, it was weird.
It was a D-man shark.
It was a 2-on-1 shark.
Yeah, you got the 2-on-1
Sharks
shark.
on goal,
yep,
Riker.
For sure.
That's exactly what it was, brother.
One more opportunity against, is it Max Celebrini and the Sharks coming in?
Macklin Celebrini and the San Jose Sharks on Wednesday night. Those are the tickets we're giving away, by the way.
Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Avs Ticket
8
Tuesday.
minutes.
8 minutes for your next keyword.
And because, honestly, you listener right now, you're the only person listening to our show right now. So I would strongly advise you to have your phone ready to text us because you'll probably win. Because everybody listens to the morning show. Those guys are so good, man. Everybody loves, you know what my new favorite activity is? Not that I should be talking, but I love tuning in right at 7 a.m. to see which iteration of Moj or Vic is going to be not on the air presently. Because of, and the excuses are pristine. They are great. Now today, Vic's was all tech related.
Well, because Vic is out live at Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere.
Big deal.
Find them on Broadway in Inglewood or online at GrooveToyota.com.
Super Bowl. Are we excited?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm ready for Super Bowl 60. I was very disinterested in this game a week ago. And I will be rooting hard for Seattle, hard for Sam Darnold because screw the Patriots.
And also great story.
Great story.
Sam Darnold, great story.
This version of the Seahawks is not the 2014 Seahawks.
Yeah, because,
2013 Seahawks.
Yeah, because it's not led by somebody who talks about how dangerous they are all the time.
Like their head coach is more likable than Pete Carroll is.
Anything dangerous?
Correct.
Yeah. Wait. I mean, I like Pete Carroll, man. I do. I think he was a joyful coach. Now, was he for everybody? No. Was he for the Raiders? No. But I'll tell you who is for the Raiders, man. One of the best draftable quarterback prospects in America. Nobody agrees with me right now on Instagram.
Oh, I can't wait to get into it. If you guys missed it yesterday, I asked Coach during KJ's NFL Notes where Fernando Mendoza would have been drafted had he been in the 2024 quarterback class. You'll remember back, that's the Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix, and J.J. McCarthy draft. Where would Fernando Mendoza, the way he's playing right now, the way he played this year for the national championship Hoosiers, where would he have been drafted? And Coach said,
clear cut number one.
The internet disagrees. We discuss next. What a tune on a 2K Tuesday. Well, Sean Paul and Sean Kingston, you get out of town,
yes,
baby.
sir. You know it. We feeling good
Get
today.
out of town.
I love wedding Raj when you start getting your little, you bounce. I could just totally see you in a suit, probably a fairly tight fitting suit.
Oh, my State and Liberty suits.
Yeah.
They stretch a little
And
bit.
getting right too, getting down there, checking out your dexterity.
They fit now. Did I tell you that story? That my first Avs game back after the kid, all of my game suits didn't fit.
That's one thing, man, I got to tell you, is I still have some of the same suits that I had as a head coach in 2016, 17. Still fit.
It's
Boy,
impressive.
still got it, man.
I hope I'm there, brother. I hope I'm there. It's a 2K Tuesday and an Avs Ticket Tuesday. If you want great pizza, it's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. But if you want to see the Avs against the Sharks tomorrow, the final time that you can see the Avs play until the Winter Olympic break, that's a 21-day absence of Avs hockey. All you have to do is text the word BURNS. Burns, like Brent Burns, 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 to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's. And all you need to do, again, text that hour's keyword, it is Burns, with your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. Avs and Sharks tickets on the line today.
As in, it burns when you have an LBI. So you just need to go get some medicine, man.
That's so gross,
it really burns.
Okay, we talked about it yesterday, and if you guys missed this, if you didn't listen to the show on Monday, if you didn't catch the video that has been circulating around Instagram and YouTube and TikTok with Coach Sanford, I posed this question to Coach Sanford yesterday. Where would Fernando Mendoza this year, this version of Fernando Mendoza who's coming into the draft, where would he have been drafted in 2024?
One
among those 6 quarterbacks.
He's in the last 12 years. No, let's go with last 15 years. There's been 3 near perfect prospects that you can't poke any major holes at. Andrew Luck, Joe Burrow, Fernando Mendoza.
The internet is disagreeing with you vehemently, Coach.
Yeah. They've told me I don't know ball.
Number 1 overall in the 2024 class. And you would go on to say, right, think about Andrew Luck, think about Joe Burrow, think about Trevor Lawrence, those players. Were they as complete a package, including winning in their biggest moments, as Fernando Mendoza was this year with Indiana?
Fernando Mendoza is the first prospect that I've watched. And I originally said Andrew Luck in 2012. And Raj, who was in the building in Palo Alto, California in 2012 when Andrew Luck was playing for the Stanford Cardinal? Yeah, that'd be me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like so just for all of you awesome keyboard ninja warriors there that are telling me that I don't know ball, guess what? I actually coached one of the most pure prospects in the history of the NFL draft. Then, fast forward 7 years. Interesting number. 7 years later, 2019. I get to coach a guy in his draft year named Jordan Love. Pretty good player, right? I was his coordinator. Well, guess what? We had a road date against a 2019 SEC football team where their head coach actually in the first 5 weeks of the season was on the hot seat. That was Ed Orgeron and the LSU Tigers. And guess who their quarterback was?
It was Joe Burrow.
So I had a chance to see him in person.
We haven't heard that enough.
So 2012 plus 7 equals 2019. What is 2019 plus 7 equal? 2026. With a draft pick of Fernando Mendoza, and I know my math is flawed there because the 2019 season led to the 2020 draft. I get it for all of you. Fernando Mendoza, and for anybody who wants to say, oh, he's not a good enough athlete. Oh, he likes to play with his Legos in between when he does his dinosaur coloring book. Guess what? The National Football League doesn't care. Guess what they care about? They care about the fact that the guy does not miss throws. He is a lethal, accurate passer, just like Joe Burrow was. He is a powerful, finds a way to move sticks runner and a dynamic red zone run threat because he's big, he's physical. Guys, everybody's talking about him like he's this little kid because he acts like a goofball. He's 6'5", 228 pounds.
That's a big dude.
And he can run. And he's brilliant. I would say erring on the side of being a savant. And guess what he did with a team that has never won anything of consequence? He was the ultimate raiser of all boats. And when you watched Indiana do what they did to teams like Ohio State, teams like Oregon, twice. Alabama.
Dude, they walloped Alabama and Oregon in back-to-back games in the quarters and the semis.
Fernando Mendoza did the thing that Joe Burrow was doing and frankly Andrew Luck was doing, which is make other athletic directors consider firing your head coach because it was that bad on particular days. And I know that you could sit there and say, well, Andrew Luck never won a Super Bowl. Okay, I get it. Andrew Luck ended up not being the perfect prospect because guess what? Andrew Luck wasn't a sicko enough to be able to get obliterated, get his brain bashed in it at Lucas Oil Field Stadium and continue to play for an extra 10 years. So he did never win a Super Bowl because he valued what's between his ears. And now he's the general manager at Sanford. Talked to him 2 days ago on the phone. And Joe Burrow, has he won? No, but he beat Mahomes. So here's why I bring this up. Why it's important here in Broncos country. And somebody just asked the question, should Bronco country be worried? Yeah, you should. You should, because he is the biggest no-brainer pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. And if that very storied, dumb franchise does the dumbest thing ever, which is be like, oh, we're just going to stockpile our picks.
You'd trade out and then hope to get your quarterback next year.
I can't wait to watch Fernando Mendoza go somewhere and make the Raiders look like the dumbest franchise in the history of football. But they're not going to do that because what are they lacking? And what have they been lacking, really? Forever? Derek Carr had some pretty awesome years that were fun, but ultimately, was he the guy? He's really good.
No, they haven't had the dude since, like,
ever.
Rich Gannon.
And even then, it was like, Rich Gannon felt a little bit like a Darnold story, right?
Sure.
Where he'd kind of, ironically, Vikings, you know? And I think that when you combine a Fernando Mendoza with what appears to be a legitimate play-calling offensive coordinator in Clint Kubiak.
Do you have to go back to, like, Ken Stabler? To find, like, the last quarterback face of the franchise?
It's like the 80s, they were good.
70s. They were good. They had Jim Plunkett. You could throw Plunkett in there for sure.
Was Jeff Hostetler
Jeff
a
Hostetler.
good Raider?
Jeff Hostetler was a Raider for 4 years.
Yeah, he's a pretty good Raider, but not like franchise quarterback, elite levels.
No, I throw Gannon over Hostetler.
How many years did Gannon play in Oakland?
4.
See, that's the crazy thing about it is that they have had such an unstable quarterback room. Like Bo Nix is 2 years away from tying Rich Gannon for starts in the Broncos franchise, which is nuts. So
as compared to how many years that Gannon started for then Oakland.
Yeah, like guys, people like right here, what about Patrick Mahomes? Well, when Patrick Mahomes came out at Texas Tech, there were holes to poke.
Dude, you have to remember, he was kind of a novelty pick.
He was the guy
was
like
number 10?
No, he was later than that. I thought he was in the teens. Could be wrong.
Mahomes was drafted in 2017 at number 10 overall.
Oh, you got it. Nailed it. Who went ahead of him in that draft, QB-wise?
Mitch Trubisky went number 2.
Yikes.
And then the next quarterback taken was 12, Deshaun Watson. There was not another quarterback taken in 2017 until Deshaun Kaiser, second round, 52nd overall from Cleveland.
And guess who was his position coach that year?
You know who else was drafted in that class? Broncos offensive coordinator Davis Webb,
Love
87 overall out of Cal.
So, Fernando Mendoza plus Ashton Genty plus Brock Bowers plus Michael Mayer. Yeah, those are some fun tools, man. Like that to me became one of the more intriguing jobs in this cycle of NFL head coaching.
Because you got the number 1 overall.
Got the number 1 pick and you got some pretty fun, young skill talent. Frankly, dude, the Denver Broncos would love to have the skill talent that the Raiders have. at the tight end and running back positions. You would die to have those two guys.
Hey, did you see the redraft on ESPN this morning?
Of 2024?
Of 2025.
Okay.
Last year's redraft. Ashton Genty was still on the board at number 20.
Ooh.
And they had the Broncos still selecting. And they went through like the mock draft experts in their area. So Leggy was the guy who was picking for the Broncos there. Leggy still took Jahdae Barron. Genty was on the board. And I go, disagree.
Yeah, I agree. I disagree.
Leggy's thought process was Sean Payton had nabbed RJ Harvey as his back weeks before, and he knew he was going to get him somewhere in the second round, so he wasn't going to jump and get Genty.
But
Dude, if Ashton Genty was on the board at 20, I am
aren't we allowed
smashing guitars.
Aren't we allowed to use hindsight when redrafting?
Of course.
Because didn't Sean Payton prove that RJ Harvey really wasn't, it didn't end up playing out to be like his back? Because what is
Still
Sean?
a successful pick.
Still a successful pick. Good touchdowns. Nice a good niche player.
Yes. At this point in his career, niche, without a doubt.
But not necessarily the guy that Sean Payton is going to allow to be the bell cow that he's wanted, because he never fed him that way.
This year. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Moving forward.
And that's information.
That's all projection.
So when I look at the Fernando Mendoza component of why I think he would be the number one draft pick in 2024, you tell me, Shot Mods the text line, in addition to texting the word Burns for Avs Ticket Tuesday to 303-504-0925 on a separate text, tell me where Fernando Mendoza's blatant holes are as a prospect. Where are they?
It feels like speed.
Speed? What do you, I mean...
The reason why I think it was so inflammatory for you to say he would have been drafted number 1 overall in 2024, as we look back at that quarterback class just 2 years in going, it's elite. Jaden Daniels played in an NFC championship game. Drake May is going to a Super Bowl. Bo Nix, while he didn't play in an AFC title game, got his team to an AFC championship game and the best record in the NFL. You have plenty of quarterback. Caleb Williams, right, wins the right. Did Chicago win the division this year? Yes.
They did.
The Bears win the North because of Caleb Williams this year. It's a great quarterback class, and you said number 1 overall. My retort to that would be, when you look at how those quarterbacks move, which one doesn't belong? Fernando would not belong in terms of, like, I put him closer to Michael Penix in terms of his mobility than I do Bo Nix, than I do Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Caleb Williams. And I think it would be too much for those teams to pass up on the two-way ability of those players because of Mendoza's winning capabilities at Indiana.
Okay, so let me ask you this. The two Super Bowl quarterbacks this year that are getting to the pinnacle of the sport, are either of them, Raj, like super fast human beings, or are they big, capable runners that also happen to be able to throw the football?
I mean, dude, Drake May can boogie.
So can
He's
Fernando
not Mike Vick, but he can boogie.
So can Fernando Mendoza, man. Did you see him as a runner? His legs were the difference in the national championship game. On fourth down, on quarterback draw. It was functional speed. It was power. It reminds me of Andrew Luck. That's what Andrew Luck looked like when he ran.
Yeah, it wasn't a speedster, but could hurt you with his legs, sure.
He wasn't a speedster. Raj, he ran in the 4.5s at the combine.
That's pretty good.
But he didn't look like it when you watched him.
No, he didn't.
He had a neck beard.
Yeah.
Like a lot of us try to say.
Is it Mendoza's? Because when Mendoza runs, he's got his elbows out and he kind of hunches over a little bit. Is it a...
It reminds me of Andrew Luck, man.
It's a weird visual for me.
It reminds me a lot of Andrew Luck, and I get it, man. I did not want to believe the hype on Fernando Mendoza. That I'll be fully transparent. I almost coached the guy 2 years ago at Cal. I got interviewed to go be the quarterback coach when he was definitely there. He had one more year before he transferred. And I didn't even at the time, yeah, he's pretty good. He's a little dorky.
At California, he wasn't special.
No, and
3,000 yards, 16 touchdowns. This is his second year at Cal as a sophomore. 3,000 yards through the air, 16 touchdowns, 6 picks.
Yeah, and that coordinator got fired that year.
He rushed
the guy that Justin Wilcox ended up hiring over your boy got fired literally a year later.
He rushed for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. Then he transfers to Indiana. On the ground, rushes for 276 and 7 scores. Through the air, 3,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, leads the nation. 6 interceptions. He wins the Maxwell. He wins the Camp. He wins the Heisman. Let's look at those other quarterbacks from the 2026, or rather 2024 quarterback class in their senior years.
How many rushing yards did you say that my guy had there?
In this year at Indiana?
Yes.
276, 7 scores.
Okay, 276 with 7 touchdowns. Got it. Can I just give you, okay, let's go to rushing yards. All right. Drake May, 449 yards rushing, 9 touchdowns. Better? Like shattering his numbers? No. How many passing touchdowns did Fernando Mendoza have?
He had 41.
And Drake May had 24. Okay. 24. He threw for 3,600 yards. 24.
Jaden Daniels in his senior year at LSU.
His stat line was stupid.
40 touchdowns, 3,800 yards through the air, just 4 interceptions in his Heisman campaign. He rushed for, get this, 1,100 yards in that senior season for 10 scores.
Can I poke a hole though?
Sure.
Boy, that's a lot of tread on those tires, man, for a guy that looks really skinny.
Yeah, a lot of miles.
Whose elbows like poke out because he's so dang bony. I don't know how that's going to translate to the National Football League. Sounds like it might be really good his rookie year, and he might take the entire second year on the IR, on and off the entire year.
Caleb Williams, would you like me to take his Heisman Trophy year or his final season at USC?
Let's go with his draft year.
His draft year. 3,600 yards in the air, 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Running the ball, 142 yards, 11 touchdowns.
So the incredible mobile athlete that is Caleb Williams had, how much fewer rushing yards and how many fewer touchdowns? 3, right?
3 on the ground. He also threw for
11 less.
11 fewer touchdowns that season.
Okay.
Bo Nix.
Yeah, let's get weird with Bo.
Dude, Bo's senior season in Oregon's pretty good.
It was.
4,500 yards, 45 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Mm-hmm. What about rushing?
234 yards and 6 scores.
But I thought Fernando is a bad athlete. But everybody's telling me that he's slow.
40 more yards. Now Fernando played 3 more games because he won.
That's true. But hey, let's not forget rushing stats in college football take into account sacks. They do. You know, and that's one thing that we know that Bo Nix didn't do. Now, the thing that's cool about Bo Nix, he was able to throw with that much success in college, and frankly didn't have to rely on one of his best attributes, is his ability to run the football, because he was frankly playing on time, on schedule. It was interesting. I had a chance to talk with Dan Lanning recently about the quarterback I now coach. And he said, I love him because we love quarterbacks that can actually hit number 1 when number 1's open and not have to become run around prancing guy that ends up getting injured, which is, unfortunately, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., and it hasn't yet happened for Caleb Williams. Like, I got to tip my cap. Caleb Williams, he's been a really
sensational year.
His year was awesome. And I have to give a lot of credit to Caleb, and I have to probably give even more credit to Ben Johnson, because after last season, it didn't look like this was in the cards.
So I ask you one more time.
Yep.
2024 draft is tomorrow. Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winner, is in that draft class with the other 6 quarterbacks. Where is he drafted?
Mendoza 1, May 2, Nix 3, Jaden Daniels 4, Caleb Williams 5, J.J. McCarthy 6, and Michael Penix Jr. 7. I'm sorry.
Text the word Burns. That is Burns, B-U-R-N-S, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Burns. Your first keyword to get inside the building tomorrow for the Avs.
It burns. The LBI burns.
As they take on the San Jose Sharks. Get it in. Golden Flame Hot Wings is the answer for dinner tonight and for all of your viewing parties coming up this weekend on Sunday. Make sure you guys head to gfhwings.com. That is gfhwings.com to sign up and make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game. You can find them in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs.
Aurora.
GFHwings.com, Golden Flame Hot Wings for this weekend's festivities. Coach, as we wrap up your Fernando Mendoza take, which honestly, going over all of those quarterbacks from the 2024 draft class, it kind of makes sense. The 2 guys that you talked about yesterday that we didn't quite get to last segment, Andrew Luck and Joe Burrow. We have to take this all the way to the end zone. You want to start with the guy that you coached, or the guy that you coached
go with
against?
Andrew Luck to start.
Would you like his best season or his draft season?
We'll go draft season to keep it consistent.
3,500 yards as a junior at Stanford, 37 touchdowns and 10 interceptions.
Not that good.
Not that good. He ran for 150 yards and 2 scores. However, his previous year, which is arguably his best season, his sophomore year in 2010-2011.
Well, he had Richard Sherman, Doug Baldwin. Like, Richard Sherman was a receiver at times at Stanford. He was a full-time receiver when we first got there. And he had his tight ends, Zach Ertz, Kobe Fleener, Levine Toilolo. Like, all NFL starters for 5 to 12 years.
Luck ran for 453 yards that sophomore season. He threw for 3,300 yards, 32 scores. Both of those numbers led the country. Just 8 interceptions. So Mendoza's got better numbers than Andrew Luck did in his sophomore and junior seasons at Stanford. Joe Burrow is the outlier.
Ever. In any season of football, truly ever.
His senior season at LSU.
Was it even his senior year, or was it his...
It was his senior year.
Okay.
Because he was at Ohio State for 2 seasons where he essentially didn't play, and then he had his junior year. He essentially doubled his passing yards, more than doubled his passing yards. 5,600 yards through the air, 60 touchdowns, and only 6 interceptions. He added 368 yards and 5 scores on the ground. He did not fumble once in college. He had 6,000 yards and 65 touchdowns in that senior season. That's the outlier. That's the most complete quarterback prospect we've seen.
What's a little bit different about Joe Burrow in his 2019 senior season in terms of the statistics? What's a little different than what Fernando Mendoza was spinning the pill to at Indiana University Andrew Luck?
I have to?
Let's just go with the top 2 wide receivers with 111 catches for 1,540 yards is a guy named Justin Jefferson. Would you take him here in Denver?
We talked about it yesterday. I would take Justin Jefferson in a heartbeat.
And he just had a cool 18 touchdowns. 18.
That was second best on the team.
To Cincinnati Bengal superstar Jamar Chase, who on just 84 catches had 1,780 yards, of which, of his 84, just about 1/4 of them went for a touchdown when he had 20 touchdowns. And by the way, his running back was Chiefs Super Bowl starting running back, 3 years ago? Clyde Edwards-Helaire with 215 carries, 1,414 yards, and 16 teeters.
Yeah, it turns out the supporting cast at LSU is better than Indiana's.
Pretty good.
What a season.
Wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 in the National Football League, talent-wise.
Smith and Jigba has something to say about that.
Yeah, right now, for sure. Yeah, right now.
But I think if you were to poll the league, those guys would come in at 1-2. I think it would be Jefferson 1 by a fingernail. Chase number 2. And then I think Smith and Jigba is probably number 3 at this point. When Chase has a healthy Joe Burrow, that guy is unstoppable.
He also has this. He has to split the ball with T. Joe Burrow is phenomenal, but he's also benefited from having 2 of the best receivers for just about every year of his career when healthy, in college and in pro. That's insane. The guy played with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, then downgraded in the NFL to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. What are we doing?
Obviously, you can't elevate Cortland Sutton or any of the other wide receivers on this team to the level of a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or
T. Higgins or an AJ. So you think that T. Higgins is not? You don't think he's as good as Courtland Sutton?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. My thought was, does Courtland Sutton or Marvin Mims, with the right play caller, is it going to be Davis Webb this year? With the right play caller and a healthy Bo and maybe a little bit of a running game to take the pressure off of that number one spot, does he have enough to get up into that stratosphere of T. Higgins? I don't think that's out of the equation.
I would hope it would end up being, based off what we've seen, a guy like Marvin Mims Jr., but man, T. Higgins is 6'4", 220 pounds.
Yeah, it's Courtland Sutton size.
He runs a little better. Tell you that.
T. Higgins has 2 seasons of 1,000 yards. He had 11 touchdowns last year in 14 games with 846 yards through the air. Courtland Sutton, on the other side, has, 3 seasons of 1,000 yards?
Mm-hmm.
7 touchdowns last year. His career high in touchdowns over a season was 10, which is just one shy of
Russ,
T. Higgins last year. That was Russ in Russ's final year. But he was very good last year. 17 games, 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns. I think that a guy, if Davis Webb is the play caller this year, I think you can be elevated into Courtland Sutton and T. Higgins are kind of the same guy, or Courtland is slightly better.
When you look at the numbers, you're not entirely off.
You can't
base there.
You can't elevate him to Jamar status, but you can get him to T. Higgins 1B without a doubt.
So you can make him he could be an elite wide receiver 2 in the league. Isn't that what we've kind of said he is? Because I'm pretty sure that T. Higgins is clearly wide receiver 2 in Cincinnati. And is there maybe is there just a little bit of truth to the fact that Joe Burrow has elevated T. Higgins when healthy, when right?
Probably.
Because, you look at these numbers, man. T. Higgins, gosh, years where Joe Burrow wasn't Joe Burrow, the numbers aren't quite what they. Think about it. In 21 and 22, when Joe Burrow was at the height, heck, even in 2020, but those are years where T. Higgins had 1,091, 1,029, and ended up having combined 13 touchdowns.
How's this? The only reason why I would do a 1-for-1 trade between Courtland and T. Higgins is because T is 3 years younger. If you take away those 3 years, I'm not making the trade.
I don't think you do the 1-for-1 trade, period, in this case, because of Courtland Sutton's leadership and established locker room presence here in Denver. I don't know that T. Higgins would be that for you. Now, that's kind of where you and I keep talking about these guys like A.J. Brown, that physical attributes, top and even kind of ceiling type years, they're different than Courtland. That's what you'd love to be able to get. Or is there a chance? Is there anybody in this draft that you could potentially hit on at the tail end of round 1 that you could conceivably develop into wide receiver 1? And the answer to that is probably it's a long shot.
The best wide receivers in this draft are the kid out of Ohio State, Tate, but he's going to go top 10, top 5 maybe. Who's the kid out of Arizona State?
Kid I coached at CU.
Jordan Tyson.
Jordan Tyson. Yeah, he's
Jordan
really
Tyson's
good.
a first-round talent, but he's probably not going to be there for you.
Does have injury history. Unfortunately, I was there. Went out to see him against Oregon when he tore his ACL.
This version of the NFL, wide receiver 1 typically goes in the first 15 picks. That's your sweet spot for finding your franchise wideout. You're not getting him at 30. You have to trade up to get him in the draft. And they're not moving from 30 to 8. They're not moving from 30 to even 12. You can't package 2 4ths and 3 7ths to get up there, and you don't want to give up a future first. At least I wouldn't. I give up a future first to get a wide receiver that I know is going to help me right now. And that's why I'm so heavy on the, like, if Justin Jefferson is out there, kick the damn tires. If A.J. Brown is out there, kick the damn tires. And trade away that first-round pick because I know who those guys are. And if you restructure those 3 offensive lineman contracts like we talked about yesterday, you can have nearly $60 million in cap space this year.
Top 5 wide receivers: Carnell Tate, Ohio State; Jordan Tyson, Arizona State; Mekhi Lemon, USC. But I thought he's a big cat. He's 5'11", 195 pounds. Is there a little bit of redundancy with a guy like? I mean, that is more along the lines of Justin Jefferson type.
Isn't Justin Jefferson like 6'1"?
Yeah, he's taller, but I mean, Zachariah Branch, who's dynamic. Remember him at USC? Came onto the scene, returning kicks, and then now he ended up at Georgia. But he's a 5'10"er. Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M, really dynamic playmaker. But once again, is he the body type that Sean Payton wants at 5'11", 190? There's a lot of slot-ish type guys. Now, Jordan Tyson, man, if there's any way that he slides down, which I don't think he will, he's grown up so much. His production's just off the charts. If he was available there at the tail end of the first round, man, oh my goodness, it's on. But it's just hard. It's hard to go out and find wide receiver 1, man. There really aren't that many of them.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday today. Make sure you tune in all week long. Vic is going to be live from Radio Row in San Francisco thanks to Colorado Off-Road, Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road. Find them online at cooffroad.com. Your next Avs keyword comes up in 20 minutes. Make sure you don't miss it. Avs Ticket Tuesday rolls along, a 2K Tuesday as well in the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson on the 1s and 2s. Steve Nelson to my right in the 950 studio. We're back on the hardwood this evening on 92.5. Make sure you tune in for coverage of the Nuggets as they rematch against the best team in the Eastern Conference. That's the Detroit Pistons on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That pregame starts at 4:30 p.m., powered by Ramos Law. Tip-off just after 5 p.m. Latest injury report has Christian Brown as questionable. So that's,
has it been an ankle with him the whole time? Is that what it is?
Aaron Gordon will be out for this game. Cam Johnson, still with his knee injury, will be out as well. I saw something from Bobby Marks looking at the possible repeater teams in the luxury tax this year. Denver was expected to be, and yes, the ankle with CB.
Yeah, it was. I think it's probably a high ankle sprain. I'm guessing it's been the majority of the season, right? I mean, this thing dates back to, wasn't it like November where he sustained it? It's been a while.
Bobby Marks put out the luxury teams and the repeaters for this year. And Denver was expected to be a repeater this season solely because of one player's contract, and that was Cam Johnson. And the reason why is because he has what they call in the NBA their apron salary, which includes all of their performance bonuses. Cam Johnson's bonuses start with playing 48 games and then having certain other markers that are attached to starting 48 games. And some of them are like averaging 16 points a game. Cam averages like 12 this year. Having a true shooting percentage of 60 or more. Cam is in the mid-50s right now, and there's no guarantee that even if he comes back after the All-Star break, he would have the ability to hit that 48-game mark, but he'd have to stay remarkably healthy. He'd have to play in every game, but I think 7 going down the stretch. They won't be a repeater, man. They're going to stay out of that luxury because, well, unfortunately, Cam Johnson hasn't been able to stay healthy this year.
Without notes in front of you, how many games has CB played this season?
12?
Yeah, 14. 14 games. So the original high ankle sprain, I'm guessing, I'm going to throw it out there because a medial ankle sprain is typically a matter of weeks, not months.
Oh, high ankle sprain is a curse word in your vernacular over there.
It's not good. You usually have to get the tightrope surgery So when you look at CB's last 5 games that he's played in NBA games, November 11th, November 12th. So the injury essentially was sustained on November 12th, which was in the 17th minute that he participated in against the Clippers at LA. November 12th, done. He came back January 4th, 7th, and 9th. In those games, he played 24 minutes, 30 minutes, 25 minutes, and ended up essentially, statistically, he had 3 points, 5 points, and 0 points. So it wasn't right. And it is February 3rd. Baby.
Yeah, it's getting late, isn't it? It feels like it's getting late. But also, do you want to rush it? I wouldn't say rush him back.
No.
Do you need to have him come back against the Pistons this evening? If he's questionable.
He needs to get through the All-Star break.
I was going to say, do you need to have him back against New York or Chicago? The All-Star break starts after next Wednesday's home game against Memphis. And then you're off for 8 days before you go out on a 3-game trip to California and Portland. I'm cool with you starting to play him on that 3-game trip away from home. I kind of felt the same way about Nikola Jokic, but Joker's a freak. He's a mutant and finds a way to come back early and still looks very good.
I also don't think his injury was anywhere near as bad as once feared.
Right.
The optics of it and what, the entire fan base and frankly the NBA, when they watched that injury, oh no, this is it. But man, when we watched Cam Johnson's injury, remember I tried to break that thing down. I'm like, he's done. Now I was wrong. Thank God.
But it was worse than Joker's?
It was worse than Joker. Significantly worse. Because his injury was sustained before Joker's was, and Joker's already back playing.
The worst case scenario in terms of returning these players to play for the Nuggets, because of where they are in their championship window, is bringing them back too early. I will deal with the knocking off the rust, and we had this conversation a little bit yesterday, knocking off rust or finding time to gel. You probably have a first-round series to be a little bit of a buffer zone in the postseason as well for this team. Like, I don't know. I don't see them getting bounced in round number 1. Even if they were as injured as they are right now, I would find them getting through that first round. You don't want it to turn into what just happened with Aaron Gordon, where he comes back and you re-aggravate that hamstring injury, and now you're looking at another month and a half prior to reevaluation. When we're talking about Christian Brown, brother, I don't need to see you until Thursday, February 19th.
With an ankle that can be easily aggravated in a high cutting sport like basketball is probably, if not the most significant cutting sport, there really is no need for him to be rushed back at all. Jamal Murray. Let's talk about Jamal Murray. All-star game, right? All-star roster. So how is this working? Is it is the USA versus the world? Is that right? Is how they're terming it. But when they named the all-star teams, they broke it down as Eastern and Western Conference.
There are 2 American teams. There is 1 international team, and is there like a Young Stars team, or is it just 3?
Yeah, so whoever wins out of the 3 teams on Friday will play on Sunday.
Got it.
So how are they like, what are the 2 American teams? Is it like, what's it based on?
In a new U.S. versus world format, 2 teams of American players and 1 team of international players, known as the World Team, I'm taking this from NBA.com, will compete in a round-robin tournament featuring 4 12-minute games. The 3 teams will have a minimum of 8 players in the round-robin tournament. Team A will play Team B. The winning team from Game 1 will take on Team C in Game 2, followed by the losing teams of each of those 2 games playing each other in a knockout.
Are they doing like political affiliations for Team A and Team B?
I have no idea.
Are they doing, the old man rec basketball versus the young man game? Like how do you divide the 2 American teams and make it somewhat tangible in terms of what you're playing for in terms of pride? Is it an Eastern Conference Team A and an or a Western Conference Team B? What are we doing?
I don't think that's the case. I think you're just an Eastern Conference All-Star and a Western Conference All-Star, and then they put together from that pool an American team, 2 American teams, and an international team.
Boy, they really can't figure out All-Star teams,
I mean,
can
at
they?
least, you know what? Give the NBA props for trying. I love that for them. At least they're trying different formats to spice it up. They're leaning into the success of the Paris Olympics. They're leaning into the success of recent international stars running away with MVPs. I appreciate them trying something new. It's not dude, Justin Fields is turning down on-field opportunities at the Pro Bowl. Justin Fields is turning down playing time at the Pro Bowl.
Justin Fields.
Thank you. Punt that thing. Tell me that's not Mila Kunis, right? Because I know that one's
Justin
Kim Becker.
Fields.
Punt that thing. Punt the Pro Bowl weekend into the sun. That sucks. At least the NBA is trying something new. I'll tune in for this a little bit. I'll probably turn it off in 10 minutes, like I have the NHL All-Star game over the past few years, because that's lost its luster.
Okay, so I don't want to. There are 3 teams, right? They announced 2. They announced an Eastern Conference All-Star team with 5 starters and reserves.
Yes.
And then they announced a Western Conference team with 5 starters and reserves.
Yes. And
is that just for historical context? Because in reality, there are 3 teams.
Correct. They then take the players.
So reserves are going to start. Some reserves are going to start.
Sure, yes.
Like for their 12-minute games for their arbitrary Team A, Team B of Team USA.
Yes. There will be American reserves as starters in the NBA, but they will be technically NBA All-Star reserves from a historical perspective.
Okay, so then, with all this being said, do you think the NBA right now doesn't even really know how they're going to divide Team A and Team B and what they're going to call it? They have no idea.
Probably.
Right I don't know.
Someone in an office in a cubicle knows. Adam Silver probably has it up in his brain. Speaking of a nose picker.
Yeah, he's definitely he's not afraid to kind of go elbow up when he's leaning in there.
I mean, when you look like a stone, it's not the Stonehenge. What are the Easter Island heads?
Yeah,
you got to get up there pretty far.
He is pretty good.
Like again, spot me the difference between Kim Becker and Mila Kunis's voice, and then spot me the difference between a Easter Island statue and the head of NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
It's a tough
Same but different, but also same.
That's cool for Kim Becker, man. That she's the voice doppelganger of Mila Kunis.
That's what I'm telling you, Kim.
Justin Fields.
I know you. Whenever you're back here, you listen to the show. I think you're probably still in Utah at this point. But if you want a secondary career, just hey, I can be Meg Griffin. I know Mila probably is doing movies, but I can be Meg Griffin.
That show was from Family Guy.
Yeah.
What's the line again?
Who's a good boy?
There it
that
is.
one.
It's
Dude,
Kim Becker.
I went the better part of half of a decade thinking that was Kim and not Mila Kunis.
And Easton Stick also.
303-504.
Easton Stick.
0925 is where you can reach us. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, before KJ's NFL notes, we'll have your next keyword to get yourself inside the building for the Avs. They take on the San Jose Sharks in their final game before the Olympic break. They'll have 21 days off. Your next keyword comes up on the other side of the break. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and I told you at the beginning of the show, it's very sharky theme. If you were listening to those highlights there that KJ put together, your next keyword to get inside the building for Avs and San Jose Sharks is Blake Balake. B-L-A-K-E, like Rob Blake, the former Avalanche and San Jose Shark, as well as Los Angeles King
Could also
defenseman.
be former Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Jeff Blake. But it's more Rob Blake because we're...
More Rob Blake because we're here.
But either way, it's a Blake. You just got to text it 303-504-0925. You'll probably get in. You will probably get free tickets to watch the game that we need. We need points. Raj, I want 2 points.
Yeah, I wanted 4. Now I'll settle for 2.
2 would be good. Because then that mean that you get 4 of your last possible 6. Which I'm okay with.
If you guys want some great pizza, it's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10 today and every single Tuesday. 303-504-0925. Text the word Blake, B-L-A-K-E, Blake, with your first and last name to that number. You'll be entered to win. We'll give away our pair of tickets coming up at 11:55 today, but it's 11:20. It's the morning sprint. It means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. Every day here on the morning sprint, the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Well, the biggest news coming out of Broncos camp these days is the elevation of Davis Webb from quarterback coach to offensive coordinator. So congratulations to him. And Logan Kilgore has been promoted to quarterback coach after being a quality control coach, starting on the staff in 2023 as well. So according to Luka Evans of the Denver Post and his sources, there's no language currently in Davis's contract as the OC that says he will be the play caller of the staff. And Sean Payton hasn't made a decision yet on the play calling. But here's Broncos wide receiver Cortland Sutton talking about Davis Webb's elevation yesterday at the Pro Bowl. Quote, if he gets the opportunity to call plays, I think he has the heartbeat of the offense. And so everybody's going to enjoy having him if that is what winds up happening. Broncos left tackle Garrett Bowles at the Pro Bowl said this, it'd be awesome, man. DW is the best. We love him. I'm excited to see what he can do for us, end quote. So let's put it out there right now, guys. Does Davis Webb take this job if he doesn't have a say on the game day play calling?
I don't see Sean Payton giving it up, man. I don't. I really don't. I just think that you don't give up play calling duties when you just took your team to an AFC championship game and you lost your game with your backup quarterback and all of a sudden you're going to hit the panic button yourself. Man, I got a couple different tales from the play calling drama that I've been a part of. For example, Exhibit A, 2007 Stanford football. Jim Harbaugh, brand new head football coach, had really only coached at a non-scholarship Division I AA or FCS level at University of San Diego. Pressure was very different. All offseason, we had done scrimmages, and Harbaugh called the plays, and I'd give a very, very aggressive air quote, called the plays, because he had a script that he just stayed on no matter what. Well, we get to our first game against UCLA. In title, David Shaw was the offensive coordinator. In title, Chris Dahlman, formerly starting center for the San Francisco 49ers, was the run game coordinator. Nobody had been communicated with who is calling the plays. It was just assumed that, I guess, Jim is going to call the plays. I get up in the box, and I'm a quality control coach. Just got my chart out, ready to jot down plays. And
Coach has the first 15 scripted, but nobody knows.
Yep. And so I look over at David Shaw, and I go, hey, Coach, who's calling plays today? He goes, I got no bleeping clue. All right. So we get into the game. This had not been communicated by Jim Harbaugh. We get into the game. Jim Harbaugh calls the first play, the second play. Well, those were off the script. Well, guess what down and distance it is now? It's 3rd down and 12. Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave, give me a pass. Give me a 3rd and 12 call. So then Dave Shaw calls the 3rd and 12. Get back on script. Next 3rd down, it's 3rd down and 1. Okay. Hey, Dolly, give me a run. Give me a run. And that is how we proceeded to operate for the next 2 years at least.
That is
in my time there.
Complete panic-inducing play calling.
And you know what it led to? Jim Harbaugh ended up getting the head coaching job of the San Francisco 49ers and led Stanford to a Orange Bowl victory over a very dominant Virginia Tech team. You know what that's called? It's called being an idiot savant. Being really good at being weirdly bad.
Just having a horseshoe.
Yep. Yeah, we used to call him the gold esser. The gold pooper.
Davis Webb, offensive play caller. I don't think he's going to get it.
It's not happening.
It does feel like
we would know by now.
You stay in Denver because the shine of Sean Payton right now it's bright. Regardless if you are calling plays or not, that shine is like, look at Johnny Morton. Johnny Morton got a job, brother. And then promptly got relieved from his job in Detroit.
I mean,
it wasn't great. I think this is Davis Webb knows he got a big time pay increase. He gets to sit under Sean Payton.
He's still a very young coach.
He's 31 years old,
and he's only really been coaching. Was this year 3?
There's going to be another 8 head coaching opportunities at this time next year. And he's going to have his pick of the litter because if the Broncos win 12 or 13 games and Bo throws for 3,800 yards and 28 touchdowns and 10 picks.
We go 4,030 touchdowns.
I was going little small increments, season by season. So I'm at 3,800 yards, 28 touchdowns, and like 9 or 10 interceptions. And then add some more on the ground. But 12, 13, 14 wins, back into the postseason AFC Championship.
KJ, what do you think's going to happen? You think he's going to be calling ball plays?
I do not. But to Roger's point, I think the shine on Sean Payton will be enough to keep his name relevant, so much so that if the Broncos just make it to the Super Bowl next year, not even win it, I believe in my heart this time next year, Davis Webb will be the head coach of the New York Jets.
Whoa. That is a fate I do not wish on anybody. And I like Davis Webb. Don't want Davis Webb to be the head coach of the New York Football Jets, man.
You know where he's going, dude? When the Cincinnati Bengals suck next year.
Not a bad one there.
Davis Webb, head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase.
Ooh, I got another one for you. When the Kansas City Chiefs suck next year.
No, don't do this to me.
And Andy
don't
Reid
do this to me. No.
Is semi-nudged into retirement. Davis Webb.
Well, because we know it's not going to be
Head football
Eric Bieniemy.
coach for the
I
Wicked
feel like I'm better
Witch.
than Patrick Mahomes.
He's for the Wicked Witch.
I want to get him out of the AFC West. I'm sick and tired of good coaches staying here in the AFC West. Don't do it. KJ, what's next?
That's what it means.
Broncos outside linebacker Nick Bonito, I guess, was injured during the AFC Championship game, and so it led to him not playing the final 2-11 of that game. Nine News' Broncos insider Mike Kliss was able to catch up with Nick Bonito at the Pro Bowl. He said, quote, "It was just some things I was going through with my body. They were just trying to save me for passing situations," end quote. But he did decline to reveal exactly what that ailment/injury was. After the season, we haven't heard much after that in regards to what that injury may be from Sean or George or anybody else. But if you guys remember, during the Christmas Day game, Nick Bonito had a huge brace on his right arm. So any real concern about whatever that ailment may be, or could this be a situation where offseason rest will pretty much fix whatever's broken?
I'm not too concerned about it.
I'm not concerned at all. Played through it. He'll get
had a good postseason.
Yep. I mean, really good game against the Bills. My word.
Nick Bonito played 60% of the team's defensive snaps last year.
How many? I wonder what his percentage was in the postseason pair of games. I'm going to guess it was a slight uptick.
I don't have that.
Which would lead me to believe it seemed like there was more of the presence of Nick Bonito in in the 2 playoff games. But
Benito played. I can have this answer for you. Sorry, they only had regular season. That sucks. I'm looking right now on ProReference.com. I only see regular season stats. I will effort to find that for you. But that dude needs to be in the 75 to 85% snap count range next year. Have to be. If you want that big time number 3 contract, the TJ Watt, Myles Garrett contract, you got to play TJ Watt and Myles Garrett numbers of snaps. KJ, what's next?
That's what "that's it" means.
Obviously, we have a Super Bowl coming up on Sunday, but the biggest news surrounding the Patriots right now is Robert Kraft was not selected as an entry into the Pro Football Hall of Fame class this year as well. He did not receive the required 40 of 50 votes to be inducted into this 2026 class, as it was confirmed by several sources. And interesting enough, so here it is. So Kraft was the finalist amongst the contributors, and the coach finalist was Belichick, and the player finalists were Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, and L.C. Greenwood. So the NFL announced last week that they are looking into who's leaking this private info, and when they are found, they will be removed from the voting process of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's what the NFL announced. Knowing how the Patriots succeeded during their dynasty, do we think someone or a group of someones have it in for the Patriots?
I do think there are axes to be ground with these types of votes, without a doubt. Do I think they're going to remove someone because of it? No, I think this is just like a little bit of a wrist slap. Hey, don't do this again.
So Robert Kraft, not a first ballot Hall of Fame owner. Bill Belichick, not a first ballot Hall of Fame head coach.
Kind of crazy.
In what was the most dominant era of pro football. This is dumb, man. It's dumb. Like, I don't like either one of them particularly. But, like, then don't let them go through that era. If it's tarnished, then draw a line in the sand back then, not now.
I mean, they did draw a line in the sand. They had some of the biggest draft reparations that any team has had in the NFL. They gave up first-round picks.
Do you think the Patriots cared? Their drafting history was awful. They drafted horribly.
Well, the Patriots didn't care, but like the league did do something about it. There were suspensions for players and coaches. There were forfeited draft picks. Like the league did do something. They drew a line in the sand back then. They did enough. Unprecedented types of like sanctions on that team in the NFL. Make sure you guys text the word Blake, B-L-A-K-E. That is Blake with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Part of an Avs Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's, home of $10 Tuesday. Blake, as in like James Blake, the tennis player. Steve Blake, the former Trailblazer guard. Jackson Blake, the current Hurricane forward. What other Blakes are there? Johan Blake, the former Jamaican sprinter.
What about the Blinger? Blake, basketball player, orange hair.
Oh, Blake Griffin?
Blake Griffin. Good.
Blake Griffin's a good one. Or Balake.
Blake, 303-504-0925. There's only 2 entries right now, so you got a great chance.
That feels like it's a little...
That might be a sales tactic.
Yeah, you cool it over there.
Come and hang out, and we'll give you a nice timeshare.
KJ, what's next?
That's what "that's it" means.
Sam Darnold obviously is playing the biggest game of his career coming up on Sunday, and they had some fun last night as the Patriots and the Seahawks were able to talk to the media for the first time during Super Bowl week. Sam Darnold explained last night what he'd do if he were in the same situation Russell Wilson was in just 11 years ago against the New England Patriots.
30 seconds on the clock. You're on the 1-yard line. Are you gonna run or are you gonna throw a slant route?
Well, how many timeouts do we have? What's the situation? Do we have any timeouts? No timeouts? I know that's a sore subject for a lot of people, but we'll say pass. No timeouts. No timeouts. You don't want to get stuffed. Maybe you run it and you get on the ball and throw it. really quickly after that if you don't make it. But it's tough to get those big guys back up after being down there on the 1 yard line and getting back and, on the line of scrimmage. So 30 seconds left on the 1 yard line. That's a great question. As a quarterback, I got to say pass, though.
30 seconds, you can get a playoff if you run
Easily.
that thing. And also, Kenneth Walker's behind you. I know it's not Marshawn Lynch, but Kenneth Walker's pretty good.
Pretty good.
You know what they're doing? They're tush pushing. The tush push wasn't a thing back then.
They needed
Quarterback sneak was a thing, but the tush push was not a thing back then. That's what every team is doing with 30 seconds and 1 timeout, right? The Seahawks had 1 timeout. There were 26 seconds, and it was 2nd and goal. It wasn't even 3rd. So you can get up and you can clock that thing. You don't even have to use the timeout. You can clock that. If we're doing carbon copy from what it was in Super Bowl, 54? Something like that?
Wasn't it Super Bowl 49?
I don't know how Roman numerals work, dude. You tell me what number that was. I saw letters in front of me and I tried to make it work. Is it 49?
It is
Am I that
49.
far
It
off?
is.
It was in between the Broncos
Yeah,
losing
because
and
remember
the Super Bowl winning?
The Seahawks went back to back.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That makes it easier for me. Now I can look at XLIX and know it's 49 simply because of where the Broncos played the preceding and previous year.
Yeah, I think you double call right there in that scenario, and you get a run and a pass.
Also, I love Sam Darnold going, yeah, I'm going to pass it. Screw you.
Yep. That what Russell Wilson did?
For Sam Darnold to go, we're passing it.
Yeah. It's spicy. He's a Super Bowl quarterback.
I hope to. I learned this today. Sam Darnold's the first USC quarterback to start a Super Bowl.
Crazy.
How is that anywhere near true?
Because none of them have really panned out in the National Football League. Name one that's really been a guy that's a consistent long game starter in the NFL. Carson Palmer? Closest thing, right? Rob Johnson wasn't.
Mark Sanchez started for a while.
Yeah, Matt Leinart was, that thing fizzled quickly, right?
Yep. I mean, he had a decently long career.
In terms of a starter in the NFL, though.
Palmer was probably the best of them. Yeah. That is incredible. Sanchez got close. Never got there. I don't know, but like you look at all the quarterbacks that played there between Sanchez and Williams, and it's a bunch of guys who did nothing.
I'll tell you, did not have a successful NFL career. That was a USC quarterback alum.
Matt Barkley?
Mike Sanford Sr., my dad. Scholarship quarterback, USC.
Tough go.
Did never take a snap in the NFL.
Good question as we wrap up NFL notes here. Why didn't the Broncos tush push on 4th down?
I was thinking the same thing because they don't do it. And they need to invest in it. If you're going to get free yardage, you know it's probably because Sean Payton believes that the spot on the field from the refs in the NFL, who are clearly out to get him in his own mind, would be short, and then you can't overturn it. You're screwed.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You heard Coach yell it out there a couple of seconds ago.
What is it? Do we have an Avs ticket Tuesday?
It's an Avs ticket Tuesday.
We have a keyword right now?
Final game before the Olympics kick off on Friday. That's 21 days in between Avalanche games. We're getting you inside the building. See the Avs take on Nathan McKinnon and Kale McCarr and Devon Taves' Team Canada teammate Macklin Celebrini. And what you have to do is text the keyword
Blake
to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, Blake, B-L-A-K-E. Text it in, win tickets. We'll give it away on the other side.
Hip, hip.
Tune in tonight for the very best coverage of the Nuggets as they rematch the number one team in the Eastern Conference, the Detroit Pistons. 4:30 pregame show after a truncated version of Kreckman and Lindahl.
I didn't know it was Big Word Tuesday today for Alex Ryan. You're a good little boy right there, huh?
It'll be a 90-minute version
Who's a
of
good boy?
Nate and
I
Andy.
am. I'm
Thank
a good
you.
boy.
I find myself to be sometimes a 90-minute version of Kreckman and Lindahl pregame with Berto, and Ramos Law starts at 4:30 right
early
here
basketball tonight,
on 92.5. Early basketball. Speaking of basketball, KJ, hey, we can do this for the first time in 3 shows. Hit that breaking news sounder. KJ, what do we got?
So the Memphis Grizzlies are making a trade as they are trading star forward Jaren Jackson Jr., John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams Jr. to the Utah Jazz for Walton Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 first-round picks. 3 first-round picks. So the Grizzlies are getting 3 first-round picks back from Utah.
So it ain't Ja, but 3 first-rounders. The NBA's trade deadline is at 1 p.m. Mountain, just 2 days from right now.
Is that just 2 teams that are just kind of trading, like, average value for average value? Like
3 first-round picks. Is legit,
Tell me about
dude.
Jaren Jackson Jr.'s slash line right now.
So here's what I struggle with this trade. If you're the Utah Jazz, you trade for Jaren Jackson Jr., who's a 4. You have one of the best 4s in the league in Lauri Markkanen. So either that means Markkanen is getting ready to go on the move.
Lauri Markkanen could fetch a haul.
Oh, my God, could he? Like, Golden State has been looking for a player like Lauri Markkanen
That's
for
gotta be
years.
the tallest dude in Finland history.
So, but the Jazz, okay, so but
Can Lauri
the
Markkanen
Jazz are
skate?
Jazz are they're shedding 3 first rounders though, right? So this isn't a rebuild for the Jazz per se, is it? Because they're getting rid of 3 first rounders, right?
Yes. Again, they're bringing in Jaren Jackson. Maybe you flip him, or maybe they realize that they're moving on from Lauri Markkanen at one point. The Jazz suck. They're 15-35. You are 20 games under 500. You're not making the postseason this year. You are playing the long game. I think KJ has it right on the head, is that you are moving those future first-round picks and then grabbing them back in another trade with the team if Lowry's on the move.
So Jaren Jackson Jr. is like he's like a quintessential number 3 player on your team, maybe a 2, right? I mean, right now he's averaging 19 points a game. So he's a 2. Guy is like a second best player on your roster. He's a 5.8 rebounds a game guy and averages shy of 2 assists a game.
Yeah, so he's a DPOY guy. Like he's a 3-and-D version of Rudy Gobert, basically. So for whatever that's worth.
The numbers kind of like he averages 2 3-pointers made a game, generally speaking, last year in a pretty healthy year. This year he's at 1.8. He takes 5 a game, averages just shy of 2 3-pointers games, 36% 3-point shooter.
The 229, good comment here. If you are loading up on draft picks and also some players here as Memphis, right? Is it a setup move for Giannis if Giannis stays in the East? Sorry. If Giannis moves from the East rather to the West.
So would that be to Memphis?
3 first-rounders. You have Ja. Maybe that's the enticing part to Milwaukee is like, hey, mate, you didn't work out here.
That's kind of
maybe he works out in Wisconsin.
Kind of a spicy little Grizzlies roster right there, wouldn't it be?
That could work.
Tell you what, man.
A lot of first-round picks and a player that is a direct replacement for what you lose. Obviously not the players, the body types, but star for star.
Can you imagine, though, Ja Morant telling, his new teammate, hey, Giannis, we're going to Denver, man. I got a spot I want to take you to, brother.
Oh, I'm not saying Ja's going to be a teammate. I'm saying Ja would be in that trade.
Oh, okay.
Because Ja is not nearly enough to just get Giannis. It's Ja and multiple first-round
Why would
picks.
they want to have a legit front court player and a legit backcourt player?
What I'm telling you is that
but now they have 3 first-rounders.
The sides have to be 3 first-rounders. Not enough to get Giannis.
It's not, but let's also keep in mind when they traded Desmond Bane this past offseason, they got 4 first-round picks
so
from
it's 7
the
enough?
Orlando Magic.
Screw them picks. Screw them picks, Raj.
No, what I'm saying is that it could be a setup move for Memphis to try and get him.
What if Ja and Giannis Antetokounmpo are teammates, and Ja is able to take his new teammate to his favorite establishment here in Denver, Colorado?
Does Giannis strike you as a nightclub guy?
No, he's not at all.
I know.
And Giannis would be like, what is this?
Maybe Giannis is the guy that can hold Ja Morant down.
What kind of Willie is this? Of the shotgun variety?
I don't know what the gun situation is in Greece, but I would assume it's
I don't think it's a big concealed carry type of a country.
Probably a lot more locked down than it is here in the States. Yeah, big trade in the NBA there. Nuggets back at it tonight, 5 p.m. tip right here on 92.5.
Okay, Raj, I want you to turn around and look at the screen, and I want you to tell me, honestly, full transparency, of those 7 players, 8 players that are a part of that trade, how many of them do you know? Like who
Kyle
they
Anderson
are?
and Jock Landale.
And Jaren Jackson, obviously.
Yeah.
So 3. Have you heard of John Conchar?
And the only reason why I know Jock Landale is because the morning show called him Lance Cocktail.
KJ, how many, full transparency, you're an NBA guy. How many of those 8 players do you know who they are?
No, I know every single player in this trade.
Well, excuse me.
Sorry.
There's a reason why KJ breaks the NBA news on this show.
Okay. I know sports pretty well, right? I get it. You're going to text him like, no, you don't know anything. You don't know ball, coach.
Yeah, Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall pick in 2024, huh?
Yeah. Pretty good. Somebody has to stand tall with a big chest and say, I believe in it, man.
Just poking the bear.
It's all right. I when you first read that, I didn't know one name. And this is like a blockbuster trade. It just shows you that, man, when you've got legitimate big-time players in the NBA, like, frankly, the freaking Nuggets do right now, man.
I have other
You're
NBA
in rare
news.
space.
Would you like to know the rosters for the NBA's All-Star Celebrity Game?
Yeah, Raj, I'd love to know.
Shams is playing in it.
Oh, my gosh.
Keegan-Michael Key is playing it. Jeremy Lin, former All-Star himself, is playing it.
Linsanity.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Ooh, I like that. Don't get hurt, kid.
Glorilla.
What?
Yep. Glorilla's playing in it.
She gotta have her toes out.
Mookie Betts is a coach. Other guys, and these are names that I know. Mustard's in it.
Like as in
Mustard. Keenan Allen is playing. Should I know Jason Williams? What Jason Williams
Will,
is this?
man. Duke basketball.
That's the Jason Williams?
Probably.
Like the Sacramento King Jason Williams?
Well, I'm thinking the one that played at Duke that was a guard that is now college basketball's like #1 commentator. ESPN, Jason Williams.
We're not talking about the same guy. I'm talking about Jason Williams, like the dude who looked like he should have been in an And One mixtape in the NBA.
Is that not who I'm thinking of right there?
You're thinking of Jay Williams. I'm saying Jason Williams.
Oh, I thought it was
Jason Williams, like.
But you know Jay Williams' real name is Jason Williams.
Not necessarily, but when you think Jay Williams,
it actually is.
It is. When you think Jason Williams, you think the white point guard from the Sacramento Kings who looked like he should have been in an And One mixtape.
Yes. The professor!
He wasn't the professor, but yes, the NBA version of the professor. That's who you think.
Also, go ahead and play breaking news. Breaking news.
Is this actual breaking news? Okay.
Breaking news out of the National Basketball Association.
That's my favorite thing.
This came down sometime between a month and a week ago. The 2 American teams for the All-Star format shall be called Team Stars and Team Stripes. And then Team World.
We use the breaking news for that?
Yeah.
We're going to be the boy who cried wolf pretty soon here.
I mean, I think I pretty much prefaced it by saying that this breaking news came down sometime between a month ago and a week ago.
You did.
I didn't try to mislead our fine guests.
Garrett Bowles is the winner of the NFLPA's Community Service Award. Congratulations to Garrett Bowles. If you guys check out our Twitter account, Vic Lombardi's going to have videos all day long. They will interview the Broncos left tackle just minutes from right now. He's also got Pat Surtain II and Nick Benito coming up momentarily. All of Vic's coverage from Radio Row in San Francisco is brought to you by Groove Toyota and Colorado Off-Road. It's going to do it for us today. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, my name's Alex Ryanemi. We're going to go get some Brothers Barbecue. Congratulations to our winner, Adam Willis. Adam Willis.
Hey, Will.
You're going to see the Avs take on the San Jose Sharks tomorrow night, the final game before the NHL breaks for the Winter Olympics. If you didn't win with us, if you didn't win with MLK, good news. You have 3 more chances to win with PhD, 2 more chances to win with Nate and Andy.
And if you think nobody listens to us, nobody listens to DMac.
Whoa!
So you've got a great chance to text in for the next 3 hours.
Wow, man. Love you. We'll talk to you guys
Just
tomorrow
kidding.
morning.
They all listen to him.
See you at 10.
Oh man, there's a lot going on today. And I came in all fired up, Tyler, and Scott Hastings wants to rain on my parade already, man. I'm just seeing the text, Scott. Man. You're a little cynical Debbie Downer on this one, my man. I wonder why.
What's going on?
Well, Lindsey Vonn is the world's biggest badass.
Oh, the look at me.
Oh man! Wow, left, right, you too, huh?
Oh, is that what Scott said? I didn't see his text. What did Scotty say?
He goes, I go biggest badass of the year. She's gonna race downhill because it's 90 seconds. Let's just do it on a torn ACL. And Scott hits me with or selfish, like badass of the year or selfish. And now you're saying a look at me moment.
Nah, I'm just playing.
Wow.
I'm just playing. I don't know how Scotty really feels. I'm just playing.
Well, listen, I think she's one of the greatest athletes that's ever played, and especially downhill. And what she's done in her career is amazing. Coming back from, I guess this will be the third major surgery she's eventually going to have. It's been nothing but remarkable, especially for a lady at 41. And I put or, because here's the question. She's either the biggest badass there is, that she's going to go out there. Now, I had a buddy ski now he doesn't ski like, he's probably just a little bit more advanced than DMac, but he doesn't ski like.
I'd like to see it, but go ahead.
He doesn't ski like Lindsey Vonn, but he tore his ACL in college and basically has been, skied with a brace for like 30, 40 years, and just, finally the knee just hurt so bad he finally had it fixed. But so I know you can do that with the brace. But if that limits her to being 85% as good as she is there no other American that their downhill is better than her 85%?
Wow.
If so, she's selfish.
It's the old how bad is the backup quarterback when the QB's out there limping around on one leg take, which DMac you have said a million and a half times. That is actually your take that I'm just repeating.
Well, I don't know who the. I mean, I think you get two skiers in the downhill. Like, by the way, it's only one event for Lindsey Vonn. She's not doing GS or slalom or any of that. She's just Michaela.
For the record, she's been timing really well, right?
She's been winning.
Yeah.
She's been doing unbelievable.
She won a couple races in Europe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this ain't a charity case here. She's winning these events.
Yeah. Except she did that pre-torn ACL.
Yeah, well, she tore it last week.
And meniscus.
Oh, yeah. Did she tear her meniscus too?
That's the report I read said bone bruise, torn ACL, and meniscus damage.
Oh,
They don't know if that was
damage. All right.
Previous to the injury or not. They don't know. I mean, let's be honest. She'll, the wear and tear she's put on her knee, she'll probably have a knee replacement at 50.
Oh,
right?
of course.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it the same way you guys. I know what you're saying.
Because you're a hypocrite.
Baloney, I'm a hypocrite. Baloney.
Tyler just called you out.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that's a bunch of BS.
Hold on, that
is
your backup quarterback take. That I literally stole that from you.
Well, I'll tell you this. You tell me who the third best downhiller is, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, no idea.
Lindsey Vonn, 85, 75, 65% is going to be better than her. So she still gives the U.S. the best chance, even with the torn ACL, in my opinion. That's how freaking good she is.
It would be one of the most epic stories of all time if she could find a way on the podium. Are you kidding me?
Like her coach said, which I thought this was a badass statement. It's your last 90 seconds. Now she does have to do training runs, but you can just sort of take it easy there. You're just sort of scouting the course. But you got 90 seconds for the rest of your life. 90 seconds. Can you overcome this to give it everything you've got? And I think that is badass as hell. And the concept of her forking it over just because Gina skis a lot is the third best downhiller or whatever is to me ridiculous and not contradictory or hypocritical whatsoever. We're talking about one event for 90 seconds.
I'll say this: if she ends up tapping out, then it was really selfish. It was, and I'm not trying to.
She ain't tapping out now. There's no coming back from this right now.
If she pulls up in the middle of the run, that's what I mean. If she pulls up in the middle of the run, then it actually was selfish.
if she pulls up like LeBron James did in the All-Star game last year, take somebody's deserving spot and then say, "Oh, I'm hurt, I can't play,"
man,
then it's selfish.
Holy cow!
She goes and skis and wins downhill. And
I'm Team LV. Like, let's go, Lindsay. Vail, Colorado, represent. So I think you're a badass. These two are like, man.
No,
Debbie Downers over here.
You like to live on, you like to live on both sides of your mouth.
Is it badass if she skis off?
People get injured all the time.
No,
people get hurt.
She's already injured.
She's badass no matter what.
She's already injured.
If
she skis off, if she doesn't finish the run, is that badass?
She is
badass.
I'll
Getting in the starting gate is badass.
Oh,
she's badass. But if she's replacing somebody that could have a better opportunity to finish that downhill than she does, then I think it's
she has an opportunity to do one of the most badass things ever. That I will give you that.
Ski a downhill Olympic at 41,
but
in her fourth or fifth Olympic. That's what this is about. It's about records. It's like LeBron James.
But if she pulls up lame, I'm with Scott. It's actually one of the most selfish decisions of all time.
Oh my God!
If she finishes that
holy
sucker,
cow.
and I don't mean just like finishes it, if she's got a good time, that's one of the most badass things of all time.
Yeah, she's gonna have a good time. She's gonna kick ass, Lindsey Vonn.
Oh my
Go
God.
get it.
Look at you. Who
are
you getting paid by right now?
Nobody. I'm just a huge fan of friggin' Lindsey Vonn and badasses. I'm like just a sports badass guy. If you're a badass, I like you.
Unless, Tyler, they don't fit his narrative on the other side.
Yeah, no kidding. Unless it's a starting quarterback that he's screaming, "How bad is the backup quarterback that he can't be better than that dude?"
I don't know. You got a specific example on that one? And we can have a conversation.
I know that I've heard it from you about 10 different times.
Listen, if we're talking about weasel turd Aaron Rodgers, we can have that conversation, but I just don't like him as a dude. I'm not doubting how good he is as a quarterback. He's good enough to get you beat in the first round. That's who he is.
I felt terrible for it. I know that. I felt terrible for it because this is one of the most epic things that she was attempting to do. Over 40 years old in a sport that is like, golly, you want to talk about physically demanding. That is one of the most physically demanding things I've ever seen. What she's trying to do. Yeah.
The races she had in Europe was all like a Grand Prix, like a World Cup like thing, right? She did finish third in the points in that thing.
Yeah, she's a badass. She's always been a badass. And we got Michaela Schifrin, who's another badass here from Colorado.
Yeah.
I got to admit, like, there's elements of the Winter Olympics that get me fired up, man. And I got to give some credit to Mark Moser. I'm listening this morning, and his old man get off my lawn rant about winter sports that shouldn't be in the Olympics was absolutely hysterical. But it's funny because Moser's like, anything with a gun is good. So as long as there's a gun connected to it. And there's actually several Olympic sports that have guns involved, which is a riot. And the Summer Olympics has it too. Remember that, like the guy who was just shooting pistol and everybody else has all this gear on. This guy's from Turkey and it's just like, make my day. But there's a new sport that's called mountaineering. And I had never heard of this before, but it's kind of the most badass sport you can imagine because of its roots. So the concept is to climb a mountain and come down as fast as you can. But this was developed, if you guys realize, at Camp Hale out near Copper and Vail, Colorado, where the 10th Mountain Division trained to battle Nazis in the Italian Alps. Yeah, it's like it's the roots of this sport are kind of some of the most badass things you could ever imagine. We're going to train in mountains to climb the Alps to fight Nazis. And now we're going to make it a sport. Like,
do you realize in World War II, we also in the Colorado Mountains had a German POW camp?
I did not know that. Seriously, where?
I don't know exactly where, but you can look it up.
Good spot for it. Try to get away from that, huh?
I think a lot of them after the war actually stayed and populated the area.
So let me just make sure I'm understanding this sport that you're describing as badass. We're gonna watch. I'm watching this right now.
Yeah,
we're gonna watch them slowly hike up a hill and then ski down.
Correct.
That's badass.
It's pretty badass.
That's badass.
If you see where the roots of it coming.
I'm watching it right now.
You're going to climb a mountain.
I'm watching them hike up there slowly, by the way, very slowly.
How would you climb up a mountain, Tyler?
Climbing up a mountain with their skis on.
Yeah.
And then they're just going to ski down.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That
sounds thrilling.
I mean,
that sounds amazing. I cannot wait to watch this.
What's the elevation climb, too? That's going to be interesting to see. Did they start at
Wow.
At 3,500 and get to 8,000? Do they start at 5,000 and get to 10? That'd be interesting to look into.
All that is, you're up in the Italian Alps.
We're going to cross-country ski up the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then ski down.
And then we're going to, kind of ski down.
Yeah, I mean, you're not shooting anybody along the way. I guess that would make it a little bit more Jason Bourne for you.
By the way, we do have chairlifts now.
Okay.
So
we
we
don't watch
we don't have
that's
to do
that's cool.
that.
You don't have to respect the military
That's
or
a
Colorado
badass sport.
Oh, it's all right. Listen, I'm here to
Darren,
respect the military. You want to
with you on
disrespect the
that.
military,
Yeah,
that's fine.
Let me know when I see somebody in the military doing this.
Well, this is how it was founded. This is literally where this sport came from. This is what they did to fight in the Italian Alps. And they trained here in Colorado.
So put some guns on them, give them some ammunition, give them a grenade, and let them throw it down the hill.
Well, if you see a stray Nazi or two, just be ready. But I mean, its roots are, Scott, kind of insane. And it hasn't been in the Olympics forever, but it's very, when you host an Olympics, you get to throw in a sport.
Yeah, that's a snooze if I've ever seen one.
Oh, my God. All right.
Hey,
okay.
by the way, back to my
Scott, have you
camp.
seen this? I mean, I know you know what it is, but I mean, have you actually seen how they're going to compete?
Well, it's like a marathon. You want to sit down and watch.
Yeah,
exactly. Nobody wants to watch a marathon. You're exactly right, Scott. Literally, nobody sits down on their TV and they're like, "Oh, I got to watch a marathon." That's gonna be fun.
But it's still an unbelievable endurance thing. So I can appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott.
By the way, the prisoner of war, Camp Carson held over 12,000 prisoners in Colorado Springs.
Oh, well, that's not in the mountains. That's Colorado Springs.
Camp 202 held 3,000 German and Austrian soldiers, and Camp Trinidad held 2,500.
There you go.
Fraser and Kremlin also had.
That makes more sense. Where the Nazis sort of lay low there in Kremlin.
At Camp Hale.
Yeah.
They had them working for the Denver Rio Grande Railroad and timber operations. And 45 smaller temporary camps in Windsor, Eaton, Johnstown, Brush, and Fort Morgan.
Okay. Thank you, Scott, for the history lesson.
I mean, think about that. You realize that we had German POWs in Colorado.
I guess I didn't realize that. I'll tell you this, man. Kremlin, that area, you've always been up around Kremlin before?
Yep.
Oof. That's.
Let
me guess. It's badass.
Kremlin is a pretty badass area. There's a lot of interesting stories of the folks that make Kremlin their home and spend time up there. You want to get away from the world a little bit, that Kremlin area may be the way to go. Yeah, that's. I'm not going to ask anybody about their past if I bump into somebody from Kremlin. No doubt about it. You don't want to be around regular people. So there's a nice little ice cream shop there. I go in there, get my ice cream, and keep going to Steamboat.
There you go.
But it's a badass town. That Kremlin area might be the most badass town in Colorado. To see.
Not real big either.
Ooh, that's for sure. You don't want to be found. You're hanging out in Kremlin, Scott. And I'm going to assume.
I spend a lot of time in Grand Lake and kind of go through those back roads, either up to Steamboat.
Kremlin's like a tourist town.
Over to Beaver.
What are you talking about?
Kremlin's a tourist town?
Am I just anti-everything today? I literally think Kremlin's like a tourist town. Yes, everybody and their mother stops through Kremlin on their way to Steamboat.
Everybody gets
everybody and their mother.
I got you.
You're telling me if you don't want to be found, you're gonna hang out in the town that everybody and their mother stops through.
Well, I didn't say to live at the ice cream shop on Main Street, but you realize Kremlin goes beyond.
It's a freaking tourist town. It's the last stop.
Okay. Wow.
Tourists, I think all it
Tyler's
has a gas station, city hall, and that ice cream hamburger
That's
shop
right.
he's talking about.
I mean, that's right. But you got to stop in Kremlin. Last chance to take a leak.
Everybody does it. I know.
I did stop at a gun shop one time in Kremlin.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That was interesting.
I bet. Yeah. All right. Anyways, Lindsey Vaughn, I think a badass. Tyler says selfish. Scott is having his doubts. Tyler does not like the military or history, as we found out right there. So
not true.
Untrue. I'm big on 10th Mountain Division. So hike up a mountain.
10th Mountain Division's got their own whiskey. There's a whiskey named after the 10th Mountain.
They're a badass. The 10th Mountain Division. Those huts.
Hey, they're gonna put me in witness protection. They're gonna put me in a tourist town.
Okay. We're brought to you in part by reminder about Golden Flame Hot Wings. It's the answer for dinner tonight and viewing parties on Sunday. Oh, yeah, that thing. Head to gfhwings.com and sign up and make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. It's Ticket Tuesday, so we'll have our next keyword. We have some maybe breaking news for the Nuggets and a weird Avs game last night, plus Roger Goodell's press conference. So much to get to. Awesome. Glad you're here. PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, you tired of dealing with hair loss? Well, how about I tell you about a simple one-day hair loss solution that's guaranteed to regrow your own natural hair. You choose how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. The quick, easy, one-day hair loss solution from Dr. Tanya Pauls and the Advanced Hair Restoration team begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow. I know because it worked for me. Guys, when I went to Advanced Hair Restoration, I was in a calm and relaxed environment, and they totally changed my head of hair. Whether it's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, Advanced Hair can help you too, and I know it. For a limited time, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Guys, start with a free consultation today by calling 720-459-HAIR. They've got before and after photos at advancedhair.com. Make sure you check out those amazing before and after photos. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to see the Sharks tomorrow night. If you want to win, text this hour's keyword return. Return 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays are your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. Your keyword for this hour is return. Good luck. Have you guys ever been mad at fans? You ever think the fans should do better? You always hear about athletes and coaches doing better. Do you guys believe fans sometimes should do better?
I've been mad at fans before, sure. I got mad at the fans when they booed Peyton Manning off the field after he broke the all-time passing record.
Right. Scott with us, or Scott? Is he? Oh, I can barely see the top of his head.
Scott got kidnapped in Kremlin.
Oh, there you are. Scott, have you ever been mad at fans?
Oh, mad. I get mad at disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
All right, well, let me give you an example.
Listen, if you've ever been booed as a player, you're not real happy about it, but, you know.
All right, well, let me run something past you guys. And it was a trip being at the Avs game last night. All right? They give up a goal in 33 seconds, and then nothing. It ends 2-0 because there was an empty netter, and then Val Nichushkin, being a fake tough guy, got all weird, but nobody was really buying that Val's going to fight anybody. So that was kind of the end of that. Notice nobody came to Val's rescue when he tried to pick a fight with 4 Red Wings guys. You're on your own on that, Val. But that moment, I realized was kind of weird because as I'm looking at it, and I actually have a little video of it, it's Val trying to take on 4 Red Wings players. Nobody helping out Val. Not that they should have. And behind him in the lower bowl, an entire section, guys, was just filled with nothing but Red Wings fans.
Yep.
And it wasn't just that section, by the way. The lower bowl was bizarrely populated with Red Wings fans. Now I know a lot of fans from other towns come here because most of their towns suck, and Colorado's just a better place to be. I get that. But what happened last night in terms, I got to scold the fans a little bit because I get it. The Red Wings Avs aren't the rivalry that they once were, but you got to be kidding me, lower bowl season ticket holders, that you were that willing collectively to just sell all your tickets, apparently to Red Wings fans. I've never seen anything like it. That game last night at Ball Arena was a home game for the Detroit Red Wings. And that to me sucks.
Here's what I'll say, and I observed this a few years ago at a Nuggets game, so I'm assuming it's the same people. We're used to seeing a lot of LA fans in town. We're used to kind of seeing a lot of Red Sox, Boston, Celtics fans that live in town, even Chicago fans. A lot of people have moved here. We had a game a few years ago, and I was blown away how many Detroit Piston people were in the stands, and including last game too that they played. I said, wow, they got this many people from Detroit. So I think it'll surprise you. I think there's a lot of people that carry a lot of roots from Detroit and Michigan. They're in this town anymore.
Yeah, no, yeah. I get that, but you're so willing, and I'm guessing.
So you're mad at the Red Wing fan for selling them.
No, he's mad at the Avs fans.
No, I'm mad at the Avs fans.
Avs fan.
Yeah, Red Wings fans are like, I really can't hate you. You love your team.
Yeah, but here's the deal. This is just the reality. The current generation of Avalanche fans don't view the Red Wings as a big deal. It's not a huge rivalry to them. It's not a big moment. And if I can make some money, cool. I'm going to make some money because this is not a particularly passionate rivalry to me as a fan. I think that's the way the majority of this generation of Avalanche fans feel about that particular matchup. They don't feel anything.
Well, I don't really care about the upper bowl. Upper bowl fans to me are the heart and soul. And if there's a couple of bucks to be made, go for it. I'm talking specifically about lower bowl season ticket holders who, to me, have a little bit more responsibility, in my opinion, as a fan, to represent for your team. And if we're just ticket merchants, like free throw merchants, Scott, then I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in you, lower bowl season ticket holders, that you're that willing to get rid of your tickets. And to me, if you're just willing to sell your tickets and you don't care about the team and you allow what happened to happen last night, I don't think you should be a season ticket holder. I really don't. And by the way,
Wow.
the Broncos have done things to make sure geofencing so that we didn't have an inordinate amount of Patriots wonks here.
Yeah.
So don't tell me there aren't things that teams can do.
Do you know, and a serious question, like, do you know a reasonable amount of people that have Broncos season tickets?
Reasonable. Few.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I know a reasonable amount. Almost everybody I know that has got Broncos season tickets, that they're season ticket holders, they're passionate, rabid Broncos fans. And also, they're freaking pushing the financial limits by doing it. And so what do? They pick 2 to 3 games that they know they're going to sell their tickets to, and they're going to recoup as much money as they possibly can because they are pushing their financial investment. I get it, man. I mean, these are expensive tickets to have.
Well, let me recap. The season ticket holders I know for the Broncos are up in the 500 level. I really don't know any of the lower level that as far as I know, season ticket holders. Now, maybe I've run into them. They've had their tickets for a long time.
All right,
that
the 500
could be the
levels,
case.
is it easy for them to afford those? Is that what you're
No,
implying?
hell no. It's not easy for them. But the people that I know go to the games. I do not know.
You don't know people that sell their tickets?
I do not.
Everybody I know sells their tickets.
All right, cool. I really, the people that I know that are season ticket holders go to games.
Well, I should say sell their tickets like to all of them, but they do pick 2 or 3 games that they.
Are
can
you
try
trying to make
recoup some.
excuses for what happened last night?
Well, here I just think the reality is that it's just not what you think it is. The Red Wings are just not what you remember it to be. And fans, if they can view a handful of games, they're like, hey, I make a decent little margin here. There's a passionate fan base coming in. I understand how it happens because it's not what it used to be.
It was embarrassing last night. I'm just telling you. It was embarrassing. And I thought it sucked up the energy. I actually asked Bednar about it, and he was like, no, it didn't matter. I talked to Rycroft, and he was like, you don't really hear it. You don't really feel it. But I don't know. I can sense energy in the building. I can sense excitement. And when there's already, like, non-energy there because it's mostly Red Wings fans, and all of a sudden they score first, and that gets sucked out, and then I'm just like, this blows right now. This stinks.
Let me ask a serious question here to prevent it, right? So if this is like something that we're always concerned with, selling tickets to opponents' fans, how the hell are you supposed to know who you're selling your ticket to?
I don't know. Got me.
I mean, seriously, like when I
have...
put this thing on Ticketmaster, am I like Broncos fan only? Please don't buy if you're not a Broncos fan. And then I'm like,
I gotcha. And I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know that. Like, I'll give you that. I don't know. If there's a way to do it, I would do it. I'm just telling you the way it was, and it stunk. How about this? I mean, I get it. You got to recoup the cost, whatever. How about just go to the game? or if you're going to sell your ticket, sell it to somebody you know. You know, give it to somebody at work. I don't know. Who knows? I think it's the responsibility of the ticket owner. If they just put it out there, you're right. You have no control. How could you control if you just stick it out there on the secondary market to make your money back? But it was a weird-ass feeling last night being at that game. And I'm telling you, I've been to all these games, man, all of them. I've seen every team in town, both basketball and hockey. I've never seen anything like that last night. Never. So it just was what it was, I guess. It stunk. And the Avs lost, and I wish they stuck it to the Red Wings.
What is going on, by the way? 5-7 in the last 12?
Yeah, well, I think I got an idea. I know what's going on.
Lost three of the last 4. Yeah. I'll tell you one big simple indicator. They were 0 for again on power play.
Yeah,
their power play is one of the worst in the league.
Not only is it one of the worst in the league, Scott, historically, with how they are on 5-on-5 scoring and where they are goals against and where they are on the power play, it's historically one of the most unbalanced teams of all time. I'm not going to bore you with all the details because there's all these analytic things of it. So you're just going to have to take my word on it. And I'm sure you'd agree that it's weird to be so good 5-on-5 and not 5-on-4. I mean, it's bizarre.
I was talking to somebody recently, kind of my hockey guy, and we were talking. I said it's baffling to me, and I'm just a simple hockey fan. I don't know all your analytics, and I go by feel and emotion and stuff like that, and just what I see. But I see one of the most talented offensive teams in the world, and yet you've lost 6 or 7 games in a shootout because your shootout's not good, and you're one of the worst power play teams in the world. I'm like, well, where does all this great skill work except in power plays and shootouts?
I know what it is. I mean, this is really simple with the power play. And they fired a coach. They brought a new guy in. It didn't work. It's really simple, guys. they miss Mikko Rantanen. They miss that lefty on the power play. And Brock Nelson is a lefty, but he's just not the same as Mikko Rantanen. And Natchez is a righty, not a lefty. And it's not more complicated than that. So if they do anything at the trade deadline, anything, they need to find who's dominant on the power play. They need to find Mikko. I don't know how else to say it, guys. It's not that complicated. Also, there is a void of leadership inside of that locker room without Gabe Landeskog. I've never seen an athlete who's so talented who is more of an assistant captain than Nathan MacKinnon. God, is he an assistant captain, not a captain. Holy cow. They miss Gabe so bad right now. And I'm not saying anything negative about how he's as a player, but nobody was born to be an assistant captain more than Nathan MacKinnon. And they need Gabe back badly. And they need a power play player like Mikko Rantanen. And if they don't get those two things going, they ain't winning a Stanley Cup this year. And that's a damn-ass shame because they're good enough to do it, really good enough to do it. But them's the truth, what's going on right now. That's the truth.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see and I know there's an analytic hockey fan.
Wait, hold on. You got something? What do you got, Sanford? What? What's up? What is this? This is like an NBA trade?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're rolling here. It's got nothing to do with the Nuggets.
Dario Saric.
Oh my God, Sanford. We're on a roll, and he's coming in with some sort of like Dario Saric just got traded.
It's about Dario?
Part of it. It's going to be part of a 3-team deal. They're getting him out of Sacramento.
Okay. Like coming in here with a phone, asking me to read something.
I read it the other day. Either Cleveland I think Cleveland or someplace. Cleveland's involved in the trade. I think it's a 3-team trade, what I read. Interrupted.
Yes.
There's got to be a fan that's listened to the show that can give us the numbers analytically, but it'd be really interesting since the trade of Mikko Rantanen, what their power play has ranked pre-trade and post-trade.
You're probably right. There's probably that number out there. I'll tell you it's worse. There's no doubt about it.
Well, there's no question about it. It's a little bit worse, but it'd be interesting to see. But again, you'd have 5 or 6 more points just winning shootouts, and then you'd probably have 5 or 6 more points easy. You could probably have another 12 points if you had a good power play.
Yeah, listen, I'm not even that.
If you had a top 10 power play, you'd probably have another 8 points.
Yeah, and like we all know that points and President's trophies in the NHL don't mean a whole hell of a lot. You know, we've seen those teams lose. What matters though, can you take advantage when the offense tilts in your direction? Can you take advantage of it or not? And that's what you're going to need in close games in the playoffs. What are you laughing about now?
Somebody had a funny text about you. That's all.
What'd they say?
You are on one today. They said DMac's fondness for crystal meth is awesome radio.
Yeah, okay.
That one got me.
I'm in a great mood.
You're on one today.
I'm in a good mood, but I did some deep thinking. Meth? No.
I did some math before the show.
Stayed away from that today. So no, listen. I'll tell you this: you go to these games, you see what you see, and I'm telling you what's going on, and I'm telling you what's going on inside that locker room too. And it's not great. Okay, that team needs Gabe Landeskog so bad it hurts how badly they miss Gabe Landeskog. And I'm glad Taves is back, but Taves is another one of these mumble guys, like quiet dudes. Like I'm sick of the quiet mumbles, the mumbles. You know, I'm going to mumble here, mumble there, mumble everywhere. Taves is going to mumble. Makar's going to mumble. You know, McKinnon's going to grunt at you. You know, I mean, get Landeskog back here. My God. And I'll give you something else I'm ticked off about. I hate the Olympics for this hockey crap. You realize we got 8 guys on the Avs. Like, Gabe's not going to play in an NHL game, and he's going to go play in the Olympics, which opening ceremonies. You guys, seriously, we all cool with that? I'm not. I am not cool with it. I am not cool with it. I'm scared. We got 8 guys. They're running on fumes right now. Look at the Avs recently. They're running on freaking fumes. And we got 8 guys. All of our best guys are about to fume out over in Italy for what? To play for the glory of Sweden? What about playing for the glory of the Stanley Cup? I think this is the dumbest thing of all time. The dumbest thing of all time. I can't believe an amateur-like competition means more than winning for the team itself. Am I alone on this? Am I seriously rowing the boat by myself on this?
No, it's always bothered me. I'll go the NBA too, NBA and NHL. The NBA hasn't played with their schedule and lengthened the time of the play, so you would cut out all these back-to-backs and horrible travel and all this different stuff because they want to give more time off in the summer for those international years in the World Cup and the FIBA and the Olympics. That's the NBA. NHL shuts down operation for an international play. Now, saying that, I respect the international players who grow up country first. I can truly appreciate that. But you're talking about guys making $6, $8, $9, $10, $12, $15 million.
Thank you.
To play for the city that's on top of their shirt, whether it's Montreal or St. Louis. And it's baffling. To me, it says you're a minor league professional unit that you was shut down
3 weeks.
You're a complete season for 3 weeks and I know it's only once every 4 years, but it says something about the power of your pro league.
What's more important, the Avs winning a Stanley Cup or Team USA winning an Olympic gold?
Yeah, obviously that. You know what I say, obviously, but if you ask the players, that's a tough question. I mean, to me, I know what the answer is. To me, the answer is about the Avalanche. But if you ask those players, you're getting them to give you a really honest question or a really honest answer. What?
Let me just put a little. Oh, Nelly, you're talking about USA hockey?
No.
Winning a goal.
Hold on, but I'm with DMac, Scott. I would way rather the Avalanche win the Stanley Cup than Team USA win a gold medal.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know why.
Okay. All right. Listen, I understand that the players who grew up in Canada, and we got 3 of them, Taves, McCarr, and McKinnon, I gotcha.
You're going to win a gold.
I gotcha. Like, even Peyton Watson, by the way, I asked Peyton Watson about this. He's dying to play for Team USA because he's played internationally before Scott, and he wants to be on that Team USA, which is interesting. We'll see with Peyton Watson. I don't think that's crazy anymore. But I'm an American. I want Team USA to win and stuff. You know, God bless America and the whole thing, and I'll get into the Olympics. But I mean,
if you were to say, would you rather? It'd be interesting to ask a Canadian. Would you rather watch Canada win another gold medal,
right,
or the Canadians win the Stanley Cup?
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm not Canadian.
I think the Canadian fans would say Canadians, but it's been since 1980 since America.
Hey,
I mean, let's go back. Not 10, not 20, not 30, not 40 years. Right, 45, 46 years since America won a gold medal.
You know what, Scott? The leader of Team USA is freaking Brady Tkachuk. I could give a crap if a team led by Brady Tkachuk wins a gold medal. I do not care.
I sure cared in the Four Nations.
All right, let's call that what it was. All we gave a crap in the Four Nations was watching the fights.
Well, I wanted America to win.
What was the final score of the game?
I don't remember.
Of course not.
4-2.
But I wanted America to win.
Yeah. You don't even remember the score.
No.
4-2.
T-Mac, ask me the score of Super Bowl 50.
What was the score of Super Bowl 50?
I have no freaking clue.
Who won the game?
I played in the game.
Who won the game between USA and Canada?
Canada.
They won that one.
Are you scared? Are you kidding me? You think you're getting me on a
score? America!
Can I tell you something? I saw the new Netflix special. I think it's Netflix about Team USA. It's the 45th anniversary of the Miracle on Ice. And they brought all the guys who are alive back together, which was cool. Except Jim Craig. Like, maybe Jim wanted more money to be back with the guys in Lake Placid. Do you know how many games?
He hadn't found a way off the I-20 loop in Atlanta. He's still stuck.
Yeah.
He's still stuck in Atlanta.
Do you know how many games they played before the Olympics?
Oh, yeah, like 13.
60! 6-0. And they trained for 6 months for it, playing 60 games. That's a team I can get behind. That's a team that is kind of interesting to me. Brady Tkachuk and the All-Stars? Hey, I'm happy for Brock Nelson and all. I think that's cool. And his legacy with his family is amazing. But That ain't 1980.
Yeah, didn't he?
That ain't
didn't
1980.
He have a grandfather that won a gold in 60 and an uncle that won a gold in 80?
He's got Dave Christensen. It was his Christensen. That was 1980. That's his uncle. His grandfather was 60, and his grandfather's brother was in 56. Didn't win a gold medal, but played then. So yes,
Brock, he's got two. He's got grandfather and uncle that have gold medals.
Yes.
For Dan Tanner, for Team USA.
All right. Cool. Let me tell you what happened last night. Avs fans, Team USA, they sold their season tickets to Russians. How's that go over? Because I saw all the red there last night.
How do you not know that's not all the Canadians that live here in Colorado?
Yeah, it could be.
All right, we're going to get Vic Lombardi. I think Vic would agree with me on this, but I don't know. Who knows? He's out at the Super Bowl. I think he just talked to Garrett Bowles. There's all sorts of things going on out there. We'll get to Vic coming up next live from San Francisco. Let's go out to San Francisco on Radio Digital Row with Vic Lombardi. Thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Vic, I know you've been dealing with a lot of pain in the butt sort of things, but I got to tell you, the stories and your observations of slovenly dressed media people were
embarrassing.
But your take on it is absolutely hysterical, and I absolutely love it. So I'm here just for the stories themselves. I'm just curious, like what you're doing, whether or not you get any interviews. I don't even care.
I just want to think. I want you to consider this, and I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. The Super Bowl for a lot of the people in our trade is the Super Bowl for them too. I mean, this is the event, right? You come here this week. It's the event where you all get together. You interview a lot of different people. It's almost like a retreat. Don't you think maybe you would bring some better clothing, some better apparel than some of the things these people are wearing? I swear, I am not a prude when it comes to wardrobe. But my God, at least try. At least try to wear something that resembles fashion. A shirt that doesn't have a rip in it.
Hey, speaking of trying, we do radio here. Take the earbuds out and use your cell phone for the love. I can't hear you.
You can't hear anything?
No, we can hear you. It's earbud. It's earbud radio, but we can hear you.
Do you want me to take my earbuds out, but then I can't do Zoom? Here, let me try.
Yeah.
Hold on. Tell Dan to disconnect me real quick.
Okay.
We're getting there. There he is.
Change audio. I don't know if we can hear him now.
We got it.
Vic, can you hear us?
I thought it was helping us.
Yeah.
Well. There you go. Yeah, that's good.
Vic, are you there?
That's what it is. Then we change it up.
I can't hear damn.
You can't hear. Now he can't hear anything. All right, you want to just put a pause in this and come back after 1 o'clock, Dan? Why don't we just take Vic after 1 o'clock? See if we can do that. I don't know what Vic's schedule is. Tyler, you might want to get back there with Dan and engineer it.
Well, listen, all I know is that was tough to listen to. Yeah, that was tough.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we just get Vic on the phone then, Dan, one way or the other. But so what's up?
I don't know. What's up?
What's going on?
You're bad. Now you're bad.
Now
you're gonna punish me.
I'm not mad, but like now, what's up?
But now you're gonna punish me.
I'm not gonna punish anybody. I've been ranting. We got Vic on. I should back off a little bit. What's on your mind today? Like, what's going on with you guys? What's front and center with you guys today? Because I got a bunch of stuff. I always got something.
I did not know that there was a new documentary out about Miracle. I did not know that.
45 years later. Yeah. Scott, stop. I hear what you're doing now too, Scott. Stop.
What?
I know what you're doing.
Oh, is my speaker on in the background?
Yeah. I can hear that too.
Let me see. Pause. Oh, sorry about that, fellas. I didn't know if you could hear. It might not be good quality to hear.
Okay.
Boy, talk about hitting a speed bump on the program.
Yeah.
Well, let's all just quit. Well, that's what we should just quit.
No, I mean, Christian Brown playing tonight, Scott?
I don't know, but you were the second person that reached out to me and said that it is a possibility.
Yeah.
So that is good.
Well, just like Jokic was questionable and then he was playing, CB's been listed as questionable for tonight.
The thing for me is we've not really seen him warm up pregame on the floor. And I've felt like that's been a precursor of seeing guys perform. And you do have another one of your back-to-back, sixth back-to-back within 30 days. So I don't know, would he play today and not tomorrow? Would he maybe warm up today, see how it feels, and play tomorrow? So that'll be the interesting thing.
Okay. They're getting there.
And we'll see. We'll see Joker. Does he play tonight and not play tomorrow, or does he play both?
So and is AG right around the corner? Because didn't Adelman tell us we're going to get all these guys back before the All-Star break?
Not AG.
No.
Maybe Cam Johnson.
He told us that on our show. Oh, maybe he was talking about Cam.
It's Cam Johnson. Yeah.
He said AG is going to be a while.
Okay.
Yeah. So
they're talking. You hope AG gets back before April.
All right. Well, let's take a quick break here. We'll try Vic again. Or not. Meanwhile, Roger Goodell did lay out a bunch of things.
And you weren't there to question him.
Well, but nobody is there anymore, Scott. They've changed things dramatically. Even if I was in San Fran, I wouldn't have been there. Because, I can give you the background to that.
They put the vampires that just suck up?
Yeah. Let's get into it. It's interesting how the NFL has decided to control things. But the NFL is a monster. They make the rules, and everybody else just has to follow along. Details on that coming up next. Vic Lombardi live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Thank you to our friends at Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road. Online at cooffroad.com. All right, Vic, it's the Pro Bowl today in the convention center, right?
Yes, it is. It's at 6 o'clock Denver time, I believe. 5 o'clock here, and it's indoor. It's about 100 yards from where we're standing, and I don't even know how serious it is anymore because I asked, can we get credentials? They said no, but if you walk in, nobody will stop you. So we're going to try that.
Do you know that I literally just now realized that, like, I didn't even know the location. It's in San Francisco? Is that what that's what it's always going to be now? Is it going to be in the Super Bowl city?
What used to be like the crowned achievement for Pro Bowlers, you go to Hawaii, you take your family, you enjoy the luau. It's now in a convention center at the site of the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's
Weird.
it.
Yep. Yeah.
That's all you got. And there's 6 Bronco players here, so they're all here and happy. So I imagine, Tyler, don't they get paid to show up? I mean,
that's such a good question, Vic. I would love for you to ask one of those guys because, Justin Fields turned it down. Lots of guys turn it down. What is the incentive to go to the Pro Bowl nowadays? Because you don't even get a vacation out of it.
I have no idea.
Some guys have it in their contracts or used to have it in their contracts.
Yeah, that's a good point. You could have some incentive contractually, but I did a quick walk-in talk with Benito and Surtain, and I don't know if you guys caught that, but Pat Surtain earlier this week was asked to predict the final score of the Super Bowl, and he said something like 49-0 Seahawks. So I said, do you still feel that strongly about the Seahawks? He goes, he sort of walked it back. I said, nah, I was just joking around. I'm still mad we lost in the AFC Championship. But I don't think he's that far off. I think if Seattle plays its game, I think this could be a blowout.
All right.
You know what? For me, and I was thinking about this, and I don't know, I think I'm a lot like Denver Bronco fans. You couldn't have had, for me, 2 more despised teams in the NFL that I could care less about this game. I hate Seattle fans, and I hate New England fans. I hate their teams. And I'm trying to find a good reason that I really care about this game.
Well, you're not far off. I mean, the game itself is not of interest to me. Super Bowls are always going to be of interest in the country, right? Because it's a Super Bowl. But the game itself, it's like, I can live without it. I don't have to have it. It's not something I'm going to be thinking about all week, to be honest with you.
I'm more interested.
Seattle's a better team.
I'm just more interested in you ripping on media people for how they dress and stalking Kay Adams for when Sean Payton's going to show up so you can ask him about play calling.
I'll tell you what, Kay gets whatever interview she wants, doesn't she?
No doubt about it.
Whatever she wants, whenever she wants here, she runs this place. But, we're walking around the media center right now, and you run into all these people, and you're like, God, how do I know that person? I've seen that face before. And it's the same crowd every year, every time you come here. So nothing's really changed. Garrett Bowles, by the way, fellas.
Yeah.
You should be proud of him. Yes. I know I am. And every Bronco fan should be, because we walked upstairs, and it was just by happenstance. It's like Jesse found Garrett Bowles in a suit, and we're like, why is Garrett Bowles walking around here in a suit? He just received the Alan Page Award for community service. And what he did, I got a chance to sit down and talk to him for a little bit. He started this speech pathology clinic in Denver, did it for his son who has a disease, and it's tough for him to talk, and so he's helping him get through it. And so he opened up this clinic for all kids who are going through this. And
amazing.
Just to think how far Garrett Bowles has come. Remember when he first joined the Broncos? People didn't even know how long a career he'd have, and here he is, a grizzled veteran who's winning community service awards. Pretty cool.
Greatest turnaround story in Denver sports history. I really
cool.
think he is. I mean, where he came from to where he is today, it's the greatest turnaround story ever. And he takes his platform serious. I mean, it's not just that. He gives back to the community all over the place. He's very involved with youth with youth detention centers, helping youth stay motivated, finding a path out of there. He does a lot for the community.
I did ask him, because he has gone on the record saying we have the best offensive line in football. He means the Broncos. Mm-hmm. And I said, you have a great offensive line. I point blank asked him, and you're going to see this on social media later because we're going to have it edited, ready to go. I said, okay, you have the best offensive line. Why can't you run the ball?
Okay.
And he said, in no uncertain terms, he said, well, when J.K. was in there, and then he sort of caught himself and said, yeah, but R.J. can do it too. But the initial reaction was sort of like, J.K. Dobbins, we had the best run game in the NFL when he was running, and then it went away. So you sort of see where he's going with that.
Well, Garrett Bowles also said we just need a couple more playmakers. He said that too.
Yeah.
Listen, he's just being honest. He's being real about it. So we get it. We get it. It wasn't the right draft. We didn't have the right needs. J.K. Dobbins was great, but Vic, what direction do you think they go based on the conversations you're having?
Well, it depends on who calls the plays, right? I did ask him that as well. I asked him that. I said, what if Davis Webb starts calling the plays? You cool with that? And he said, of course we are, but, it's up to SP. He calls him SP. And he's going to answer it diplomatically. But I'm very curious to see that. And I need to ask, so even if Davis Webb is in charge of play calling, let's say they go that route, at the end of the day, like Tyler, when you're out there, doesn't the head coach who is a former play caller, won't he still have the final say in the play?
Well, I think that's true of every head coach, Vic. In terms of like 3rd and 1, 4th and 3 situations, every head coach in the NFL will chime in. But that would be my fear in particular, and I would expand it like tenfold if I'm Davis Webb and I'm taking this job. If there's other jobs out there that offer me play calling duties, and Sean's like, yeah, I'm going to give it to you. Well, do you really trust that Sean's going to give you play calling duties? So I don't know, man. I mean, if you're asking me where I'm at on that today, I just don't think Sean Payton's giving it up. That's where I'm at today, and I've done a 180 on that. I might be wrong.
Yeah, the fear of being micromanaged can always be a concern. It's I harken back to my youth when my dad wanted me to do some sort of manual labor, which I'm not very good at, and he'd look over my shoulder and basically do it for me. I'd be like, why am I even doing this if you're criticizing every move? That's probably what it would be like in that situation.
Who's the most famous person? Go ahead, Scott.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask a dumb question.
Well, okay. But wouldn't you maybe sit your offensive coordinator upstairs away from Sean and more easily available to avoid?
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, if it's 4th and 1 and you're at the 14-yard line and you're in the AFC Championship game, who makes the call there? Is it the head coach?
Well, we just saw 2 weeks ago who shouldn't make the call. We saw 2 weeks ago who shouldn't make the call, didn't we?
I'm dying to know what happened during that timeout. Like, who was talking to who? What conversations were going on there? What was going on? But I don't know. Maybe we'll find out some other day. Vic, what else you got cooking tonight?
Well, we're going to head back to the hotel here and come back for the Pro Bowl because we're going to try and see if we can get into the Pro Bowl.
I bet you have no problem getting into the Pro Bowl. I bet you could walk onto the field, Vic, if you really wanted to. Seriously.
I might be able to play in the damn Pro Bowl at this rate.
Yes.
Hey, what do the offensive and defensive linemen do?
That's a great question. I should have asked Garrett that question because he's been snapping all week. He's been snapping to Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
And I go, you've been working on your snaps? He goes, yeah, that's pretty much what I do. Is there ever a bigger waste of a position in a lineman in a flag football game? What do you do?
I don't know.
Sit around?
Yeah, I guess serve cocktails to the folks coming to the bench.
Is this thing being broadcast on TV?
Yeah, it's on ESPN.
This thing in the convention center?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. It's there.
I'm going to watch.
For your pleasure.
All right, Vic. Well, you do you, man. You do you, and do the best you can being you at this thing.
Tonight's the big media dinner. I'm sure they miss you at that DMac since you carved out half of the food that was available for the media last time we were here.
That's my favorite. That was my favorite part of the whole week. The media dinner. All the nerds get to gather and feel important.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Vic, another dumb question. While you're sitting there on Radio Row, any cool celebrities walk by this time so far?
Nah, it's too early in the week, Scotty. As soon as Thursday and Friday come around, that's when all the big names start showing up, the movie stars and stuff. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that's usually just a bunch of reserve NFL players and people who are trying to hawk items. Like when I was interviewing Nick Benito and Patrick Surtain, the guy told me, all right, we'll let you do the interview, but you got to push the item. I was like, all right, what is it? Bounty towels, the quicker picker-upper. So I'm sitting there walking with these guys going, hey, so the quicker picker-upper. I mean, that's basically Super Bowl week. You're just hawking stuff left and right.
Well, this is why Sean Payton, do you have a vibe on Sean Payton being there?
Oh, I guarantee he'll be here.
Right.
I told Jesse. I said, Jesse, this is Super Bowl week.
It's
A lot of
gotta be.
action here.
Right.
I'm going to look up. He's going to be in Kay Adams' booth on Thursday. You watch.
Your mission, and you do a great job with this, better than anybody. It's the walking from point A to point B. And that's where you're going to grab. I think it was a Super Bowl a couple years ago you grabbed him, right? And
we'll get him. If he's here, we'll get him.
All right.
I guarantee we'll get him.
All right,
We've gotten everybody so far, so we'll see.
All right. Say hi to your Super Bowl wife, Jesse, for us.
All right, boys. Take care, man.
We'll
Appreciate
talk to you
it.
later. There you go. Vic Lombardi.
Oh, where's he staying at?
I don't know.
He and Jesse splitting a room?
I have no idea what they're doing. But he's taken a lot of adventures with Jesse over the years. So he calls him his Super Bowl wife, not his real wife. I have no idea what the sleeping arrangements are, Scott, if that's where you're going. I have no idea. But everything is there in the convention. Yeah, Garrett Bowles, how about that, winning that award?
Yeah, good for him.
Very cool.
He's done a lot, man. He's done a lot for the community. He was up for other community service award. He was up for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award as well. I don't think they've announced that yet. So maybe he wins that as well.
Well, that's at NFL Honors. That's like, that is the mega one. Not that this one isn't great, but yeah, that's maybe he does.
I actually don't really know what is this one. I don't think I've heard of this one before.
Never heard of it. I've never heard of it before, but it's cool. It sounds cool. I mean, you had to wear a suit.
Yeah.
Got up in front of people. Roger Goodell spoke yesterday. Oh, by the way, Roger Goodell spoke yesterday, and I'll have some of those clips for you about the nature and the state of football. He loves referees. Cortland Sutton, this is according to Luca Evans. My name is Luca. On Davis Webb, Cortland Sutton, quote, if he gets the opportunity to call the plays, I think he has the heartbeat of the offense, and so everybody's going to enjoy having him. If that is what winds up happening. Scott, I haven't got your comments on this because you were traveling yesterday. Just curious where you're at with Davis Webb, where you think the play calling's going. Tyler, you're kind of reversing course, it seems, a little bit here today.
I'm just reversing course on what I think's going to happen, yeah.
All right. Scott, what do you think?
Well, I think it's something that needed to be done. I wish it would have been done a little bit more last year, even if it would have been shared, because I do think it would be harder for Sean Payton to give it away. But if you could have shared some of the duties last year and let more input from Miles Davis, then all of a sudden I think you would have this year been ready to say, okay, good. Because people forget when Shanahan finally gave it over to Kubiak, I think Shanahan did it for a few games and then basically turned it over, but he was there. And then finally, I think Kubiak just called it the rest of the way. So, I mean, you can talk about Sean Payton offensive brilliance, and I think you'll agree with this, Tyler, that Mike Shanahan is right up there as far as offensive brilliance, and he eventually even turned it over to let Kubiak call plays.
You know, people say that all the time. Is that true, Scott? I actually don't know that.
I like to sly whenever I say that. That was a big thing.
So when Coobs was here, he was full-time play caller. Was there any sort of like situation? Because this is how I see it unfolding with Sean. And the only reason I asked this, Scott, is because the way that I could see this unfolding is Sean's like, hey, you know what? How about in year one, I'm going to give you the ability to call some red zone plays. Or, I'll give you some backed up plays. Give him like some situations of the game that Sean, probably not red zone, but give him some situations that Sean's like, I'm going to let you get your feet wet. I just wonder. See, the reason I ask it, Scott, is because the Mike that I knew until I saw him with Kyle, he wasn't giving that baby. Like Jeremy Bates was our OC, but Mike was still the dude, And so with Coobs, everybody says that he called plays, but that was just hard for me to envision because until I saw Kyle, Mike was always still the guy.
Who called plays in Super Bowl 50?
It was Kubiak.
It was probably the third or fourth year that he finally relented and started letting Kubiak call plays. The first two Super Bowls, I think it was still Mike.
There's a famous story with Gary giving up play calling, but it was the next year, and it was the Paxton Lynch situation with Greg Knapp, if you remember this one. Like, this was where the season was over. Kubiak was out. He had told John Elway, I'm not coming back. And he was so adamant about not playing Paxton Lynch that he gave over play calling duties to Greg Knapp to call the plays in the second half of that game, and he actually just stepped away. But that was kind of it. He ran the show in terms of everything else, as far as I know. Unless you guys know different, but Gary kind of ran the show.
Yeah,
the whole time.
Yep.
You're unconvinced that Peyton's going to give up the play.
Well, I'm definitely unconvinced that he's going to give it up to the degree that Davis Webb has got full autonomy, first quarter to fourth quarter, to call the plays.
Yeah.
I'm unconvinced of that.
Scott, do you think that's different? You think he'll just give it up?
No, I think he'll be heavily involved, but I think that it will eventually turn out that it is Davis's gig. Whether that happens in week 1, 2, 4, 7, 12, 13 next year, I think Davis will be more involved, but eventually it'll be his show or he's going to be gone.
Yeah, the transition will be interesting, that's for sure. And we'll see what Sean Payton has to say this week. Vic's on the ground there at the Super Bowl. You never know what he's going to turn up. When we come back, we have another keyword for Avalanche tickets. There's a twist with the new stadium. The story gets juicier and juicier. And Roger Goodell's State of the Union. Plus, Scott out in Detroit. What's going on with Christian Brown? Is he playing tonight? It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you have low T, well, you may not know it. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the quiz. Just takes a couple minutes. You can kind of find out. But you might. I mean, guys lose testosterone as they get older. And if you just feel just slow and your workouts aren't the same, you just don't feel like you used to, it might be low T. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to help your resolution to just feel better in 2026. How about this? They have 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So reach out to my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All right, it's time for another keyword here. Papa Murphy's is bringing you another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Text knife with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered for tickets to tomorrow night's Avs game against San Jose. Don't forget Papa Murphy's for dinner. It's a $10 Tuesday, so any large pizza is just $10. Visit papamurphys.com. Your 120 keyword is knife. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Get into Roger Goodell in a second. There was an article in the Denver Post today about the new building and the construction and the drama that's going on there. And I got to give the Walton Penner Group so much credit because they must have found out everybody wanted the Denver Broncos to stay in Denver. And this Burnham Yard thing, I can't believe the hassles they are going through and have to go through to get this building done. And that's major hassles. And they've been buying up more parcels. But guess who they have not settled with yet? It's hysterical. It's this SRM Concrete Company.
Tony Soprano.
Tony Soprano. The value of this building and facility is like $15 million plus. But you understand that this concrete company, like $15 million to them it's nothing. I mean, they have like 500 plants spread out through the country, and they're a quick drying cement company, meaning it's more important where their locations are as they position themselves all over. They put this footprint down literally across the entire country. So I'm sure they'll get it done because money moves you, Scott, Tyler, no matter what. But this isn't easy. Like, this is really, really tricky.
It's not as simple as just buying them out because for them, they're like, okay, yeah, we'll take the buyout. But for our business to continue to exist, we have to stay within a 10-mile radius.
It's something like that.
Whatever the radius is of the sites that they're serving, they have to be able to stay within that radius or else the cement's going to go bad. So yes, number one, they might be strong-arming the Broncos because I'm sure they could find a location, but the Broncos are probably going to have to buy that out, then buy them their new location, then build the whole new facility and continue to make business operate for them.
And now there's another small company that's popped up that hasn't sold out yet. Scott, it's a headstone company. They make headstones, gravestones. And they just moved
with quick dry concrete.
Now they might be strong arming the Broncos.
They are. It's so funny. Yes, you can buy them out, but like they smell cash. So the owner of this place, I got to give him a little credit. And I talked to Parker Gabriel about it. It's just in a little company. It's off to the side, but they moved there recently, like last May. And she's like, oh, we can't move. Like, moving would be such a hassle. And this little teeny headstone company, guys, is trying to strong arm and bully the Broncos, which is hysterical. And this is what Greg Penner and crew have to deal with as they buy up the lots and try to do the best they can to put this facility at 10th and Osage, basically. And I was just there on the light rail the other day. Guys, I don't know, man. We are stretching the limits as to what we're still considering like downtown Denver, if this is really downtown Denver. And it just makes me wonder. You realize if you go out to Lone Tree City Center, which is a light rail stop, which is hysterical because the name of the light rail stop is Lone Tree City Center. Do you realize there's no city? It's just fields. They have built the light rail first. There's no city center at all. Mm-hmm. It's just, Scott, Tyler, it's empty fields. Like, you could put a shovel in the dirt today and just start building your facility. But the ownership, and again, I give them credit, they heard you, everybody. They heard you. And you guys, everybody wanted to be in Denver. So they're dealing with all this stuff. I don't really have any other point, but it's amazing what they're dealing with.
I suppose at the end of the day, it's nothing but a bump in the road for the Broncos. What's another $15 million in a $7 billion project?
I guess, but
welcome to business. Welcome to business with M's, big M's and B's.
And I know.
Do we know a price tag on this? By the way, do we know how much money they're thinking they're putting into the stadium?
Oh my God! What I mean, it's got to be
guessing,
billions.
I'm guessing $7 billion. That's
$7 billion.
Yeah.
What was SoFi?
I think it was like 5.
Okay.
Let me look it up.
It was supposed to be 3, and it came in way over budget. So I think
Okay.
he's right. It might have been a little over 5.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking numbers like that, what seriously, 15, 16, 20 million feels like nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. And listen, time and money takes care of everything, right, Scott? If you got enough time, you got enough money, everything gets done. But my admiration for the ownership, because all the fans just wanted it in what appears to be Denver. See, I don't even consider, I mean, I guess it's Denver, but it's part of Denver that nobody goes to and nobody's really familiar with. It's a neighborhood.
Well, they're about to. I mean, but keep in mind that all of Denver, it's going to feel, by the time KSE builds their new downtown that is just on the west side of Ball Arena as it stands today, and goes a little bit south as well. By the time that gets built, then Burnham Yards gets built up, that thing's all going to feel connected.
All right. You're probably right. It's just weird to go past it.
SoFi came in, by the way, between $5 and $6 billion.
Well, what do you think this is going to be? It's going to be in that
More.
in that ballpark. Probably. Yeah, it's going to be more. Seahawks are for sale. Did you see that?
Well, SoFi also had a 1.5-year delay because of monsoon rain.
That's true.
And that really crushed them.
That's terrible. You're probably right. I guess if you just keep building, you just extend downtown and we think of downtown differently. But even to me, like,
I mean, we're only talking about like a probably mile and a half as the crow flies.
I guess. I mean, Scott, what do you consider downtown Denver? What do you consider Denver?
Gosh, that's a great question. Probably from Broadway up to Coors Field.
Broadway up to Coors Field. Well, all right. I mean, that's like our government buildings. Is that what you're talking about? Like,
well, I mean, when you get off of that, there's a light rail station at Broadway, which I think is kind of the end of Denver. And then you can go up Broadway, the streets, and I think all that would be considered Denver, although maybe Sodo, South Denver. I don't know.
Sodo? Are you just making things up?
Yeah,
is there a Sodo?
Sodo. You know, what's our guy that has a little scooter shop there? He's
oh
in
my
Sodo.
God! Yeah, that's Sodo. He's
Yeah,
the
that's gotta
best.
be Sodo.
I love those guys.
And then all the way up to, kind of Coors Field and maybe a little perimeter up there. Or do you go all the way?
To me, the edge of downtown is Ball Arena, to be quite honest with you right now. Like, but and like even Empower Field right now to me is that's Denver. I know it's Denver, but boy, oh boy, is that on the edge.
I mean, I agree with you as it stands today. As it stands today, that feels like that's the extent of downtown Denver. But by the time this thing gets built, dude, it's not going to feel like a difference. I don't think it's going to feel like a difference at all. I mean, the only thing that's going to stand between downtown Denver as it exists today and this new city, whatever we're going to call, because it's going to have some city name, by the way. Or the new stadium will have some new name. The only thing that's going to be in between it is Metro. That's it.
Well, I'm sure.
Right? I mean, isn't Metro going to be like the only border that's between downtown Denver and the new city?
Well, the Metro playing fields, is that what you mean? Like the
Metro State, the campus.
Well, Metro State is actually on the Auraria campus, and then their playing fields are like
a little bit further south.
Yeah, they're going to be right next to this area.
Right.
They're not going to be touched. They're fine. But they're right there. But it's not like on Auraria campus. It's a little further away from it. I don't know, man. Who knows? It's again, money and time will solve everything. This is just, I think, a funny story in terms of this development that's going on. That a concrete company and now a headstone company is trying to like bully the Broncos.
So the real question is, how long can they try to bully the Broncos before the city just pulls eminent domain?
I have no idea.
Because at some point the city will just be like, all right, enough's enough. We're taking this sucker.
I mean, maybe. I mean, they could always, but it's got to be for the public. For eminent domain, it has to be like
they'll come up with a parking lot. I mean, they'll come up with something that the public
like
needs.
That.
You know.
Because right now at your luxury hotel, you're looking at a concrete company with the trucks rolling in and out, and then just this little headstone company.
Hey, by the way, and I know the city of Denver has something to do. Isn't just the area where Invesco Field is now, just as a crow flies, a mile or so away?
It's close. Yeah. It's close.
Sure. Could you not build a little area right there for them?
I guess you. Hey, with enough money, you can build anything. Anyways, that's the latest developments and the twists and the turns. Let's get to Roger Goodell, and we'll get to Christian Brown here in a second. I know you got to leave by 2:00, Scott, so we'll get there in a second. Roger Goodell was on, not on one, but that press conference he does now, you guys know it's way different than it used to be. It used to be wide open to for the media. Like, you used to have 1,000 people at his press conference. I'm not lying. It was like 1,000 people. It was crazy. Now it's like 50 people in a ballroom. It's much shorter than it ever used to be, and they screen the people asking the questions, so they just go down their list, you, and you. So it's way different than it used to be.
Meaning they pre-ask the questions?
I don't know if they pre-ask the questions, but they know exactly like who's going to ask questions when. Like Ben Volin, who was in here in studio, like he got to ask a question, but he works for the Boston Globe, and the Patriots are in there. And, he asked something smarmy about Deflategate, or he asked about Belichick. In fact, I got it right here.
There's a report that Bill Belichick didn't get in this year. He didn't get induction. Curious your thoughts on Belichick not making the Hall of Fame. And a lot of the voters that have spoken out have cited Spygate. Do you feel, since you were the one who handed down the punishment, any responsibility on your part for, Bill not getting in this time?
Well, Ben, your question may be a little misleading for everybody. Okay, so the Pro Football Hall of Fame is not in any way controlled by the NFL. We have no say in the voting process. We don't participate in.
Anyway, he went on and on to say, "Hey, this wasn't on me. This is up to the Hall of Fame." What's your guys' reaction?
Which is true, but you can also have an opinion. But
of
he's
course.
so vanilla.
Drives you nuts?
A little bit.
What do you think about Robert Kraft not getting in?
Well, that was trying not to be a hypocrite. If you're saying that you're not putting the head coach in with 6 rings, how can we put the owner in because he was under his guidance? And Terry Truman said the buck stops here, and Robert Kraft is Harry Truman.
For everybody out there that says it's the Jimmys and the Joes, it's Tom Brady. It's not Bill Belichick. It's not Robert Kraft. Just wait till Tom Brady goes in on that first ballot, because that's going to happen. So Tom will make it on first ballot, and the other two, they don't.
I think it's hysterical. And I've been thinking more about it. I think it's right. They're going in. They'll both go in, okay? But they were both involved with cheating scandals, and Kraft's thing with the massage parlor stuff was not good.
Do with football.
What's that?
It has nothing to do with football.
Nothing. It has nothing to do with football. But you know what? You misbehave a little bit. We got our ways of, coming back at you a tad because you embarrassed the league. It's embarrassing what he did with that massage parlor stuff. It was. Absolutely.
That he got caught, or that he did it?
Well, I mean, one and the same.
DMac, you're right, but so is Scott to the degree. Like, the Hall of Fame is never supposed to be the Hall of Good People. Like, it's not. It's what have you done for the sport of football, right? And either you're a Hall of Famer or you're not. Really, like, whatever happened in your personal life probably shouldn't have anything to do with if you're a Hall of Famer or not.
Well, how about just football stuff with the cheating, the gates, the deflate gate, and the other cheating stuff? I mean, it's enough. It's embarrassing enough. And your personal life is a little embarrassing too. I think it's enough. I think it's enough that these two both get a little slap on the wrist, and they got to wait a year until they get into the Hall of Fame.
Well, personally, is the Football Hall of Fame, I would just have it for players anyway.
Well, there's that conversation too, right?
So they do need to. They got to separate all this. Like there's too many people competing for the same spots in different categories.
It's weird.
Like separate it all. Do it at different times. Do it at a different time of the year. Just separate the whole entire thing. So I don't know, man.
You could do a Hall of Fame game. You could do a Hall of Contributors game. You could do a Hall of Fame of previous past winners Hall of Fame game. Guys that already died game. You could have like 3 or 4 preseason games to start the season, and say, okay, the Super Bowl champs get the Hall of Fame players game. The losers in the AFC and NFC game, preseason game, you get the Contributors Hall of Fame game. And the last 2 place teams, you get the guys that died before they got into the Hall of Fame game.
Sounds pretty good, Scott.
As long as we got it all figured out.
Yeah. That way you have multiple games and all these honors and boom, boom, boom.
The other things that he was touching upon, 9 international games, including Mexico City, which...
Yeah, we're about a year away from every team in the NFL being required to play an international game every single year. That's going to happen probably within 1 year.
There's no way, because there's no reasonable reason why you guys would have done this, but I stumbled upon it today. Do you know the date of next year's Super Bowl?
No.
Scott, any clue?
13th.
What's
February 13th.
I think it's February 14th. I think it's Valentine's Day. But yes, it goes deeper. It's on President's Day weekend. Next year's Super Bowl is literally on President's Day weekend.
Well, you know why? Because everybody's bitched forever that they ought to have Monday ought to be a national holiday.
Well, here we are.
For the Super Bowl. So why don't they just go, hey,
Well,
I got an idea, folks.
It's going to be a requirement, and then maybe they're just trying to get a year out in advance on this thing, because the year that they decide that every team has to play that international game is going to be the same year in which they have to require an extra bye week. So that those two things are going to come hand in hand with one another.
Right.
And once you throw that extra bye week in there, then you would have to move the Super Bowl back anyways. So maybe they're moving ahead, trying to preemptively get to the spot they always would.
Yeah, it's it's just where Labor Day falls and the calendar's just a little bit later. But as it turns out, you're going to have the Super Bowl on President's Day weekend next year. It gets later and later, so you're right.
Do you know what these international games are going to become? These are going to become and I can't believe I'm saying this because I never thought it would happen in the NFL. These are going to become scheduled losses, scheduled games that we take off for injuries. They're going to become games that players that have got, I got a toe, all of a sudden that toe hurts a little bit more. It's just not worth the trip. I don't want to bring that guy out there.
Yeah, he's got a toe.
If you've got a few guys that are out, all of a sudden you compound that. It's going to turn into a messy product. That's what it's going to turn into.
So you think with the 18 games, because this inevitably is going on, Goodell's talked about it over and over again, that'll be enough games where you could have a scheduled loss and you're really not sweating it?
Well, yeah. It probably depends on the time of the year that you play the game. But if you're like half the league that has to play it week 13 and on, and you're looking at this thing like, man, my guys are tired, they're banged up, I've got guys that could just stay here in America, get their treatment going. I think that injury list is going to get longer and longer for those games.
We'll have more with Goodell after 2 o'clock. Scott is in Detroit. What a fascinating matchup this is. And we may have some breaking news about Christian Brown. Details coming up next. Tonight is Birdo. It's the Nuggets against the Detroit Pistons. Pregame starts at 4:30 right here on 92.5, powered by Ramos Law. Scott, we haven't even had a chance to talk to you about that Thunder game. You got some thoughts on that one?
Yeah. L on the way out.
Was that it? That's all you got on that? I was pretty depressed after that one, my friend.
Why?
Because they're a better team than the Denver Nuggets. And that is just the truth, Ruth, on that one right there.
I was listening to Nate after us. He had a much different take than you. He was,
what a shock.
Yep.
What was his take?
Well, I mean, basically, he found a lot of positives in it that he did not feel like the Nuggets were as far away as you felt.
Okay. Well,
you can't. The way they played defensively. One, I felt like maybe Joker's not 100% healthy because they were able to. I mean, they were double and triple teaming, fronting wherever they could. I mean, they were really focused on him. And I don't know. Maybe because the leg, as you kind of get used to it, being confident and strong in it, I think he might be even more forceful as we go because it's only second game back. That being said, two other things came to mind. One, you can't have Murray go 4 of 16, 1 of 8.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then PW's been playing well, but I mean I don't think you want a game where Joker gets 9 shots and Peyton Watson gets 17.
Okay.
And so I think they still.
Well, why do you think that happened? Like, why do you think Jamal had an off shooting night the same day he got named an All-Star? Why do you think Peyton Watson had so many more opportunities than Jokic? I mean, doesn't the other team have something to do with that?
Well, as I just said, I think Joker's not 100% confident in that injury in that leg. I also don't think, and I said this in the game before that, you can see when the game Joker first came back on, they don't understand that Aaron Gordon dunker role. There's opportunities left and right. You got one late with that behind the back pass. Remember Joker made to Peyton Watson.
Yeah.
But I'm watching open cuts and open moves all along, and either him or Spencer Jones standing. And I'm like, Aaron Gordon would have been in there, caught it, and gone. Here we go. And it shows you, just how much I think he helps with your inside game when Joker's playing, obviously. So, yeah, I think that is a learning out. I think the next handful of games will be a learning out, figuring out thing with Joker and PW, Joker and Spencer, whoever's going to hold that role for the next month. With Aaron Gordon's out, they got to figure out how that is finer tuned, if you will.
Feels to me, I mean, Oklahoma City's missing guys too. I got that. But it just seems you get the full squad back, the full complementary role. Aaron Gordon's probably the most physical player out there. That makes a difference. It felt like they really got out physical. I don't know, man. I mean, could they beat them in a 7-game series? Maybe, yeah.
Well, not like they played the other night. They can't.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm saying you start getting the guys back, and you get a different, more physical brand of basketball out there.
Well, you had 2 of your more physical players didn't play. I feel like Spencer Jones, I'm being real honest, has kind of hit that rookie wall, this is basically kind of his rookie season.
Sure.
He didn't really play last year. And I think he's realizing how great, because he's not playing with that same crazy energy he played in those first 25 games, right? He's got to find that back, and you'll see him get it back here in the next week or two, or right after All-Star break. All of a sudden he goes, okay, now I can take a break. I got my second wind, if you will, and that's going to be important to happen. And then, like I said, when Joker was playing before he got hurt, this team led the league in offensive efficiency, and B in number of passes and touches a game. And that's gone way, way down because they've had to at times go more of a one-on-one type of game. They got to go back and figure out how to play together again. So I'm not worried about it. I think Oklahoma City, you got that one Williams kid shooting the lights out. You got Joe coming in shooting lights out, and so on and so forth. And you got your guys Pickett and Strother and Spencer Jones not giving you what those guys are, and that's that's your guys. That's who you got to get matched up with.
Yeah, they got the Nuggets figured out right now. If it changes, I mean, I hope it changes, and let's hope it gets, you got to figure it out in the Western Conference Finals. So you got to finish 2 or 3. Okay? I'm not worried about either one. I don't want to finish 4. Don't want to see these guys, Scott, in the second round. Okay? So you got to finish 2 or 3, and we'll see. And I'll cross my fingers. But right now, they're a better team. I don't know what to say. They just are. That was my takeaway.
But Denver has 3 starters out.
I got you. They were missing Caruso and Williams, and they were missing guys too.
Caruso's not a starter. Williams starts and or 6 man. So you got 2 bench guys out that are big-time contributors. Big-time contributors.
And by the way, how many starters really are out right now? Because let me just go through
3.
this. Well, really, though? Because
3.
What's Peyton
Yes,
Watson
really.
now?
But that's a weird semantics
Peyton
argument.
Watson's your 6th, 7th man.
Oh, really? When everybody gets healthy, he's your 6th, 7th man.
Yeah.
Why?
So you can have a punch off the bench, and hopefully he can play like he's played while everybody was gone.
Why isn't Christian Brown, coming off the bench like he used to back in the day? Why is he an automatic starter?
You need a non-scorer that's going to just do it in transition and hustle plays that's going to get out in physical defense.
All right.
But I mean, even if you're right, DMac, even if Peyton Watson were to become a starter, you're just taking a starter and putting him on the bench. Like you're still getting that starter quality play back.
I just think Peyton Watson I'm blown away by Peyton Watson. So, okay. I mean, I'll take your word for it, but,
Got to keep the big picture in mind. What would you have said this again last year? Where were you with Christian Brown last year?
Oh, I get it. I totally get it. Hey, listen.
No.
All right. Let me get, we just have you for a couple minutes here. Trade deadline's in 2 days. 2 days. Is there something out there? And we're seeing James Harden, by the way, what the hell with the Clippers, right? Like, James Harden's out? Or they want him out? I mean, whatever. And there's trades going on left and right now. We got 2 days, Scott. What are the Nuggets going to do? What's the best move for the Nuggets?
I sat down and talked with Harden in that Clipper game for about 3 or 4 minutes on Nuggets bench. He came over there. He goes, "Hey, Graybeard." He called me Graybeard.
Okay.
And I asked him, "Hey, you put product in that thing?" He goes, "Nah, this is all natural." And he goes, I go, "What do you think it is?" He goes, "Man, it's looking good." I go, "Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get an NIL from KFC." He thought
that's hysterical.
James Harden thought that was the funniest thing he'd ever heard.
That's
and
very funny.
Man, that's real, dog. That's real. That's real. I think what they got to go after, if they're going to make any moves, and I'm not sure they are, both general managers were on the trip yesterday. If they're good, because I think the 5th, and that's coming up, right?
2 days.
Yeah, that's coming up. So they're on the trip. I think they either got to get a scoring downhill point guard or a more physical forward.
So you think they do have to do something?
I think they if that's what they're going to do.
Okay.
Right now, everything is listen, I think this team can win an NBA championship with the guys on their roster right now if, and this is what's scary, everybody's healthy. We don't know about Gordon's hamstring forever. We don't know about the ankle of Christian Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are those sensitive things? It's going to even take more time. I don't know. If they're healthy, I'm not worried about Oklahoma City. I think it'll be a hell of a series. But they're good enough to win a championship. But do you bank on getting healthy?
I don't know.
Or do you think the window's big time open and maybe you do something a little scary?
That's tough. That's really tough.
You got 2 days. You got 2 days.
Yep, and then
you
got the buyout window because there's a handful of guys.
That's true. You're right.
Big deals. I've heard 2 or 3 names.
That's how they got Reggie Jackson in the buyout window. That's true. You're right about that.
So that look for something like that. Also, I think there'll be big players in that as well.
All right, dude. Well, listen, have a great call, you and Chris. And who else is Katie? You, Chris, and Katie tonight, I assume,
Yep.
on the road.
That's it.
And then you guys you're not messing around. You're getting on a plane tonight and going to New York City.
Yeah, we'll have tomorrow in New York City, and then I'll be there all day Thursday. And we don't leave till Friday, and then we play in Chicago Friday.
Oh, so you're spending a little time in the city, huh?
Oh, boy.
Well, you can reminisce with the team that drafted you and, go through the Scott Hastings Hall of Fame. I'm sure
I think we're going to do that pregame, so we're going to do something funny with the Piston thing tonight. So watch
the
pregame show.
Yeah, kind of a little homecoming for you over these next 2 days, right? I mean, Detroit and New York. I don't know.
Detroit still loves me, but I got a championship ring with them. New York but has no idea the I was drafted.
Do you get recognized walking the streets of Detroit as a Piston?
I signed 25 autographs when the bus got here.
Dude.
last
Wow.
night.
You're kidding me.
That's awesome.
No. Well, one guy had our team picture from the championship year. He had about 15 of them, so I signed 15 of those. 6 of his cards, 3 cards from this other guy, and then 2 and that was just Piston fan. Then there was actually 3 Nuggets fans that I signed 2 of their hats.
When you describe yourself as an NBA player, you say, I'm Scott Hastings. I'm a
old ass man.
All right, let me try this again. I'm Scott Hastings. In the NBA, I was a
role player that you didn't want to mess with.
So you wouldn't just say I was a Piston.
Oh, you mean if I'm garnering a team?
I see. If you would ask me that, I would have said I was a Jag.
But like, who do you identify? Both you guys have played for multiple teams. You got to pick one, right? Like I'm what? What are you?
Well, I've been in Denver a lot longer than I was anywhere else, so I'd probably say Nugget, but I always will have a fondness in my heart for Detroit because of the championship.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
So you're a Bronco?
Oh, I'm a Bronco. I mean, yeah, but I got lucky, man. I mean, I'm from here. I got to play here.
Did you spend more time in Washington or Denver?
Washington was my longest stop.
It was.
And if you would have asked me before I got to come back here for my final year, yeah, I would have thought I was a Redskin for my life.
But you're a Bronco.
My longest stop was Atlanta, and I still got a lot of people there that love me too.
But you got a ring as a Piston.
But I got a ring as a Piston.
All right, homeboy. Have a good call tonight. We'll watch you on TV.
All right, boys.
Thank you.
See you, Scotty.
All right, we got the big question of the day coming up next. Davis Webb calling the plays or not? It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, go check out the best car dealership in Colorado, Phil Longford, if you are in need of a new or pre-owned vehicle. Guys, this is Tyler here, and I've been a customer with Phil Long for a very long time because relationships matter to me, and I bought over 5 vehicles there. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to respect you. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best price at Phil Long Ford. Keep in mind that Phil Long's got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let him know Tyler sent you on over. Check him out online at phillongford.com.
I'm just seeing this, Tyler. NFLPA President Jalen Reeves-Maben says players don't want to play Thursday games.
No kidding.
Roger Goodell came out and talked about 9 international games.
Yep.
Roger Goodell has said the plan is, and other owners have said the plan is to go to 18 games. My big question of the day is, by the way, Roger Goodell said the refereeing is great.
Yeah, refereeing's fantastic, according to Roger. I could not believe that was a real-life quote.
Also spend time talking about how important technology is, and they're going to lean more into AI to make sure things are done right. Out of all the things that happened yesterday, what were your biggest takeaways about, and this Thursday thing is interesting to me, and I do understand why. What are your big takeaways from the State of the Union of the NFL?
Well, we are about a year out from the NFL requiring that every single team in the NFL plays an international game every single year.
Yeah.
That's about a year out, I would say. You're now halfway there with 9 games.
And by the way, back to Mexico City, they had stadium issues, but apparently those have been resolved because of the World Cup. It's a December game. I would be shocked right now if it's not the Broncos playing in Mexico City.
Well, yeah, that's our what do they call it?
Sister city or
every team gets a country.
Yeah,
whatever you call it. That's our home country
Correct.
that we get to market to and call our fans is Mexico, right? And that, I mean, listen, I think that's not ideal for the Broncos. I don't think it's ideal to have Mexico City as the location that the Broncos would have to go to time and time again. There are other destinations that would be easier. Quite frankly, from a travel perspective, it's easier. But going to Europe would be better than going to Mexico City every single year. I mean, you want listen, I'm sorry, but do you want Bo Nix getting Montezuma's revenge right before the game? I'm just keeping it real.
All right.
I'm just keeping it real.
So
man.
health-wise, Mexico City is a bigger roll of the dice than Spain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
saying. Forget those
saying.
plane rides. Who cares about time changes? You know, we're going to be healthier if we go to Spain.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
France,
I'm
Germany,
saying when you got to be so careful about the water you're drinking, whatever it is, and all of a sudden you've got weird things that pop up. That I'm just not an advocate of these international games. I think it's a bad deal for the players. I think it's in the long run going to water down the NFL product that has been so fantastic. The best thing about the NFL is that there's no weeks off. And eventually what's going to happen is if you keep requiring these teams to go international every single year, it's going to get exhausting. And you're going to get bad times of the season when you've got injuries that are compiling and teams are going to be like, okay, well, we're going to leave half our roster at home. So I guess this is going to be a loss for us because it's actually going to be better off to get our guys healthy, turning into double bye week. So it's happening. I can't do anything about it, but within a year, every team's going to be playing an international game every single season.
You know, the more years that go by and covering Super Bowls, it is always interesting when the commissioner gives his presser because the questions that are asked are always about problems that the NFL has, always, whatever the issues are. They've got the Rooney Rule, but no black head coaches were hired this time around. There were 10 openings. That was asked. The referee situation where Goodell is saying, oh, our referees are great. And wait till we get more AI on the situation. What amazes me about the NFL, though, Tyler, is how bulletproof it is. No matter what the issues are, look what's happening. The Seattle Seahawks are for sale. What's that going to go for? 8 to 10 billion, something like that. The stadiums are filled up. The ratings are unbelievable. Unbelievable what the ratings are. The NFL is, I get it. The players don't want to play on Thursday. I totally get that.
Yeah, and if you think the players don't want to play on Thursday, they damn sure don't want to go to international games either.
I got you. And the one way around that for sure is you just lengthen the season. And you do play 18 games.
Yep.
You get rid of one of the preseason games. You have bye weeks, so nobody is playing on a short week ever. And now we have
2 bye weeks.
With 2 bye weeks, and an additional bye week. So you're never playing. You're going to keep playing games on Thursday. Hey, Tyler, they may be playing games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, okay? But you're going to use these bye weeks so that you're not having short weeks. You're always going to have a longer week going into one of these. This is inevitable. And you're going to have the Super Bowl on President's Day weekend, as you are next year. I actually couldn't believe that when I looked that up. I was like, wait a second, because I was like,
well,
the Super Bowl, like the Broncos should be in the Super Bowl next year. Where is it? Well, it's in LA. It's at SoFi next year. And it's on February 14th on Valentine's Day. I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, so they're probably just getting a year out, knowing that they're going to have to add an extra bye week when they force every team to do an international game. You know, the other part of this, and I fully recognize this is get off my lawn moment, because I know the NFL is going to make money. I'm not stupid. I fully recognize the NFL is going to these international games because they're new markets, they're new territories that they're going to make boatloads of money in. And in the long run, yes, in theory, that benefits the players by more revenue that's available. Salary cap goes up, all those sorts of things, right? But I'm just talking specifically from a fan's point of view. I don't like international games. I don't. I don't like waking up early. Like it's not about waking up. I'm up. I get up at 6 a.m. But my football body clock is not screaming for football at 8 a.m. And that's going to be the new standard. Every single Sunday, you're going to have a game at, what is it, 8:30?
I think it's at 7:30 here.
Is it 7:30?
I think that's what it's
Okay, so every single weekend, you're going to have a game at 7:30. Sounds cool, right?
Sure.
But all of a sudden, you're going to slowly but surely start missing out on games that previously you used to watch. And, you know, it's just going to become a watered-down product because, listen, in reality, as much as we like to make fun, like have fun with it on TV, sitting on your couch all day on Sunday, nobody can do that. Nobody can actually sit on their couch from 7:30 a.m. to whenever. But you know what they can do? They can sit down for that one block that they've got right now, and they can watch Red Zone and watch every single game that's out there. So I'll get off my lawn. I know I'm not stupid. I know they're going to make money. I don't like the international games. They've got a weird vibe. They do. They've got a weird vibe. They feel slower. It's like you're watching preseason football. All of it just screams bad product, and the one thing the NFL has is good product.
Well, we'll see what the first thing is that slows down enthusiasm for the NFL, because they haven't found it yet. Drug testing, nope. CTE, nope. Shortened weeks or whatever, nope. Like, there hasn't been one thing over the years. The anthem stuff, right? Remember all that? Nope. There has not been one thing. There's not been one issue which has slowed down the enthusiasm for the NFL, which is wild. Not one, Tyler. Not one.
I might just be one man here. I don't know. Maybe I'm just one man. But
everybody has their pet peeves about stuff.
I know that I will very, very casually tune in to the international games if it's convenient in my life. But you know what I'm usually doing? I'm getting ready to get out the door to go to church. I'm getting out the door to go do something else, right? But you know what I do? I'm very intentional about the other blocks of football that are played throughout the day. And I think we're all going to slowly but surely miss out on one game per week because it's just not going to become the important window.
Technology. How do you think the NFL is dealing with technology in the refereeing situation? Goodell says it's great.
What does it mean? What technology? So we're talking about I did like the expedited reviews.
Yeah, the replay assist, dude, that is a game changer. Like that, they should use that in every sport. Seriously. Why ask for a review or a challenge on something that we can figure out on our own? And Goodell talked about that yesterday. He said that they may do more of that on pass interference and personal fouls. They may take a deeper dive into that, which I welcome. I think that's great.
Yeah, I like that. I'm trying to think about what technology advanced this year. Obviously, we had the chain gang was gone.
Gone. Didn't miss them at all.
You missed
the chain gang?
I kind of missed the chain gang.
Sean Payton missed it because he said it gave him more time to think about what to do.
I kind of missed the chain gang.
You missed the chain gang.
Yeah, it was dramatic. I liked the drama of the chain gang.
The chain gang, yeah. What 90-year-old is going to, get out there with his chain and, it's this close.
Mm-hmm.
There really weren't that many measurements either. It wasn't like that big of a deal. They figured out kickoffs, too. Kickoffs are way more interesting. They fixed it.
Still looks stupid.
Okay.
It looks really stupid.
But you got more returns than ever. It was more interesting. There's more strategy with it. They just fixed it. They did it. And then they just keep getting better and better. I'm not sure where they're going to go with AI, but I think the refereeing and, was it a catch, not a catch, that sort of thing. By the way, it was not a catch. It was an interception. They know that because they can look at it through review, and they got it right. So up yours, Bills. I mean, there's no question about these things. I think the way the NFL does things, and they're just going to keep going in this department, it's going to get better and better. But there'll always be controversy, I suppose. Because there'll always be Bills fans that are as bitter that things didn't go their way.
What technology is needed that is not being utilized?
The placement of the ball. The spotting
that's a
of the
tough
ball.
one. That's a really tough one.
What can
Everybody
I tell you?
says, put a GPS in the football, right?
Yeah, I don't know how you do it.
Like, put a GPS in the football. That's going to solve our problems.
I don't know how you
really?
do it. I don't know how you
Does
do
that tell
it.
you when the dude's knee was down?
I have no idea.
Does that tell you when the dude's shin is down?
No.
I actually don't know what a GPS in football would do.
I have no idea.
What would the chip do?
Yeah, but there's obviously technologies that are out there that we don't understand that can happen. So if you ask the question, what's the next thing that could do? That's it. How you do it, I have no friggin' clue. But that's it. The spotting of the ball. That is the next sort of really big thing.
Yeah. Everybody wants a chip in the ball. I just don't think that one's that simple.
I can tell you this too, and I don't know why they haven't done this. I think they should have lasers over the field goal post to see if the ball's gone through or not, if it's over the top of it one way or the other.
It's not a bad idea.
To me, that's I actually can't believe they haven't done that.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Other than that, what? What else is out there, folks? What else do you need? What do you want? I think you should have replay assist on pass interference. I do. I think you should have maybe a more subjective or rather objective call, not subjective like refereeing. I think that could help if you had replay assist. Like on every pass, there's somebody else out there that's looking at it and they're telling the refs whether it was interference or not.
Wait. Do you mean without a challenge?
Even without a challenge.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
No, thanks. If you want to challenge it, that's cool.
Replay assist, you don't ask for a challenge. They just tell you.
I know.
They just tell you.
I don't want replay assist doing everything in the game.
Well, what about pass interference, though? I mean, isn't that the next big landmark?
Challenge it. I mean, if you feel that passionate, challenge it, and you can review it then.
But why? Why not just review every single one of them?
Because I don't want 15 different scenarios getting reviewed and slowing down the game.
I don't think it's in your ear, man. It's interference or it's not.
And I don't think that one is
actually. So wait, hold on. I should back up.
Here's the problem with that. I don't think that one would work for the quick review, because, like you just said, it is subjective, and it will always be subjective.
Yeah,
and that's going to take a meeting of minds to have a conversation about.
All right. Well, listen, you can let the refs on the field call it, and then people in the replay booth can sort of rule on it. But it's not reviewable right now anyways. So when you're saying challenge it, first of all, yeah, okay, I'm agreeing with you. Because there is no challenge for that right now. You cannot throw a challenge flag on interference. So yeah, step one, be able to challenge pass interference. All right. Would you object to being able to challenge pass interference?
No, I would not.
Okay. Even if it's not called. I'm throwing my flag. That should have been pass interference.
Hold on. That's opened up a way different wormhole.
Well, that's just as big as it being called, isn't it?
No, but buddy, if you do that on that, you got to be able to do it on everything. So if you're telling me you could go backwards in time and call a penalty that did not get called in real time, no thanks.
Well, what's a stickier call than pass interference? What's a more impactful call?
Holding. It doesn't matter. I mean, a holding penalty could be just as impactful. A dude that was away from the running back and it was a 20-yard touchdown. That gets called back because somebody challenges it and they find a holding penalty on the right tackle that was 12 yards away.
Well, these are all good conversations, and Goodell's kind of open to it. I think Goodell had quite a victory lap. And by the way, the press conference is now controlled, and nobody gets to really ask anything interesting. Maria Taylor was the host of it. It was 40 minutes long. She asked questions for 10 minutes. And Goodell's a big fan of Bad Bunny, too.
Turns out.
Don't worry about it, Dan. Not something you care about. It's the halftime show. But let's catch up with the rest of the NFL. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, with the new year, there's a chance to make real positive change in your life. If you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. So, guys, let's go. It's a new year. Make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. Schedule an appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, if you want to win a great pizza, actually, I guess you wouldn't win it, just get it. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Thank you, Papa Murphy's. $10 Tuesdays. If you want to see the Avs against the Sharks, text Brown, BROWN, to 303-504-0925. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Papa Murphy's. And all you need to do is text this hour's keyword Brown with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, the keyword is Brown. Best of luck. Let's go, Dan. Those referees are unbelievable, man. They're something else.
Said nobody ever.
Mountain High Appliance. Brad, all you guys, thank you so much, man. You guys are the best. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Hey, before we get into this, I'm just seeing this in my Twitter feed. It's from Colorado Hurley. What's up, dude? Listening right now, the Daytona 500 is always President's Day weekend. Will the NFL put the Super Bowl the same day?
Oh.
Yes, they will.
Who cares?
Yeah, they do not care. They don't care about the NBA on Christmas. They don't care about your car race on President's Day weekend. They do not care. They will put the Super Bowl wherever they damn well please.
You say they don't care about the rednecks, huh?
Well, no
That's what you're
question.
saying?
What time is the Daytona 500 and how long does it go for? Couldn't they just do it before the Super Bowl? You do it in the morning.
Actually, you could. You're right about that. You could. There are sporting events before the Super Bowl starts.
By the way, exactly what you're saying there, Dan. Daytona would be the one adjusting, not the other way around.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the Daytona could just do their race in the morning. I don't know how long the race is, but
yeah. Or how about this? The Daytona 500 is now on Saturday, or Monday, or whatever,
or
man.
any other day.
Any other day, if they're really worried about it. All right, let's go, Dan. What do you got?
All right, I got some Broncos stuff. I got a cut from Goodell. I'm curious your guys' thoughts on, but I did want to just kind of piggyback off the last conversation you were having about technology in football. What technology could the NFL still use? And we got a couple of texts on the Shop Mazda text line. So from the 940, not sure if this would really be new technology, but can they, for the love of God, please just get a real shot clock buzzer or something for when the play clock hits zero, rather than just the ref's interpretation of zero than actual zero. What do you guys think about that one?
I've heard this a million times. Should they have tenths of a second, as they do in the NBA, on the play clock? And when it gets to zero, it's zero. That's what you're saying.
But he's also saying it's like a literal shot clock where they.
That's pretty funny.
No, you can't.
That'd be really loud.
So you can't do that because the problem with the buzzer is that you're going to have plays that are snapped at 0.01, and then the buzzer is going to be going off in the middle of the play, and you can't have that. So. What alternative could you have? Could you have flashing lights?
Yes.
Could you?
That's what
I don't know.
That's what the NBA has.
I mean, you say yes, but I don't know if yes is the answer.
If you had tenths of a second and then the whole play clock would light up like red, like if it hits zero, it just goes completely red. You could compare it with the snap relatively easily.
I wouldn't mind if you're talking about just containing it to the play clock itself, but if you're talking about something bigger and brighter and louder. I don't think you could do that because now you're distracting quarterbacks, you're distracting defensive backs, there's a lot of stuff that's going on there, right?
You just put a rim on the outside of the play clock.
I suppose I wouldn't have any beef with a red border around the play clock itself.
Dan, isn't that the simplest solution?
I think so.
I think it is squirrely that they leave it up to the ref's interpretation rather than simply putting tenths of a second on the clock. I mean, that's kind of common sense, right? I mean,
their definition is like, well, it's when the ref sees it hit zero.
Yeah. Like the ref looks at the clock, then he looks at the play, then he looks back at the clock.
Right.
It's so dumb. Tenths of a second.
Imagine if they did that in basketball.
It's ridiculous.
It wouldn't make sense.
It's preposterous. This is not complicated. tenths of a second, red border that lights up. Either the ball's snapped by then or it's not. And, there you go.
All right, one more here.
Yeah.
This is from, we got listeners all over the country, boys. This is from the 860 in Connecticut.
There you go. What's up, Sanford?
Technology to detect offsides and false starts. Would you be in favor of that?
Well, I don't know how you do it with offsides, because offsides isn't so simple. You can jump into the neutral zone and get back as long as you get back on time, no harm, no foul.
Right.
As long as the offensive lineman doesn't try to reach out and touch you, no harm, no foul. So I don't think there's a solution there for that.
Yeah, I don't know what you would do on that one either. It's a 5-yard penalty too. It's, it's not great, obviously, but, pass interference can be like a 40 to 50-yard penalty.
Yeah.
It can be ridiculous. 5 yards, I don't know. I think that's fine, what they're doing with that right now. That doesn't seem to be that controversial. Offsides, false starts. They seem to get that most of the time.
They
right?
do get it wrong a lot. They do. I mean, defensive guy jumps off sides, offensive guy reaches out to try to touch him, and then all of a sudden you're calling it on the offense.
Hey, listen, a lot can be solved with replay assist or a better challenge system. So I'm all for that. So if that's a better way to go, then fine. But I don't know how else you would do it, to be honest with you. Anything else, then? Moving on.
All right, next story, fellas. ESPN did their 2025 NFL draft redo for the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Obviously not going to go over all of these, but what's interesting about this, so Jeff Legwold actually wrote the paragraph here for the Broncos at pick number 20. Now, in this scenario, keep in mind, fellas, that every single running back, everyone, including Ashton Genty, is still available in this redraft. So
wait, Ashton Genty is available?
Ashton Genty is still available.
Okay.
Every single running back. A running back has not been drafted yet.
When are we talking to Leggy next?
We're talking to Leggy tomorrow.
Okay.
So the original pick for the Broncos was Jahdae Barron, quarterback out of Texas.
Yeah.
Legwold, his pick, still Jahdae Barron, quarterback out of Texas. Now, he writes...
With Ashton Genty available.
He writes, although a running back like Ashton Genty or Travion Henderson would have warranted a long look, Coach Sean Payton had targeted R.J. Harvey weeks out before the draft. So Barron is still the pick, even with the entire running back class still on the board here. Barron played less than 20% of the defensive snaps this season in a unit with 3 All-Pros in it. But the Broncos see an emerging role for him as a cornerback, safety, and dime linebacker.
All right, so for a point of clarification here, is Jeff saying what he would do or what he thinks the Broncos would do?
I mean, I'm assuming this is what Leggy thinks he would do. We could ask him that tomorrow. That's a good question. But, I mean, he wrote the piece, so I'm assuming it's who he would pick here.
We'll have to ask Leggy, because if he's saying what the Broncos would do, I would actually tend to agree with that. Like, they really valued Barron as he fell.
Yeah, but even with hindsight?
Well, I mean, it sounds insane to not take Ashton Genty.
I mean, I know that.
You wouldn't what?
I wouldn't take Barron again.
Right. Well, you wouldn't take him, period. I wouldn't either, by the way. But what do you think the Broncos would have done? I mean, I see this is weird to talk about this because I don't know what perspective Jeff is coming from.
I guess for the sanity of the conversation, let's just talk from our own personal viewpoints here. My own personal viewpoint is there's no chance I would do Barron again. You could convince me Travion Henderson might be the best running back in the class. I don't know. I mean, it's probably Ashton Genty. That's probably the no-brainer pick. But there were other wide receivers that I would still rather have. I don't know where Luther Burden went in the redraft.
Later.
He was available.
He was available. Was Golden available?
Yes.
Was Judkins available?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Was Hampton available?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Warren and Colson Loveland were not.
And that means Arroyo was available as a tight end. What's our dude from Heritage High School, man? Ferguson. He was available. All these guys are available.
Gunnar Helm,
thank you. Creek.
Yeah, I wouldn't take any of those guys. Not in the first round. But there's playmakers I would have taken.
I would have just taken Ashton Genty. This is kind of ridiculous. This is dumb. Like, Ashton Genty's available, you don't take him? That's insane. Of course I would take Ashton Genty. If I'm wrong on that, so be it. You know what I'm saying? Taking Jade, Jeff has got to be coming from the Broncos' perspective on this. There's no way this is his own opinion. And you know what? He's probably right. He's probably right because they really thought that this was a steal, and they really did like R.J. Harvey, which you wrote about, correct? So he's basically saying the Broncos like what they did and they would do the same, which actually is insane considering how weak they were in their running game, that they wouldn't just address that with quality guys out there. Oh, got more interesting talking to Jeff Legwell tomorrow. That'll be good. All right, next one, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Roger Goodell. Spoke at his State of the NFL address. This one I really wanted to get your guys' thoughts on. So Roger Goodell was asked if he thinks with all of the changes going on in college football right now with NIL, transfer portal, everything going on, does he believe that is a threat to the NFL?
Well, I don't think we have a role in that, Ben, to start with, as far as what we can do. Obviously, we have a great relationship with college football. We cooperate on a number of matters, including something I think is really important, which is our eligibility rules. I think our eligibility rules benefit the young men that come into the league because they stay in college football longer. But I also think there's obviously a lot of change going on and a lot of disruption, and they do need to bring some clarity to that. And I think that's something that if for some reason we can be helpful with the right people, we would obviously be willing to engage with anybody. But I think we try to stay in our lane unless we're invited in to be part of the solution.
So do you guys think with what's going on right now in college football, with all of the chaos going on, do you think that helps the NFL, hurts the NFL, or doesn't really matter?
Irrelevant.
You could make an argument that short term it hurts you in terms of the availability in the pool. Long term it helps you because more guys are staying in college because they're making a lot of money and they don't want to come out and be a third round selection. So maybe you're going to get a more polished player when he comes out. I don't know, man. I mean, Roger's right. They don't have any say in it. The one thing they do have a say in, though, which I've always found interesting, like the eligibility rule. Okay, 3 years eligibility. You got to stay in college for 3 years before you're eligible for the NFL draft. You probably are saving a lot of young men terrible decisions of coming out in the draft way too early. But, like, what the hell does the NFL care? You know, like why do you care if a kid has to stay in there for 3 years or not? If a dude's ready to play, he's ready to play. And there's going to be very few. They're going to be few and far between. Like to have a freshman, a dude play 1 year and he's actually physically capable of playing in the NFL. But if that dude's ready, he's ready. Like
I think restrictions over the age of 18 to work are like un-American.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, what are we doing here?
I agree.
So I think it's stupid in basketball. I think it's dumb in the if you're going to look at any sport that kind of has it right, and the NHL, of course, is completely irrelevant. That's just not a thing. Baseball's interesting. Like, baseball says you can either go pro right away, but if you decide not to turn pro, like out of high school or 18 or 17 even, something like that, then it's got to be 3 years from that date, like 3 years later, which is kind of a weird sort of like...
I think that's stupid also.
Yeah, I guess that's dumb too. Yeah, what am I saying? It's stupid. You're 18. You can serve in the military. You can play a sport.
Okay.
Well, why aren't you free to just do anything you want once you turn 18 years old and you're an adult?
I could sort of understand the NFL's point of view of like, we need these kids to be developed. They're going to die. They're going to get hurt. It's just going to hurt us in the long run. Why would the NBA have a one? Like, explain the NBA's point of view on that.
I have no clue. I do not know what their point of view is. And more kids are saying, I'm going to go make a money in Europe for a year. And forget this college thing, period. Or if I'm going to go to college, right, I'm Cooper Flagg. I'm getting, what, $10 million to go to college now? I mean, maybe that's the case. Dan, Tyler, this makes no sense to me whatsoever. It never has. Once you turn 18, you should be able to do whatever you want as an adult. And the NHL, is the NHL worse for wear because Connor Bedard comes out and he plays when he's 18 years old? Really? Is that a bad thing? Listen, how many 18-year-olds are going to be physical enough to play in the NFL? Who's that kid? Who's that person going to be?
Adrian Peterson was ready.
Okay,
cool.
cool.
But that's my point. They're
Right.
They're going to be few and far between.
Right. So go. Let them come out if they think they can do it. If one Adrian Peterson, DJ Williams, right? Like that was always his thing, right? He could come out of high school and play in the NFL. That's one out of what, 1,000, 10,000?
By the way, I found some reasons for the 1 year removed from high school, the NBA's reasonings.
Tell me.
Maturity and development, better evaluation for teams. NBA executives wanted more time and higher level competition against college players to scout and assess prospects accurately, and it reduces risk and improves league quality. The league argued it minimized busts, helped players succeed long-term, and raised overall play by ensuring rookies arrived more polished. That was their reasoning.
Yeah, that's stupid. Just get rid of it. I mean, that didn't used to be. So Kevin Garnett, LeBron James, did they suck as 18-year-olds in the NBA? You remember there was a time, right? Like that was the deal.
Dude, that was a fun time.
Yeah.
That was actually a really exciting time when we knew high school basketball players' names because they were about to be a top 5 pick in the NBA.
Yeah, didn't it suck that Kobe Bryant didn't play college basketball? Wow, what a miss. It's stupid, man. It's dumb. And I don't know, man. With NIL, I guess you can make money no matter what. But for a long time, there was no NIL. Like we were forcing these kids to not make money. It's not America. Give me a break. That's that. Just laying it down for you, Dan. But there's no way it's going to change. And the NFL's not going to change. Why would they? And the NBA's not going to change either.
Nope.
And hockey just doesn't even care. Hockey's like, whatever, man. Come shoot that puck, Bedard. We'll take 16-year-olds in. How's your junior year of high school? Why don't you come play for the Senators of Ottawa? It's PhD here on 92.5. All right. Tune in for coverage of the Nuggets. They take on the Pistons. We're going early tonight. Pregame at 4:30. Ball goes up around 5 o'clock. Powered by Ramos Law. Thank you, Ramos Law. Also want to thank our pals at Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com just to make you feel better. It's Revitalized Health, revitalized-health.com. Might have stumbled on an interesting solution. Earlier in the show, it's kind of going off about the Avalanche, like leadership, need Landy back. Nate McKinnon, great assistant captain. That's it. You miss Mikko Rantanen. You miss a big lefty on the power play. And Dan and I, Tyler, were talking about it earlier. Like, well, who's Mikko like in the NHL? I don't know who it is. I don't know the NHL well enough. But Dan, there is a person that's being suggested out there. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw earlier today. Pierre LeBrun was just kind of floating this out there. The Calgary Flames are awful this year. I don't even know if you guys knew that. They stink. Guess who's on the Calgary Flames? That was a former Colorado Avalanche.
Well, I know, but
Tyler, can you
quiz
guess?
Tyler.
Kadri.
Yeah.
Kadri. Nazem Kadri. Pierre LeBrun floated out a possible reunion.
You didn't think I'd know that?
I didn't.
Coin flip.
You didn't think I was going to know that. Both of you thought you were setting me up.
Absolute
You
coin
both
flip.
thought you were in on that together.
Coin
You're
flip.
like, oh, Dan, let's do this little game with Tyler. Let's try to set him up to fail.
I'm so
and
proud
I
of you,
knocked
Tyler.
it out of the park.
I'm very proud of you.
So proud.
Very proud.
Boom!
So Kadri is possibly somebody they're talking
Possibly
about.
on the move.
Because they're going nowhere.
And LeBron was floating out, hey, what about a return to the Avalanche?
I forgot. I didn't know he was a lefty. I swear to God. Brock Nelson's a lefty, but he ain't doing it.
Is Kadri still good? I seriously have no idea.
Yes.
He is?
Yes.
How old is he?
I can look, but he's got to be like 33, 34.
But you
somewhere in
realize we're looking for something really like ridiculously specific now. It's like, is he good? It's more like, would he be the missing piece of the puzzle on the power play? And it's definitely got to be some sort of lefty stick. And I know Raj is doing videos, and Raj knows so much more about hockey than me. It's ridiculous. I'm going way more base here. And the difference between the Avs scoring 5-on-5 and on the power play with an advantage, it's historically different. It's weird, like how different it is. So I'm just going much more basic. And if Raj has other reasons why this is a dumb idea, then I'll listen to him because he, like I said, knows a ton about hockey. But the most simplistic thing that I think they're missing is that left-handed Mikko Rantanen type of player. So whether Kadri is good or not, the bigger question is, would he be good on the power play?
Well, they got to make some sort of move to try to solve a problem, right? So I don't know who that is. If you guys are telling me that's Kadri, okay, cool.
Well, it's not me. Dan came up with it, or at least you saw it with Pierre LeBrun that said it. But that seems unbelievable. I mean, that seems to me like almost a no-brainer. So what would you give up for Kadri? Or you might not even have to give up that much for Kadri, right? I mean, if Calgary really is a dumpster fire, what are we talking about? Futures and draft picks? And, hey, send Taylor McCarr up there. You could go home to Calgary. Say hi to mom and dad. Right? Somebody like that? I mean, is that probably what we're talking about?
He's still making $7 million.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the budget situation is. But if they could work it, all right. If the Avalanche were just to stay pat, and by the way, this applies for the Nuggets too. And I forgot that buyout thing. Scott's right about that. You have the trade deadline, but then you have that quirky buyout period where you can just get veteran players, and that is how the Nuggets acquired Reggie Jackson a couple years ago. So there's a couple of ways to get a different player there for the Nuggets. But the trade deadline's coming up for the Avs too. Do you think this Avs team is currently constituted can win the Stanley Cup?
Well, for a very long time outside of the last 12 games, I would have said, hell yeah. I mean, do we just discount everything that has happened outside of the last 12 games?
I don't.
So you're saying, yes, they are still capable of winning it?
They are, but
Yeah.
it's way closer than it needs to be with this terrible power play.
Right. It's a problem.
It is a problem, and you're going to drop games in the playoffs that you should normally win. Like when the Avs beat the Red Wings 5-0, it doesn't matter that they went like 0 for 3 on the power play. Their power plays were actually pretty good against Detroit. And like Nathan McKinnon had a goal for a hat trick on the power play, he just missed the net. And he put his hands up in the air like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed that. And he could grumble about it to somebody later. But what if that game was last night, right? And it was last night. They had a couple power play chances. And by the way, guess what happens as you get closer to the playoffs? The refs don't blow the whistle as much. You do not have as many power play opportunities the further the season goes on.
Yeah, but they are the difference in winning and losing.
Cadre, huh? That's a fun report right there. When did that come out? Today. Oh, that just came out. That's a good one.
Now, Kadri's not having a stellar year in Calgary.
Doesn't matter,
but the
though.
Flames stink. You think he'd do better with playing with Nathan McKinnon?
Right, and you need him for a very niche purpose. You don't need him, like, they got him. They thought he was going to be some sort of, like, superstar.
That's right. They don't need him in the role he played in their cup
Is he
season.
killing it on the power play out there or something?
No,
I mean, you're saying we need
he's-
him for a very niche purpose.
He's
Is
not
he killing it on the power
I
play?
don't, see, that's a great. He's not killing it doing anything because the team stinks, and it's what it. But like, I'd have to go back. Like, how was Kadri on the power play when he was on good teams? Like, what was it? Now, I don't know the answer to that, but that's what they need, and it's got to be a lefty. It's got to be those two things.
It is pretty weird, though, to be sitting here talking about the Avs with concern with the confidence level that we had for so long.
Correct. It's weird. Like, this whole thing is weird. They weren't supposed to have a dip like this. You weren't supposed to be losing games at home. You weren't supposed to get shut out. It's the first time they've been shut out all year. That wasn't supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to be overwhelmed at home by Red Wings fans. Like, this shizzle wasn't supposed to be happening this year. You're supposed to be blowing teams off the ice. And they should have been. They would be if their power play wasn't like the third worst in the league. They would be killing teams. I know they have games in hand, but you realize the Wild, I think, Dan, Tyler, are like 5 points behind them? Like, it's not crazy anymore? Like, it used to be crazy. It used to be crazy, the point differential.
Yeah, it's been a bad 12-game stretch here. 5-7, right?
It's something like that. I mean, there's always the overtime. Who knows? It's something lousy. Something crappy. And last night was kind of an exclamation mark. I tell you what, man, like, I need to see a win tomorrow night against the stupid San Jose Sharks. Congratulations to Todd Martinez. He won tickets. He can see that in person. Way to go, Todd. Yeah, they got a 5-point. See, they got 3 games in hand, but it's a 5-point lead over the Wild. They have 2 games in hand to the Stars, and they got a 6-point lead over them. So, I mean, that lead could be great if they get the wins, if they even things up. I don't know, man. I'm just like, I'm a little ticked off about the Avs today. I find myself upset.
Been so good for so long. I guess my gut says don't overreact to a small sample size. But that doesn't mean that you don't try to find solutions for a problem.
Right, we're in game 54.
Yeah.
Like, that's a significant for the power play.
Find solutions. I acknowledge that for sure.
Well, I'm seeing people saying, well, when Gabe comes back, they'll be better. They weren't great on the power play when Gabe was playing.
No, but at least they had some leadership and they were winning games.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the power play specifically.
I can't believe how void of leadership they are without Gabe Landeskog. It is wild, man. That they're just like a bunch of mumbly, turnips without Gabe Landeskog. It's a trip. And fake tough guy Val Nichushkin.
Boy, you hate Val.
I'm down on Val these days. Yeah, I'm down on Val. I thought the foolishness.
You were happy he was fighting by himself.
Well, nobody was sticking up for him. You notice that?
Yeah, but you were happy.
Yeah, Val. The first fight he gets in will be the first fight ever. Looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane sometimes. That's Val Nichushkin. Mikko had that problem too, by the way. Mikko was like that too. Thank God for Josh Manson on this team. Holy cow. A big guy that actually can throw some stuff around. You know who doesn't? Is not very physical either? Brett Burns doesn't do anything physical. He doesn't. You got a bunch of these big, huge guys, Tyler. They're like your size, and they don't do anything. How about being a little physical out there? Nate McKinnon is tougher than all these dudes combined. It's just we can't afford him to fight, although he wants to fight. He's like kidney punching a dude the other day, yanking a guy's arm. Like he's itching to get into a fight. He just can't do it. The fake tough guys are like, Val smashing a stick, challenging 4 guys to fight. Okay, Val. Yeah, I'm a little ticked off on the Avalanche right now.
They need somebody as tough as Lindsey Vonn.
Yeah.
She is tough as nails.
They need somebody that'll go ski with a torn ACL.
I freaking love Lindsey Vonn right now.
Are you team Lindsey Vonn's badass?
No, Nate's being definitely sarcastic, but
Is she the first athlete to ever compete in the Olympics that couldn't walk in the opening ceremonies?
Physically walk?
Right.
Why are we glorifying this and not being real?
That she's just going to go out there and take a casual lap on her skis. And
she's likely to ski off to the side.
That there was probably an alternate that would have a better chance to be able to win a medal.
That we're taking away the life dreams of an alternate that's actually giving you a better opportunity.
We have gone full circle on this show.
We really have.
Did you hear the beginning of our show, or are you just saying this?
No, I'm telling you.
No, I get it, but
she should not be competing.
You're saying the exact same thing that me and Scott were saying.
This is literally how we started the show at noon.
She can't win a gold medal.
D-Mac's like, she's such a badass. This is the most amazing thing that's ever happened. Like, okay, good for you. Like, I give you, you're courageous. Cool, you are courageous.
You're way tougher than me.
Yeah, no doubt.
Unbelievable.
And that is a physically demanding event that she does. I mean, that is.
The amount of stress that is put on the edge of one of those skis at the speeds that she is going, it's incredible. But also, she can't win.
If she makes it
How
down,
do you know she can't win?
If she makes it down the hill, it will be a miracle.
Yes,
it won't be a miracle. She'll do what she has to do to get through it. How do you know she can't win? How the hell do you know that?
She can't win. She
How do you
doesn't
know
have an
that?
ACL.
So what?
She's literally competing against everybody else that has ACLs.
You got 90 seconds, dude. You don't have to be out there for a season. You got 90 seconds. You have to have enough stability for a certain amount of terms for 90 seconds.
And she doesn't.
You don't know that.
She doesn't have an ACL.
Doesn't matter. You can do a lot of things without an ACL.
No, he does know that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
You do not know she's going to have some practice runs coming up. She's going to test it out.
Yeah.
You don't know she can't do it.
Is she going to hold on? Is she going to be the Carrie Klug? Carrie
Strug?
Yeah, she's going to be that as skiing. The coach is going to come out, lift her
That
up.
Is Bella Caroli going to be there holding her up?
Andy, that is an awesome example. All Carrie Strug had to do was run down that ramp and do a vault. Whether she could land or not was kind of irrelevant. It was like
I don't
whatever.
know, man. It feels like
she had to run for 40 feet and do a vault.
It is required that Lindsay stand on her skis.
Yeah, but you can get.
Is she gonna go Tiny Tim and toss her crutches to the side?
The specific thing that she does might be one of the most physically taxing sporting events you could ever put on a knee. Ever.
You shoot yourself up, you wrap it up, you grit your teeth, and it's 90 seconds down the hill.
No. I got it even better. She goes better off dead, one leg down.
Yeah.
One leg down the hill. Remember that? You know.
One ski.
I want my $2.
I don't know that these two saw it.
I want
better off dead. I want my $2.
I got
I'm trying to remember what his name was.
Lane Maya.
Lane. I want to say Blaine. Yeah,
Lane Maya.
Yeah. So you guys think Lindsey Vonn is like a selfish jerk?
No. I don't think she's a selfish jerk. I just don't think she should be in the Olympics.
I think oh my God, man. Yeah. She's like the reason I want to watch the Olympics now.
Well, yeah, of course I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, but you want her to fail.
I also watched the
No, I don't
car
want her to
accident
fail.
on the
Yes, you
northbound
do.
side
I want her to
525
win.
when I'm going south.
Dude, you can't come on the air and say all this stuff about her and then say I want her to win.
Oh, I hope
you're not rooting for her. You're rooting against her.
I absolutely hope she wins, but she shouldn't be competing.
We're not letting you into Vail.
Well.
You're not allowed to.
Says the guy that may not go back in the Avs locker room after the comments about Val. That'll be an interesting.
What's stopping me? Val? What? He's not going to talk to people? He's what? Going to turn down interviews? I'm a pariah in the locker room where Nate McKinnon isn't like. We have Rockies. We have Rockies pitchers who are getting embarrassed that will talk to the media, but Nathan McKinnon won't.
Is
cool.
J.K. Dobbins?
Cool.
Is he
make sure,
soft?
Make sure Cale McCarr, whose lip was falling off. Did you see what happened to Cale? You see how bloody he was? He probably needs stitches. Nobody's in the locker room. Everybody's hiding. Nathan McKinnon's sitting right there. How about talking about your team, Nate? Nah, I'm not going to do that. Cale, his face is falling off. Val's sitting there too, but nobody's going to talk to Val about being a fake tough guy. This team is so lost without Gabe Landeskog, it's ridiculous. It's absurd how lost this team is without Gabe. How about that for a dollop of truth about your Avalanche?
It's a good take.
And by the way,
Strong.
the fans should be embarrassed. The lower bowl season ticket holders, you should be embarrassed what you allowed to happen last night in your arena for your team. Period.
Wait, why?
Oh, dude, it was
because there were
ridiculous.
Red Wings fans.
It wasn't just Red Wings fans. It was they were overwhelmed. It was absurd what was happening at Ball Arena last night.
Yeah, that's Denver sports.
No, dude. This is different. I go to all the freaking games. This. I'm telling you, Nate.
It's what Denver sports is like.
All right. This was different.
And when Chicago and New York and Detroit teams show up here, like those people they go spend a fortune that night. They go to the game. They cheer on their team. I heard it at the end of the game last night.
By the way,
Absolutely.
did you hear Kyle Keefe said you normally sold out 18,000, but about 15,000 here? There were a lot of no-shows last night, too.
Yeah.
There were a lot of we just sold our tickets, and a lot of people just didn't show up. Period. That's what happened.
Because
night.
it's not what you think it is. Red Wings are just not what you remember it to be.
It's not a rivalry.
The fans don't care. They don't remember it.
It doesn't matter.
Generation
Rivalries, you need the people. Like that's what made that rivalry. The laundry, who gives a rip?
You're right.
Like who's fired up when the Raiders come to town anymore? If you are, you're trying too hard. Get fired up about the Chiefs. Get fired up about the Chargers. You actually play high leverage games against those teams. The Raiders, who
Kane
cares?
is crushing it today.
And the Red Wings,
Can I just clarify something?
It's a nothing game.
When Lindsey Vonn skis off,
it might as well be the Carolina Hurricanes.
When she skis off halfway into her run, will she be selfish then?
I don't know, man. Maybe she's hurt then. She can't ski anymore.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but you're rooting against her too.
No, I'm not.
I'm not going to sit here and
No, I'm
root
not.
against
I'm
American
not.
athletes.
An
in the
American
Olympics.
hero?
I am not going to root against American heroes
Wait.
who are from Colorado.
I love how you just said maybe she's hurt. No kidding.
Yeah, I'm a crazy guy. I'm pro-American Colorado athletes in the Olympics.
Okay.
Call me a nut.
You guys just made. I used to try to get that out of him every morning on our old show, where he hits such an emotion, but he has no other tone to go to.
I only have one octave.
I know he's only got one tone.
Yeah,
and he can't raise or lower it. That's as high as it gets.
That's as high as it gets.
By the way, I'm kind of digging your voice with that cap. It feels like you're a hoodlum about to beat the crap out of somebody to collect money in an alley.
We
in
talked
England.
about Donnybrook yesterday. Do you know about the Donnybrook Fair?
Tell me something about the Donnybrook Fair.
The Donnybrook Fair. It was
Rosemary and thyme.
It was in Dublin. It started in 1200 and went till what, the mid 1850s?
1204 to 1855.
Yeah, there you go.
Legit deal.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the
He
phrase
Googles quick.
Donnybrook to describe
like chaos.
a drunken brawl
Yeah,
is
yeah.
because it was like, man, it's like a nice community event, and then all the Irish did was just get wasted and
It
punch
became a
each other.
Donnybrook.
I was
Exactly.
shocked.
Yeah.
So that's where the term
Actually,
came
your
from.
voice sounds pretty. It sounds like you're like ready to fight. And you
Sounds
look-
like I've smoked about half a
Yeah.
pack.
Yeah.
Because I'm preparing to walk in and go wolf on you and now clean up the problem.
Yeah, it's like a little badass. I like it.
Here's the problem, you old my God. You know, I got a little.
Give us a little. You broke a little bit.
I got a little Boondock Saints in me right now, right?
Yeah,
buddy.
We're gonna
I
take
like
you
it.
out. We're gonna say the old prayer I learned in the church, and then I'm gonna dump you in this river.
Actually,
None of this
Andy,
fits together.
I like it.
why don't you get off the fat shot right now? Just take a Coke and cigs. You can sound like this.
No Alan Roach.
And you'll
Why not go
drop
with
10
meth?
pounds like nothing.
Now hold on. Coke is in pop.
No, you meant meth.
Okay, to be clear, that's not what I was associating with my friend Alan Roach. And they did smoke. But yeah, he enjoys a soda.
Yeah. Get yourself on some amphetamines.
Hey, let me ask
and some
you,
cools.
God, I got a Tyler problem going on. Let me ask you something. Do you like that? Is it kind of funny?
Let me ask you.
Let me talk to you.
Scott Farrell over here.
You want me to get on Coke?
Yes. I do.
You want me to come by? Do you want me to come by your house as I wait for the effects to wane?
We can hang out. We can come up with names for bad bands. We can have a lot.
We
can have
can't.
a lot
You
of
know what?
fun.
Hey, do you realize I've come over to this guy's house multiple times? I've never been allowed in said house. I've been allowed, dude. I've been allowed in the driveway.
You've been on the driveway.
Dude, I had a good voice going, and then you made me try to yell like 3 times. Now I gotta go get water.
Multiple times? Why would you need to?
A couple of times.
Couple of times.
Yeah.
I brought his daughter a lacrosse ball because she wanted one.
Wait, you didn't get come in the house, here's the tour?
Have a lemonade?
And to be clear, nor did I want one.
See, there you go.
You guys know how this is.
It was all with an understanding.
I used to deal with this in David Scott. They think you live together. Like there were some people out there that just think you're like a pair. We're not Bert and Ernie. We go home and have our own lives. I don't sleep in a bed down the hall.
Cleared things up about Bert and Ernie, huh?
My family isn't on one side of the
just
duplex
friends.
while his is on the other.
Were they just friends?
They were just friends.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Do you guys ever get that? Hey, are you hanging out? No, we're not hanging out.
No.
I just spent 20 hours a week talking
enough.
to this person. I'm good.
Enough.
Not a damn thing left for him to say to me.
I've never been to his house. I've never been to DMac's house.
Don't be
None of us have now.
Never been in the
None of us
driveway.
have now.
Yeah.
He's got a new one.
Well, that's
literally nobody's been to my
I've
house.
been to his house.
I have not. No.
Oh, well,
Not the new one.
Because you had to go get your brother's drum set.
No, we played a lot.
Band. We played for
Dude,
3
we
years.
played we played a lot of shows.
Yeah.
Hey,
They were on
Step
tour.
Brothers reference.
listen
just-
to me.
oh.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Look at me. We made probably.
Don't tell me. Don't
Go
dab
ahead.
me.
We
Don't
we
dab
made
me.
probably $1,000.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Over 3 years.
Probably.
Well, remember, one paid $5.
Hold on, each or combined?
Oh, definitely
That's
combined.
a full total.
Yeah.
That's definitely not.
Hey,
each.
you want to know why there's never a ska band? We didn't have enough money to pay the four of us, much less
Couldn't have a
three
brass
horn
guy.
Can't have a horn,
players
can't have a
now,
horn section
or a piano.
That's
player.
why they all ended up. They all ended up
Yeah,
poor.
we couldn't go Guns
Nobody
N'
made
Roses. We couldn't take out the backup singers with the Elton John grand piano. That wasn't happening.
No,
We had a good time. We should get it back together, though, bro. The one thing we got to do.
Where at your house that we don't have space for?
I can't do that, but you know,
Yeah.
someplace.
Should we go play on your little back patio that I see you on from time to time on FaceTime?
Oh my God, that would
We
be
could
loud
just
in the
go out there
neighborhood.
and make a ton of noise. That'd
Hold
be
on.
great.
You FaceTime with them?
No, there's one time he didn't know it. I don't know what happened. He got on our show sitting on his back porch. Remember that?
It was like I had to join on Zoom.
He was sitting on his concrete stump out back, and you and I were trying to do our show, and I don't know what he was doing. For a minute,
I don't remember this.
For a minute, I was like, is he joining the show? Do I need to ask him? Does he have a sponsored event? Are we talking about something?
Hey, apropos of nothing,
Which is this whole
this
crosstalk.
entire segment here today. But does this ever happen to you guys? Today I was just scanning through some headlines, and I saw a headline about the Atlanta Falcons and their quarterback. Does the name Penix, if you just read it without the Michael in front of it, does it take you a second when you first see it
To be like, who's that?
No,
No, he's talking about.
No,
the,
he means how big.
Yeah, he's talking about the name.
It just when you see it, it's like, wait, what? Oh, Penix.
All right,
Okay.
Is your brain adding a consonant and dropping a different one?
Well, no, like it's the last letter
Yes.
in the word.
Yeah, that's what. Yes.
So, like,
The answer is yes.
Your eyes, your brain does the thing where it's like PENI, and you're just reading it quickly, and then you're
Okay.
like, wait, what? Oh, okay.
So you're asking is this just me sort of question?
Yes,
it might be.
Okay, that name
That's
throws
it?
me off from time
Well,
to time.
in fairness, I give you credit.
Did you have a hot Penix steak?
No, not particularly. I'm just saying, like, you know, if a guy's last name was like, I don't know, Testiclo or something like that, it would just throw me off.
Dolores.
Vaginda. I don't know. It would confuse me.
Hey,
is all.
that hockey player's from Regina.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Regina,
Is
Illinois.
that where we're going?
Exactly.
Have you ever been there?
Yeah.
It's just sometimes it confuses me. I just happen to look at my screen and that headline is still up.
I am confused
still up.
because I was watching some ESPN today, and
Penix,
you know the
still
guy.
up.
Is it hard for you to get that off your screen? Well, we can keep going if you want.
Algorithms, all kinds of
Why?
jacked up.
Why?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Be careful. Wow, all our phones are going to be real interesting. Although you and I do ads, so I guess we'll end up with anything.
I'll just inch my way down the screen.
What would you like to ask me?
I wanted to know why there was a scenario.
Yeah, we really blew that joke, didn't we?
There was a scenario. He can keep going. There's a scenario, and because he came in intending to ask this, he may have a list.
Andy's actually having two conversations with
At the same
himself.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
With himself.
No, technically one with you and one with Nate. Or no, I guess it's technically
No,
DMac
I'm
warning him
don't
about
even-
Nate, again, who I do not live with.
You're not like Bert and Ernie.
Yeah,
No.
we're not like Bert and
Not
Ernie.
at all.
Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
They were laying out a scenario on ESPN where Kirk Cousins gets released
Yeah, I saw
because
that.
of the trigger clause in his
Yeah.
contract.
Does he go back to
But
Minnesota?
that he would stay in Atlanta because of Stefanski.
Yeah.
And you brought up the name. I thought to myself, after they drafted that guy, why in the world would he stay in Atlanta? Why would he not go anywhere else?
I'll tell you why, because everybody's gone, and Matt Ryan had something interesting to say about Michael Penix.
Very good. That away.
Yeah. And it was something like, don't quote me on it, but it was something along the lines of, the quarterback decision is to be made later. Like something along those lines. Like, we're not all in on this dude, right? So Matt Ryan now takes over as the new John Elway of the Atlanta Falcons. You bring in Kevin Stefanski, Kirk Cousins' guy. All the bad blood's gone. The bad blood's gone. What does it matter now?
So Cousins can just be the guy there now?
And if you're Kirk, and at this point you made all the money in the world, and they're saying, hey, we actually do want you here, but we can't pay you $60 million. What better opportunity is he going to have to thrive than with a coach that believed in him previously?
Would Minnesota take a swing at getting him back?
Potentially.
Don't
Yeah.
believe in J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, I mean, their
Kevin O'Connell.
their GM just got fired because
They canned Kwesi, so he's out of there. So whomever, we don't know who it's going to be. But if O'Connell just went to ownership and told them, like, I want Kirk Cousins back.
You can see it.
I can't stand this J.J. McCarthy thing. Although, wasn't O'Connell the one that famously said quarterbacks don't fail organizations, fail quarterbacks? Because now that's...
that soundbite's out there.
That can come back to haunt you, my
Yeah,
guy.
that may be some you
got to
didn't
be
wanna
careful
say.
with that one.
Yeah, that's an I love you at an unfortunate time.
Yeah, but what evidence do you have that they believe in J.J. McCarthy?
They let go of Sam Darnold?
No.
Well,
no.
I mean, now.
But
they just fired the dude that did that.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that guy's gone.
Boy, I'll tell you what, one guy's wearing a lot of that decision.
Did you guys see, by the way, that they sent him to the Senior Bowl? He was in Mobile. He did that whole
Did he
thing.
get fired in Mobile?
And then I think he got back, and then they fired him.
Yeah, I think what happened, they were like, hey, can I see your notes? Can I get the write-up on the Thank you. You're fired.
I'm sorry.
Can I get your expense report?
Turn in your laptop.
Your
That's getting
TPS.
fired at the end of the shift.
Let me see your notes on the Google
Yeah.
Doc.
Hey,
Okay.
when we
Looks
blowing
good.
out he's down in Mobile. Oh, great.
Wait for him to get back.
Let him make his report. Can we send anybody else down there? No.
Sam Darnold was
All
still in
right.
the Super Bowl that whole
Yeah.
time. Uh-huh. That poor dude.
By the way, was there anybody interesting to come out of there?
A Senior Bowl?
Yeah, I didn't feel like I heard about a lot of
Grant
interesting
Nussmeier.
players.
People got real excited about
I paid zero
Nussmeier.
attention to the Senior Bowl because it's going to be challenging this year to pay attention to any of this stuff because
Hey.
we're picking number 30.
By the way, since your head already blew up about the redraft question that Dan gave you, did you just see I don't think it was Leggy. Did you see the mock draft? Did you see the mock draft for the Broncos?
The redo?
No.
Another
There's a
by
mock.
who?
Come on, man. It's
I've seen
mock
several
draft
mock
season.
drafts. By who?
It's an ESPN
was
mock
Matt
draft.
Yeah. They were taking a linebacker.
Linebacker out of Texas.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Now you don't care?
There's a no. That's okay. Pro Football Focus had
No,
one.
it's not.
They also had a linebacker.
That's not okay.
Yeah, because
why is that okay?
Because
why is
I'm
drafting
looking-
Barron okay? Not okay, and that is.
I'll tell you why. Because the impactful player for this year, because it's a small window, will be in free agency, in my opinion, not the draft.
I also read.
I'm okay with the developmental guy at 30, and they probably will drop out of it anyways.
Jordan
That's actually
Reed
a relatively fair point.
tweeted today that this is a hot off-ball linebacker draft.
Yeah.
This is a good one, and Legwald kind of
Fine.
backed that up
Yeah,
a little
but-
bit
Hey,
yesterday.
you want to know the last time they drafted an off-ball linebacker? That's not what they were called then, but
Al
they're
Wilson?
calling it. Yeah, baby.
Was
Around
it really?
30. It was 32 out
That
of
was the
Tennessee.
last one?
After they won the Super Bowl. Well, at number 30 or whatever.
But this
yeah.
is really simple. Who do you want your running back to be next year? You want Brees
Um,
Hall, or do you want a college kid?
I'd take probably both.
Can
with
RJ
Dobbins
Harvey
still
get
in the
better?
mix.
RJ Harvey's RJ Harvey. You know exactly what he is.
He can't get better?
He can't get bigger. He's just going to be who he is. He's going to be who he is.
He's not super small.
How do you like Travis Etienne and Brees Hall compared to RJ Harvey?
Oh, I like Travis Etienne a
Yeah.
lot.
Because those are the two dudes that you can take instead. So I don't really care about like number 30. I'm not looking for the guy there because I'm just going to get Etienne or Brees Hall.
But here's your problem.
And maybe even J.K. Dobbins bringing him back.
I would bring back Dobbins on a minimal deal and see how
Sure.
it works.
But you can do both. You could get Etienne and J.K. Dobbins. Why not?
Again, Bird over here doesn't like signing free agent running back.
Well, I don't either. But
Ernie's a big fan of it. But
I
Yeah,
got
don't pay
you.
running
I
backs.
got you. But we're trying to win a Super Bowl this year, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like there's only one acceptable occurrence next year. You realize that for the Broncos, and that's to win the Super Bowl. So it is a very small window. So I don't need Breece Hall or ATN for 3 years. I need them next year.
Yeah, but how much money do you get them? Do you give them to get them this year?
Overpay. You always overpay when you jump it. You always do it. But you got to win now.
You got the cap room too, and if you're going to overpay, running back is a position where it's like you overpay. I don't know. Hell, you overpay a wide receiver. You're talking about $100 million.
But overpaying Breece Hall is like $10 million. Overpaying George Pickens is $35 million.
Right.
Here's a question.
So what would you rather do?
Fair enough. I'm with you there.
As long as we're hammering away on the semantics of all of this, did they overpay J.K. Dobbins?
No, he made like $2.5 million.
Okay, did they overpay?
Didn't finish the year.
No,
now the 10 games you got.
And by the way,
super
I
duper.
bring J.K. Dobbins back for $2 to $3.5 million.
Did they overpay Evan Ingram?
Yeah. Yes, they did.
Well,
is that Ingram's fault or Sean's?
Sean's misevaluation. The dude's in like year 12.
He's a joker, though.
Did you really think he was going to be a joker in year 12?
That's free agency, though. There's a lot of guys that get overpaid in free agency, and a lot of guys
that is free. Almost every guy gets overpaid.
Well, but then there's the other free agents that they don't go, and then they have to go for way under the value they thought.
Brandon Jones.
You got those guys too. It's risky because you got to wait on those guys.
Hufanga was good. Greenlaw was bad. Ingram was bad.
Yeah, what we thought was a pretty solid free agent class. Now that we all have a chance to step back and look, Hufanga was your only guy.
Yeah.
And even Hufanga had some struggles towards the end of the year when they exposed him in coverage.
Wow, J.K. Dobbins was pretty good, though, when
I
he
would
was playing.
agree, but you only got half a year out of him.
But guys like Greenlaw and Dobbins were sort of like these are low risk. They're underpriced because these guys typically deal with injuries, and then they both ended up being injured.
Do you think Greenlaw is going to continue to be injured?
I don't know if look.
He's been injured for a while.
You know what?
Now.
I would ask you this. I know a few guys.
You can also save $6 million by letting him go.
The muscled up guys that are as tight as a drum tend to have these muscle injuries like he does.
Yeah, but it's also what I love about him. You know, so you might not be wrong, but it's also what makes me fall in love with Drake Greenlaw as a player. That dude is a physical dude. Physical football player.
Couldn't cover anybody, though.
But you're kind of muscled up.
But here's the deal. What I would do, I'm re-signing Alex Singleton in a heartbeat. He's my number one and priority in the offseason. Controversial take. A lot of people don't love Alex Singleton. I love Alex Singleton.
Nate's saying get rid of Greenlaw and save yourself $6 million.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I would, and go find another backer.
What's the math on that? So how much do you owe him versus?
Well, you know what you have, but you know what I think you have to do if you do that. You got to retain Sternad.
Yeah, and I like Justin Sternad.
He's gone.
He's improving.
Well, that's crazy. All
coverage guy.
I guess
I love Justin, but
and I'm drafting Anthony Hill Jr. out of Texas at number 30.
Ah, okay.
Till a hot run happens and then he gets taken. Dude, you know how many drafts
What are you doing with Drew Sanders?
That's what's so.
Wow.
Who?
Drake Greenlaw might get cut. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a cap hit of 10.3.
There's savings to be had. You can't depend on him, and he can't cover anymore.
Cap hit 10.3, dead cap 4.3. You're on it.
Don't forget, he said he was confused by the complexity of the defense. So things were not groovy with him behind the scenes.
Well, and he also said, I don't know, I went from Shanahan to Sean, and part of me was like, bro, did you not?
He was bitching about stuff,
yeah,
and he did not mesh,
yeah,
and he wasn't available. You might be hitting on something right there. And listen, everybody was excited to get Greenlaw. Like, nobody would say, oh, that was bad at the time. Nobody would say that, to be fair. But it's a good point by you. If you can save some money, his impact was negligible at best.
It was a high upside signing where you didn't hit the upside.
Though. We don't need to save money at all. We got plenty of money available, and you can make about $30 more million in space by fronting Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers, and
but Nate's saying that he might not even be that good. Period.
Never mind. I mean, you just don't need to save the money.
You don't theoretically, but wouldn't you like to spend it better?
I have a hard time believing.
I mean, you only have so much to be able to spend.
Well, look, if you get rid of Dre, you have to re-sign Alex Singleton, and you probably have to now re-sign Justin Sternad, which means you're probably going to pay Justin Sternad more than he's really worth.
You draft a linebacker.
Now you got to pay Justin as a starting linebacker rather than as a rotational linebacker.
Other move they got to make. Let me tell you this one, guys. Jaquan McMillan. Give him a multi-year deal. You don't have to pay him massively, but he's a restricted free agent. Give him security. Give him a multi-year deal.
What are you talking about? You got Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I do.
Here's the other thing. You know what you really got to do?
But guess what? Maybe Jahdae Barron is my starting outside corner in place of Riley Moss. Jaquan McMillan is one of the best slot corners in the NFL. I'm not letting him walk.
You realize how short Jahdae Barron is? You want him out there instead of Moss?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can avoid getting PIs.
Oh, my God.
All right.
No.
You know what we really need to do is give a keyword.
Hey, I do have a keyword because it's in Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away, that was a spirited roster discussion. Thanks, fellas. We're giving away tickets to see the Sharks tomorrow night. If you want to win, text this hour's keyword, Norman. Text Norman to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. It's all brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Their $10 Tuesdays are your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online at papamurphys.com. Your keyword this hour, Norman, Norman, Norman. That's to win Avalanche Sharks tickets tomorrow night. By the way, that is not tickets to the film Avalanche Sharks. That's for the Avs and Sharks hockey game at Ball Arena. Again, your keyword, Norman. Good luck. Give you that keyword one more time on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. This is for tickets to see the Avs play San Jose tomorrow night. Text this hour's keyword to 303-504-0925. The keyword Norman. 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 By the way, Andy, did you happen to see Norman Powell made the Eastern Conference All-Stars?
I didn't.
Congratulations, Norman Powell. He was a real pain in the ass in that series against the Clippers last year. Goes to Miami, and the late career ascension of Norman Powell continues, makes the East All-Stars.
Gosh,
congratulations.
things are already getting interesting in the NBA.
They really are. The Utah Jazz acquiring Jaren Jackson today. Massive trade between Memphis and Utah. I looked it up as soon as I saw this news, Andy. Nuggets got to play the Jazz 3 more times. Look, I don't think the Jazz are about to be good or anything like that, but Jaren Jackson is awesome and a huge pain in the ass to go up against.
Look, the last thing the Nuggets need is one more team that could be
just
a pain in the rear end in the playoffs.
But I don't think that the Jazz aren't making the playoffs.
Playoffs?
But they might sting you once. They just got a defensive player of the year on their team.
Well, to your point, they could cost you game down the stretch.
That's just it.
I don't know, man.
You want that 2 seed, Andy?
Oh, yeah. Hey,
want
after
it.
what I saw the other night, you better get that 2 seed, if for nothing else, to avoid them till the conference finals.
Stay away from those guys.
Because they weren't even playing that great coming into the game and weren't shooting threes well. And gosh, what a...
God, last night was a fascinating NBA night, by the way. I was... It's so funny, Andy. I was working on some other stuff, had the laptop out, and then I look up and Shams is sitting there on set on SportsCenter. I was like, oh, what's Shams talking about? Turn up the volume. Boom. It's the James Harden being out for personal reasons the last couple of games is actually because the Clippers don't really want him around anymore.
No, he's not a good time after a bit.
Yeah, and so then I flipped on the Sixers game last night. The Sixers are playing the Clippers. I started watching that game, and it's like, oh, yeah, Harden's unhappy, and this is all a mess that's going on right now. So we got that to watch while Giannis remains the big domino that has to fall.
And Minnesota cleared some room today.
Yes,
and
they did.
roster spots.
They're ready to take that swing.
I don't like it.
No, that's you don't want Giannis on the Minnesota Timberwolves right now. You really don't. You want Giannis, well, quite frankly, you want him somewhere in the Eastern Conference. You don't want him in Golden State, and you really don't want him in Minnesota right now. That's not great. As for what the Nuggets are going to do at the deadline, Andy, right now, and I'm lobbing this up there. My guess is they will make a move. It's just going to be subtraction. It's just going to be Hunter Tyson or DeRon Holmes or somebody. They're gonna move somebody. They're gonna get another draft asset. Maybe open up some dollars to pay Spencer Jones, and that's what they do.
I'm coming to you once again to ask: does Zeke Naji have trade value?
I think he's got some. I think the problem is you have to include Zeke with like a player that a team might want more than that. But you could trade Zeke, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Good for Zeke.
Good.
Well, and look, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Zeke playing, I think, has started to look more like the Zeke from a couple years ago.
Yes.
Where you had some hope for what that could turn into. The problem is, and I think we saw a bit of it the other night, with everybody starting to return, when does Zeke play again? And I don't know that he does. So you might as well try to trade him while there's some fresh memory of some of the potential that the guy once held.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about getting a first-round pick for him. That's not going to happen.
Also, like going through the Stat Squatch, Jake Coyne, going through his trade primer.
Yeah.
I don't know if your brain does this, Andy. When it comes to like NBA offseason and NBA trade deadline, I think about these things, and then the moment they end, my brain goes to another place. There's only so much real estate up here, and it's not doing well. All right? Remember that thing where the Nuggets don't have any draft assets?
Yeah, that's a problem. As I watch, what did I read today? That like,
except for those pieces they're required to have by NBA rules.
Didn't Memphis with the trade today all of a sudden atop? Now they sit atop Oklahoma City for all the most first round picks.
Yeah, which is smart if you're Memphis. Like the Ja Morant thing has turned into a disaster.
Yeah.
So do what you can.
Turns into a gun party at a strip club.
Right.
Didn't go well.
Has Lonzo Ball been traded yet this week?
Not yet.
No, he hasn't been traded yet. All right, because
I don't think so.
One of the mock trades from Jake Coyne would be Denver trading Zeke Najee for Lonzo Ball.
How do you like that? How's that grab you?
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Lonzo. He's a very competent playmaker. He's an upgrade over Jalen Pickett at backup point guard. Absolutely. The trade that I think feels more likely would be the Nuggets sending Hunter Tyson to Utah for a top 55 protected future second-round pick. Now, maybe it won't be Utah right now because they just did a massive overhaul of their assets with Memphis today, but it could be something else. I think that's the kind of thing that it looks like right there. And again, this is thinking about the luxury tax and trying to stay out of the repeater, and doing what you can to move an asset. And Hunter Tyson, who we've had on the show, and he's a lovely guy, but he doesn't have a role on this
He's
team.
another guy that as soon as everybody returns to play, there's not going to be a place for him.
And Hunter Tyson, to his from his perspective, he just needs to be on a bad team.
Yeah.
He needs minutes. And
look, he
they're
plays
not available
hard,
here.
and he can hit threes.
Absolutely.
But he's got to play.
Yeah, but just being a play hard guy is not enough to get you on the floor for the Denver Nuggets.
No, not when they've got all the things going on that they've got.
Exactly. So there you go. There's, by the way, he also suggested Zeke Najee, Julian Strawther, and a 2032 second to Chicago for Jalen Smith. So there you go. A guy that has played playoff minutes before in his basketball life.
If you're just getting a role guy, what's that role? Because that's what it'll be, right? It's not going to. The Nuggets, I haven't seen them attached to anything sexy at all.
Can I give you the role you want?
Sure.
This is
Am I going to want butter on this roll?
This makes the Nuggets really unique amongst NBA teams. You
All
ready
right.
for this?
Give it to me.
3-and-D wing.
Oh yeah,
I know it's weird that they want a guy like that.
It's like you need a bullpen pitcher and a
right,
lefty out of the pen and a defenseman at the deadline.
Yes.
for the NHL.
Okay, I mean upgraded backup point guard. That's why I don't hate the Lonzo Ball idea. But that's what you're going for right now.
Yeah. How tall is Alonzo Ball? Not to go all,
Six. What is Lonzo? 6'4", 6'5"?
He's taller than Jalen Pickett, though, right?
I want to say roughly. Yeah, Lonzo's a bigger guard.
Which, after what we saw the other night, I like some things about Pickett, but you're going to need some size for the teams you're dealing with in this conference.
I would agree with that. Yeah, but a deal like that is, and especially if you're moving Zeke for him, you're adding dollars, and that doesn't feel like that's the direction Denver's going to go. My guess is, Andy, again, to circle back to my initial point, get prepared for a random second-round future draft asset that you'll forget about the moment it arrives, and somebody like a Hunter Tyson coming back or going out or something like that.
You know what I think it probably feels like? A guy that's becoming quickly just a new best drop on the show, and let's just turn to our friend George Costanza for what's going to happen.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Probably
a lot of that.
Yeah, probably. And again, this is, and I'll remind Nuggets fans everywhere, you don't need to do anything.
No, you don't.
You have a ready-made championship contender that is already here and prepared. This isn't like a Rockies trade deadline where you're like, for the love of God, will you do something?
Yeah, just anything. Please move.
No, this is like teams want what Denver has. That's why Golden State, that's why Minnesota, that's why they're all kicking the tires on Giannis right now.
What you need is very simple. You need to get Aaron Gordon healthy. And then you need to keep him healthy.
And Christian Brown and Cam Johnson.
The fix has to stick this time.
Yes. I would agree.
Again, really breaking ground here. Trade for 3-and-D and keep Aaron Gordon healthy. There's some hot takes coming out of Kreckman and Lindahl today.
Andy, the Nuggets are in Detroit tonight, Knicks tomorrow, and then Chicago on this little 3-game road trip. Here's a fun note. When you think of the Pistons, the Knicks, and the Bulls, do you think of a decade known as the 1990s?
Oh, yeah.
Listen to this. From 1988 to 1999, One of those three teams, Detroit, the Knicks, and the Bulls, won the East in 11 out of those 12 seasons. One of those three teams won the East in 11 of those 12 seasons. The only exception, do you remember who it was? 90s NBA.
Hi, yeah, I know. I'm trying to run through it real quick. I mean, the Bulls won so many.
But there was a brief respite when Michael Jordan wasn't there.
I know. I'm trying to remember. I think the Knicks got there one time, didn't they?
Well, the Knicks did, but they're on the list.
Orlando.
It was the Shaq and Penny Orlando Magic lost to Olajuwon and the Rockets in the finals. Actually, they eliminated Jordan and the Bulls. That was Michael came back, and they eliminated Jordan and the Bulls in the playoffs.
Wasn't that Shaq,
year.
Penny, and Nick Anderson?
Nick Anderson, Dennis Scott.
Yes.
Yeah,
Terrible haircut.
Strong group of Orlando Magic there. Detroit last won the East in 2005. The Knicks last won the East in 99. Chicago last won the East in 1998. Think about that for a second in the context of the New England Patriots are in the Super Bowl for the 10th time since the turn of the century.
Yeah.
Like the Belichick and Brady era ends. They, pee down their leg with Gerard Mayo for 1 year, and then Kraft is like, nope, give me a competent coach, goes and gets Vrabel. McDaniels and Drake May get clicking.
McDaniels returns home again.
They play one of the easiest schedules in NFL history. Their playoff run was borderline comical, and now they're in the Super Bowl.
See, that's an interesting statement because when you look at the quarterbacks that they played, there's no doubt. But then you look at the defenses they played, and they survived a pretty good gauntlet. There's two sides to that coin.
The defenses were absolutely legit. They got Herbert with no tackles. They got Stroud with him, and then they got Stiddy.
And then they got a 12-yard touchdown against the Broncos defense, which ultimately is all they really needed.
Which is all that was required of them.
How angry does that make you?
So, Andy, with that in mind, with that being how the Patriots got there, I want to ask what lens you're viewing this Super Bowl through when we come back. Your keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is Norman.
Norman.
Text Norman, Norman, Norman to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you're entered to win tickets for the Avalanche and the San Jose Sharks tomorrow night out there at Ball Arena.
Quick trivia question.
Yeah?
Who called Norman every time in Cheers?
Let's see. Sam called him Normie. I'm gonna go with Lilith.
Oh no!
It wasn't Lilith?
Of the same vein, but no.
Okay. Diane?
Yes.
Okay.
After he would walk in, everybody would yell Norm, and she would always follow up solo going, Norman.
Ah, okay. What did Lilith call him? Did she just call him
I don't think
Norm?
she talked to him. She made him paint her house at one time.
I feel like they were always chatting in there. Why was Lilith, why were Frazier and Lilith at the bar other than they were...
They had to Boston it up a little bit. They had to show you all the different neighborhoods.
Other than they were just alcoholics.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, Frazier was brought in because of Diane, then she left, so they had to keep him around for a reason.
Yes. Text Norman to 303-504-0925. It's all brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays. Your ticket to any large pizza for just $10. Order online, papamurphys.com. Broncos fans, how are you going to sit and watch this Super Bowl knowing what could have been? We'll talk about that next. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. They have got the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, which is going to open up here in just a couple of days. And guys, one of the items that is up for auction this week at Roller Auction, we're talking about a 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLE 43 AMG selling within the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. Low mileage, 29,533 miles, V6 bi-turbo engine, 3-liter. That's right. You want to get on this all-wheel drive SUV that is being sold as a part of Roller Auctions February 2026 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, which is going to open up in just a couple of days. Guys, it's all online at roller.bid. But before you can go and put down any bids on any trucks, SUVs, sedans, vans, plow trucks, utility trucks, heavy equipment, anything available at this auction, you got to sign up at roller.bid/altitude because we give away tickets to one lucky listener that signs up at roller.bid/altitude. Our next giveaway, February 11th, the Nuggets and the Grizzlies catered suite out at Ball Arena. You want to be there? Sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. Hey, Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We call this the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, and right now we go to breaking news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. According to an update that our friend Mark Springer gave me right there in the commercial break, Christian Brown will play tonight for the Denver Nuggets in Detroit against the Pistons.
I guess I ought to turn into it. I talk into a mic that's on.
Yes, just keep playing the breaking news.
Yeah, until
music.
Dummy here gets it.
Yes.
Instead of playing me off, you're just going to play music till I actually turn the mic on.
We gotta make sound, Andy. It's an audio medium.
Nah, I like it just being heard in the background of yours. Although, am I loud enough? I don't know if I'm loud enough with this voice for you to.
Hey, I think they should play him. I think it's good. It's good for the Nuggets.
Call your mother. She's worried sick. Yeah, man. Gosh, I hope he's good. You think he's good?
I hope he's playing.
I know, Nate, but would it take you 5 minutes? And I think you sent me a message going, Christian Brown ain't right. Last time.
He wasn't right. And they pulled the plug and they sat him down, and hopefully now he is right, and hopefully the lessons taken from the first return from this injury, this ankle injury, are enough to get him back in a better place right now. I'm guessing they're being vastly more cautious this time around after the returnus interruptus that we got the first time with Christian Brown.
I would agree with you. But again, bodies are unpredictable.
That's very true.
Look, they thought they were good with Gordon. What do you think happened there? Do we have to worry? I hate to bring this up because he is Mr. Nugget. Are we worried about chronic with him?
Of course. Yeah, the way that this season is gone, the way that the playoffs ended a season ago, we got 12 games out of him this year, and then it was out, and then it was back, and now it's out again. Of course,
they are special with him. Now they're still pretty special without him, but man, they are just a different deal when he's out there.
They're not winning a championship without a fully healthy and ready to go Aaron Gordon.
All right, that's
or
a
as
fun
healthy
question.
As healthy as a person can be at that time.
I
of year.
don't disagree with you, but let me ask it to you this way. Could they win the championship if he gives them all they got against OKC and they get past OKC with him? Do they have to have him for the finals? Or is at least having him to get past OKC enough?
Getting past the Thunder is the biggest thing, and then I'll take my chances with whatever happens afterwards.
Because you said it. Are they playing the Knicks tomorrow, or are they playing
yes.
Chicago?
Detroit, then the Knicks on Wednesday, the Bulls on Saturday in Chicago.
I don't mean to sound like Scott Hastings, but why would you not just go Detroit, Chicago? Aren't they closer to each other before going to New York?
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Indeed,
just asking.
Indeed, they are.
Just asking.
Yes. They will go Detroit. Then they will go to New York, and then they will come back. And you know what? They will get to spend a few days in Chicago. So
that's a cool town. Although I don't know that January is now it's February when I want to spend time in Chicago.
Very cold there.
Yeah, I've had a lot of friends that told me February and March is why they moved out of Chicago.
Yes, it's very, very cold there.
Especially if you come from here, they are not ready for what cold in Chicago feels like in the actual winter.
You know, though, their cabs, their rideshare service works just the same. The Rush Street flu can still happen for you for a couple of days there in Chicago. Plus, great Serbian restaurants. Jokic will be in heaven for a couple of days. He'll be thrilled.
Yeah, you ever go to Joe's Stone Crab? You a Joe's Stone Crab guy? Chicago guy?
I've been, yes. Yes.
I mean, did you enjoy it?
It was lovely.
Saying you've been doesn't mean that you'd be again.
It was lovely.
Remember going there with Ed McCaffrey, and Ed and I were screwing around like kids? It was remember when the Broncos opened the season in Chicago with I think Mark Sanchez was the quarterback, and it was like 100 degrees. His 2016.
Oh, preseason game. Yeah.
All I remember is Ed and I acted like two children as the big boss because he always went on the first big trip with us.
Yeah.
Just giving us a look like you two morons. It's probably when our show started to
that was the we're happy with Mark preseason.
That was. And
from
then
the
they
Broncos.
weren't. They were only happy with Mark for like a game.
They weren't happy with him at all.
I'm not sure they were happy with Mark after that game.
Andy, I ask you this question as the mayor of Broncos country.
Sure, with this hat, why wouldn't I be?
You are.
People really hate these hats. I don't get it.
You're an elected official. It's not the hat, it's your face. So
My personality and that combined. Just I really want to smack that guy.
You had him up.
All right, there you go. Go ahead. Look, I'm going to hate watch the Super Bowl. I'll just answer your question. I'm going to hate every minute of it. I hate it.
Okay. If there's a world where Seattle is up, let's use a hypothetical here, 24-6 at halftime.
Yeah.
34-6 at the end of the third.
Yeah.
Why did I pick those two specific scores? Because that's literally what the scores were at halftime at the end of the third quarter of the Seahawks win over the Niners a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, really?
They beat the snot out of those guys.
I thought you were going to tell me it was when the Seahawks pounded the Broncos back in 48.
Well, that game started 2-0.
That's true. But yeah.
It is. But I picked that game with this Seattle team.
Sure.
If they're doing the same thing against the Patriots on Sunday, are you going to sit there and think to yourself, I wish the Broncos were there?
No.
I wish
That's
Stiddy
a
and
good
company
call,
were
yeah.
there? Or will you think to yourself, like, this is nice. I don't have to be invested in this.
All right. I will. I think I've said it to you, and I've said it to other people in private. I don't think I've said it on the air. Maybe I have. I don't remember anymore. I am not as upset about the Broncos not getting there with Jared Stidham because I did not believe they had a shot in, way down south. A shot in hell of beating the Seahawks with what I saw out of the offense in the AFC Championship.
Do you remember when we looked
and
at
that was before the snow started.
When we looked at the look-ahead lines last week, it was Seattle 8.5. Seattle was a 9.5-point favorite over Denver. The Rams were an 8.5-point favorite over Denver. So given, let's say there's a world where Sean Payton kicks the field goal on a 4th down and 1. You get to overtime. Drake May fumbles a snap.
Sure.
You pick it up, and somehow you kick a game winner.
Safety.
You win the game 13-10. Sure, 12-10, whatever it may be, and you have crawled your way to a Super Bowl with Jarrett Stidham. I mean, that game is it's at 10.5 right now.
Yeah.
You'd be looking at life as a double-digit dog. Now, the Broncos were a double-digit dog to Green Bay once upon a time. It was a different Bronco team, to be sure. They didn't have Jarrett Stidham at quarterback. See, the way that I look at it is like you always got to want your team to have been there.
I can't because, you know what? I've experienced a lot of things.
The Broncos.
A lot of things as a Bronco fan.
Getting their ass kicked in the Super Bowl a lot.
I have not experienced one team doing it to them twice.
Okay.
Despite what we saw from 48-7 or whatever that was. What was the score of 48?
43 to was it 48-3 or 43
no, you're
to
right.
8?
43-8. I had the numbers.
One of those two.
So despite watching that,
yeah,
the butt kicking of a lifetime I had to witness, I believe, was 55-14 Niners over Broncos.
Okay, draw up for
as
me
a kid
the blueprint of how the 2025 Denver Broncos, Stiddy at quarterback, how they beat Seattle.
I wouldn't have had one. Because I hated what I saw out of the run game.
But it's got to exist.
Sam Darnold gets his
10
oblique
points.
ripped up by whoever on the defensive line.
I mean, you gave up 10 points to one of the best offenses in the NFL.
Yeah.
With your defense, like you can, and Seattle. Look, Sam Darnold has had a marvelous year, and JSN is as tough a cover as there is in the league. But you're going to put Surtain on JSN. Darnold, you can turn him pedestrian with this pass rush. The Broncos could have made it a low-scoring game. I don't know how much scoring they could have done.
I'll give you the blueprint.
Against
Again,
Seattle's defense.
Like everything else from this year, it would have been the blueprint from 2015 where your defense makes a play, gives you the lead.
Scores a touchdown.
Scores the touch. Remember, the Broncos didn't score a tutty until late in the game on offense.
Right.
They came out. And I remember Dave Logan still making the comment. They had the long drive at the start of the game to go get the field goal. And, of course, in break, I'm sure everybody was saying, well, that started better than 2 years ago. But it's still you settle for a field goal. And then what was it, a drive or two later, you got Von Miller and stripping the ball and Malik Jackson and DeMarcus Ware falling on top of it. Next thing you know, you got a 10-point lead and a position Carolina wasn't familiar with, and they got to pin their ears back and get after them all day.
Let me give you some numbers on Peyton Manning's performance that day. He lost 37 yards on 5 sacks.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
His 28 dropbacks netted 104 yards. He threw one of the worst interceptions in Super Bowl history to a 275-pound defensive lineman. One of his 10 third down dropbacks resulted in a first down. And they won that game by 2 scores.
That's how good your defense was.
It could be done.
And that's how the defense would have had to play. And what I don't like, Nate, is you did not get any turnovers against the Patriots.
No.
I mean, well, look, we can blame Jared Stidham all day all we want, and it's fair to, but the guy's been what he's always been. Your defense that had a lot of turnovers coming into that game did not turn the ball over that day.
And
in
yet,
the snow, no less.
And yet, if he just eats the ball and takes a sack,
I know.
You're in the Super Bowl.
You never know what happens. By the way, I was so nervous that whole game because I did not want to go into a second losing locker room. This cheerleader, Ashley, remember, she was like, I don't want you coming down here anymore, Andy. You're making me nervous. I can't cheer with you wandering around all looking stressed.
How am I supposed to fake smile so my face hurts?
And I was like, look, I'm not going in a losing locker room, Ashley.
How do the cheerleaders do that? The thing, the
they don't really watch the game.
The
they don't get to watch the game.
Joker smile that they put on their faces.
Every 5 seconds, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got the choreographer head or whatever.
How do they do it, man?
They get to watch half a play, and then it's what's the next routine.
Yeah.
And in the Super Bowl, it's worse because you got 5,000 people on that sideline. They got no room to move. You got no room to move. I'm telling you.
For me, it's the smiling.
Nobody, trust me, nobody was smiling at the end of that New York
I just don't know how they do it.
Nobody was smiling.
You know when they do that shot, when you're watching like a college football game?
Yeah.
And they have that shot where they're coming back from commercial break and there's like 14 cheerleaders and they're all crammed into a shot and they're, waving their pom-poms or whatever. And they all have the biggest smile you've ever seen on their faces. That's the entire time when they're showing that. I'm just thinking to myself, like, I don't know how they do it. How do you hold a smile for that long?
Wow, really?
It befuddles me.
You never been that happy?
I have been, but like something that's actually making me happy.
Why so serious, Nate? I had a pretty good smile after the Broncos won the first one. We were driving around the city acting like yahoos.
Yes, I would assume. Did you get tear gas that night, by the way?
No, we knew. Hey, look, I'm a Denver veteran.
Uh-huh.
I remember one time my boy Jason Luber, after the Avs won the 0-1 Cup, we still got the audio. I may have to hit on my buddy that's still at the other place. He's hanging out on what was it, Larimer Street?
Yeah.
I got tear gas. Oh, my God, he's laughing on the air. He's screaming about how he's got tear gas in his eye.
That's awesome. Tear gas live on the radio.
I got to give him Channel 7's own, Jason Luber. I got to give him credit. He didn't cuss. I'd have cussed.
Amazing. That's a pro. Shoot. This darn stinking stings.
Dadgummit, you turkey. Why'd you tear gas me?
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Let's jump in right away with our guy Chad Brown here to begin hour number 2 on a shortened show. Nuggets in Detroit, pregame at 4:30. Chad, let's start here. Give me the pros and cons, pluses and minuses, etc., of Davis Webb, offensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos, and the potential for Sean Payton to acquiesce his play calling duties and give them to Davis Webb. Why do it and why maybe don't do it?
Father Time is undefeated. I'm 55 years old. 10 years ago, I was certainly, I think, quicker mentally than I am now.
I refuse to believe that, Chad.
I appreciate the kind words, but some things are just true. When you smash people with your face for a living for a long time, there's a price to pay for that. And so sometimes I'm forced to pay the price. And Sean Payton played his fair share of football as well. So I think if Sean Payton were to be honest with himself and look at his play calling in game 10 years ago and how quickly the plays got in, and maybe the plays got in with 17 or 18 seconds left, and now they're getting in with 11 or 12 seconds left. So this is not a Russell Wilson issue because he's too busy in the huddle firing up guys, or a Bo Nix issue because he can't read the wristband quick enough. I think it's Sean Payton's taking more time on the sideline to get the play calls in. So if you move to Davis, you get an opportunity to get the play calls in quicker. You get a fresh perspective when you've been together as long as Sean and Joe Lombardi were. They're kind of operating off the same mindset. Mm-hmm. Now you get a brand new, fresh perspective, a fresh voice, a fresh understanding from a guy who was under center not just that long ago. So he comes with his own understanding of the position and what it's like to be under center and what it's like to receive these play calls and what it's like to be asked to do the things that these play calls are asking of the quarterback position. So I think it's a great thing in the end. And I think Sean would probably miss the quote unquote action of being the play caller and maybe even some of the accolades and attaboys and genius tags because they're the right play call at the right time. But I think he would also be able to coach the football team better. If you could just tell your play caller, keep it on the ground here. Let's go for an explosive on this drive. And you're not the actual one dialing up that play call. You can tend to direct the overall game management better from that position on the sideline rather than having your head down in your play sheet, trying to think 3 or 4 plays ahead and try to keep up with the action. We saw in the AFC Championship game, he didn't even know that he called the timeout. So some of the things are beginning to get away from you. Some of that's father time. And I think some of that's an indicator that it's best for you to step back and move into that management role and not the play calling role.
Well, and Chad, I know it's a new system, a new quarterback, new skill positions, but you seem to suggest to us last week when we talked to you about the famous 4th and 1 play, the same thing that Leggy told us Monday, where the personnel groupings kind of gave away his tendencies. Vrabel recognized what they were doing when somebody came in. Nate talked about it from a story in The Athletic again on the attempted deep ball from Stiddy where they brought in Troutman, meaning we're going to try to hold up a little longer to pop a big play, and they recognize that too. Does it not help, if nothing else, that Sean's maybe a little more predictable with these personnel groupings that, he seems to, he can't live without, I guess.
I've always found it to be easier to defend the team that brings out multiple personnel groupings because it's clear within the first series or 2 of the game that, okay, this is the personnel grouping of the game, and they're going to run these couple of plays out of this grouping, as opposed to the team that rolls out similar personnel groupings, not as many, but similar ones, and they can run anything from those.
Real quick, Chad, real quick on that point. What it always said about Shanahan's offense, I've heard this from a number of guys, he could run 3 different plays with it looking all the same at the line, couldn't they?
Right. And so for Mike, and again, my Seahawks were a part of the AFC West when they were back in the AFC back in the day. So I played the Broncos twice a year. Very familiar with Shanahan running his base plays out of a different formation and out of a different personnel grouping every week. And so I remember sometimes it'd be multiple tight end sets like the Rams and the Seahawks are doing in the Super Bowl, but it was the same base plays that they ran when they ran it out of 1 tight end and 2 backs. So that what you can accomplish there is you're not asking your offense to learn new plays, but you're giving the defense different window dressing to get to the same successful plays, as opposed to when they go with this personnel group, here's their top 3 plays. And when this guy comes on the field, here's their top 3 plays. They instantly become an alert to the defense, as apparently Mike Vrabel noticed during watching film and alerted his guys to during the championship game.
Talking to Chad Brown like we do every Tuesday. Chad, the head coaching cycle, we believe, is now concluded. Clint Kubiak is going to take the Raiders job. Vance Joseph will be back as the defensive coordinator of the Broncos, we presume, in the very least. In a year in which Mike LaFleur, yes, there's a Mike LaFleur, Clint Kubiak, Joe Brady, Jeff Hafley, Robert Saleh getting another crack at things. What do you make of this head coaching hire and why Vance Joseph was passed over?
I don't know if he was passed over or if he just decided some of these opportunities that came down the lower rankings of the 10 open slots did not fit what he was hoping to accomplish in his second term.
Like he wasn't dying to be the coach of the Browns?
Right. And so let's face facts, fellas. As a black head coach, you're given a shorter window of opportunity. You're also not going to be given multiple makeup opportunities. So Vance already had his first opportunity with the Broncos, and we've talked about it a bit. There were folks in the front office who didn't allow him to pick his coaches, who didn't allow him to play the players he wanted to play on Sunday. He was avoiding ownership. So that was not the best situation for him. And so having gone through that, I'm pretty sure he's like, I'm not doing that again. Mm-hmm. That's not the way for me to be successful. And that's only the way for me to never get another opportunity again. So if Vance is forced to sit out a year hoping for a better opportunity, I think that's the wise choice than leaping at some job that could come with some of those same restrictions and glass ceiling and complications that came when he was the head coach of the Broncos a few years back. I think it would be a smart move for him to not do that. So the lay of the land, 10 head coaching opportunities, 1 man of color hired, Robert Saleh, no African-American coaches hired. In a league where it's 75 roughly % black, the numbers just don't add up. Mm-hmm. You're telling me that Eric Bieniemy or Byron Leftwich or Vance Joseph don't deserve to be a head coach because they didn't spend time with Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay? Well, I call bullcrap on that. These are really talented football people who certainly deserve an opportunity that has not been given to them. And it's hard to find anything else other than their skin color, which is a differentiator between them and these other guys who have been hired.
All right. So then a quick follow-up. Is there a point to the Rooney Rule anymore?
On one hand, I dig the Rooney Rule. As somebody who would love an opportunity to meet ownerships and front offices around the league, to be able to polish up my interview game, that's great. But on the other hand, for the New York Giants, who knew they were going to try to go after Harbaugh, and that was pretty much their one and only target, now they've got to do the performative thing and bring in minority candidates and play the game with them. So I think the Giants, on one hand, should be able to hire who the heck they want to hire, particularly if it's clearly the guy with the best track record and the best opportunity to move that organization forward. But on the other hand, how are these owners ever going to get a chance to know the next Mike Tomlin if they're not forced to sit down and interview them and get a chance to go, oh my gosh, this guy's blowing me away. This guy's incredible. So I see the usefulness, but I think it's time to do some tweaks. And maybe when we have a conversation a couple weeks down the road, I can lay out what those tweaks are. I'm still trying to work it through my mind right now, how to best marry up all these opposing views into some kind of cohesive plan that would give these guys who I know and trust are great coaches an opportunity to become a head coach.
Chad, do me a favor. Look at your schedule in the next couple of weeks. Just clear an afternoon, and we'll hang out for a while here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. In all seriousness, like, we're going to get into the off season when we can really talk about some big picture football stuff, and we can do it over the course of an entire hour and really dive into some stuff. We have loved having these conversations with you all season long. I know Andy and I have both been, and God knows we need it, more knowledgeable about the sport of football thanks to you every single week. So, Chad, we greatly appreciate it. But seriously, let's spend some time coming up here in the next couple of weeks after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and fly us out to your place, and then we'll all be in the same room.
Yes, and we'll talk about lizards and snakes and stuff.
Yes, we'll enjoy some of the desert sun, do a little reptile talk, and dive into the hiring process in the NFL and just some of the inequity within that. I'm down for that as well. Let's do it.
Chad Brown, you're the man. We appreciate it, dude.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, the legend, Chad Brown, with us right there, the All-Pro, the All-American. He did it all. He is Chad Brown. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Next keyword in the biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, Super Bowl week, including, Andy, I can't believe I'm saying this, I'm heartbroken over a piece of Pro Football Hall of Fame news.
No way.
I will give that to you coming up next. Your keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday for the 4 o'clock hour today. This is to win Avs Sharks tickets for tomorrow night at Ball Arena, Andy. Your keyword, Tarkanian.
Nice.
Tarkanian.
The Shark.
That's right.
Well played.
So we had Greg Norman, the Shark, and we have Jerry Tarkanian, the
Couple
Shark.
of Sharks.
Tark. That's right. Text Tarkanian with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered for tickets to tomorrow night's Avalanche game against San Jose. Don't forget Papa Murphy's for dinner. It's a $10 Tuesday, so any large pizza is just $10. Visit papamurphys.com. Again, your 420 keyword is Tarkanian. We'll announce our winner just before 4:30. By the way, Andy, I got a good buddy of mine that lives in Las Vegas. He lived in the same neighborhood as Tark, and this was many, many years ago during like the UNLV heyday. And he and his buddies had a few, and they noticed a lot of cars parked outside Tarkanian's place. They were like, hey, Tark's having a party. He didn't know him. He'd never met him. They went up and rang the doorbell. Guess what? They got invited in and had an incredible night. Said the Tarkanians were the nicest people in the world.
Was it a crazy night?
It's just a good party at Tark's house.
Was it a boogie night?
I think Tark was. I think it was probably a classy evening.
Okay. All
yes.
right. All right.
Yes. I don't know if Larry Johnson and Stacey Augman and Greg Anthony were there.
No. Okay. All right.
Yes. I think it was an age-appropriate shindig.
Yeah. All right. All right.
But that was the word on it, was that Tark was very welcoming and as cool as could be.
So give everybody the keyword again.
Tarkanian, Tarkanian, as in legendary UNLV basketball coach, the Shark, Jerry Tarkanian.
This is why you got to send them all in. Norman was easier.
Tarkanian. Let's go, Spring.
Okay. Hey, once again, celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com. You really should do that. Hey, congratulations to Garrett Bowles. He has won the NFLPA's Alan Page Community Award. And I do want to give you guys this note. I should have included this. I sent this to you guys today. According to U Stadium, Sean Payton, quote, fought like hell for Davis Webb to stay. He promised him more in the way of play calling participation and a sizable raise in pay per source. At least 4 teams offered Webb full control of their offense. He chose to stay one more year in Denver.
According to who?
U Stadium. Sources telling U Stadium.
What is that?
They have 62.4 thousand followers on Twitter.
I believe there's an element of play calling involved. I'm curious again.
I do too.
We'll wait to hear when Sean talks.
I think the Broncos are excited to have Davis Webb as well. U Stadium. Thank you. Hey, way to go, Garrett Bowles, by the way.
Yeah, Garrett Bowles wins the Alan Page Community Award.
That's
Congrats.
awesome.
Yes.
Way to go. Is he going to get the Walter Payton?
We will find out.
Is this like what is it, the Ted Lindsay versus the Hart kind of discussion right here?
The Doak Walker or something like that? Give me the college football player award compared to the Heisman.
So you got the Doak Walker. Isn't the Doak Walker, what position
running
is
back?
Doak Walker? Is it running back?
Because Rashawn Salam won it.
Good call.
I think
right
Chad
there.
Brown Chad Brown might have won a butt kiss
as the top linebacker in the country.
I might be wrong, but he might have been.
Okay.
I want to say he did, but I'm not positive.
You know where Dick Butkus played his college football, right?
Illinois.
That's right. Thank you very much.
Spring.
By the way, Illini Hoops, 11-game win streak, number 5 ranked team in the country. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It'd be a real shame when they get knocked out.
It is sweet. It is going to suck. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Robert Kraft was not elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026.
Why does that make you sad, Nate?
For pettiness. We missed out on such a great opportunity at pettiness. You know what this shows me? This shows me that the people that vote for the Pro Football Hall of Fame have no sense of humor whatsoever. If you want to keep Bill Belichick out, as deserving as he may be, I'm okay with it. But at least follow through and put Kraft in so that Belichick would just seethe too much to even want to show up the following year because his hated rival, Robert Kraft, got in before him. Look, I don't want Robert Kraft in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but if it means that it's going to make Bill Belichick annoyed, then I am all for it. I'm very disappointed in the voters.
Yeah, for the coup de grace.
Yes. Make it Finish the joke.
Yeah.
Complete the bit. That's why I'm disappointed. So does this mean like L.C. Greenwood and Roger Craig, are they going to get in?
Yes, likely.
Okay.
All right,
Ken
Todd
Anderson going to
Modkin
get
is-
in?
Who?
Ken Anderson?
I don't think so.
Okay. What about
Sweet
Ken?
stash and all.
What about Ken O'Brien?
No.
Okay.
You got any more Kens? Ken Griffey, he can't go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
He can. Kenny Rogers, can he be in the
He's
Pro
got
Football
a great
Hall of
chicken,
Fame?
not a Hall of Fame trophy.
No, that's disappointing.
Or bust.
He's a hell of a gambler, though. Spring, who won our Avalanche tickets?
Congratulations to Art Lick.
Oh, we don't have a lot of arts. I like that. Art. My voice, I feel like I should be named Art.
By the way, when you go into a museum, don't do the Art Lick. They'll kick you right out of the
Art,
place.
that's not a move. Is that a real name?
It's a real name.
Art
They
Lick.
responded and everything?
Congratulations,
Holy
Mr.
cow.
Lick. Art,
we love you. But you are about to be a bit on the Kreckman and Lindahl show tomorrow.
got a case of the Art Lick. Nuggets Pistons next. Christian Brown's back.
Is Denver Nuggets basketball.
Rebound down to Jokic. Jokic up the left sideline here for Denver, guarded by Alexander.